The Indian Miss World. From the Slum to the Beauty Queen. The novel opens as a dramatic, multi-books narrative exploring the intertwined lives of two Indian women, a mother and her daughter, whose stories unfold against themes of poverty, love, and cultural conflict. Main points. Central characters: a beautiful poor Indian woman and her pretty daughter, whose lives change after meeting a wealthy Saudi sugar daddy in downtown Bombay, India. Tone and purpose. The author presents the story as one of truthfulness, resilience, and steadfast courage, inviting readers to witness an extraordinary journey. Structure. The tale is divided into 6 books, each addressing distinct episodes. Book 1, The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl. Book 2, The Indian Child Bride and the Old Arab Husband. Book 3, The Indian Miss World and the Rage of Muslims of the World. Book 4, Christina and the Complete Jew. Book 5, The Tears of God, Jews, Blacks, and Muslim Women. And Book 6, The Hidden Life of the Prophet Muhammad. Social commentary. The introduction reflects on India's harsh realities, poverty, hunger, and daily struggles for survival, contrasting them with the glamour and tragedy of the protagonist's experiences. Underlying themes: love across cultural divides, exploitation, faith, and the endurance of women amid systemic hardship. In essence, the novel sets up a sweeping saga that blends romance and social critique, positioning the Indian Miss World as both a symbol of beauty and a vessel for exploring inequality and resilience. Premise: The Indian Miss World, from the slum to the beauty crown, follows intertwined mother-daughter stories shaped by poverty, power, love, and cultural conflict. Core arc: a beauty title victory becomes a catalyst for public backlash and personal turmoil, highlighting the gap between glamour and lived reality. Central conflict: the narrative emphasizes coercive control and exploitation, captivity, manipulation, forced marriage dynamics, rather than rescue or empowerment. Key theme: institutions and social systems fail vulnerable women. Law, religion, and celebrity culture can all reinforce domination instead of delivering justice. Big takeaway: the novel frames fame and respectability as modern disguises for captivity, using the protagonist's experiences to critique inequality and power. After Aphrodite Khan wins Miss World, her life turns from triumph to turmoil. The novel portrays her victory not as liberation, but as the beginning of deep personal and social conflict. Problems Aphrodite Khan faces: religious backlash. Her win provokes outrage among conservative Muslim communities, who see her success as a betrayal of faith and modesty. Public condemnation. She becomes the target of protests and denunciations, symbolizing the clash between modern female empowerment and traditional expectations. Isolation and fear. The hostility forces her into seclusion. She struggles with threats and rejections from both society and family. Identity crisis. Aphrodite wrestles with guilt and confusion, torn between pride in her achievement and shame imposed by cultural judgment. Loss of freedom. Fame becomes a prison. Instead of enjoying her crown, she faces surveillance, moral scrutiny, and emotional exhaustion. In essence, Aphrodite Khan's Miss World title transforms her into a lightning rod for cultural tension. Her beauty and success ignite a storm of religious, social, and psychological conflict that strips her of peace and belonging. Why does the famous Bollywood movie director Mahmood Khan decide to move his captive girl Ifat Khan from his farmhouse in Lonavala to his apartment in Bombay? Based on the novel The Indian Miss World, Mahmood Khan moves Ifat Khan from his farmhouse to his apartment in the affluent neighborhood of Bandra in Bombay for control, concealment, and administrative convenience, not for her safety or comfort. The text is explicit about his motives and how this relocation fits his pattern of coercive captivity. The reasons, as stated in the novel, are: 1. To increase isolation and control. At the farmhouse, Ifat is geographically removed, but not fully invisible. Moving her to a Bandra apartment places her inside Mahmood Khan's personal urban space, where surveillance, access, and psychological dominance are tighter. The novel stresses that this shift replaces open isolation with a more controlled, enclosed captivity that is harder for her to escape. 2. To conceal her existence while maintaining access. The Bandra apartment allows Mahmood Khan to hide Ifrit in plain sight. As a private residence in a major city, it appears ordinary and discourages scrutiny, unlike a remote farmhouse that might attract attention. The novel describes this as a move toward bureaucratic normalization of captivity, making confinement look respectable and routine. 3. To facilitate coercion into a secret Islamic marriage. The relocation is directly linked to Mahmood Khan's plan to force Ifrit into a secret marriage. The text explains that the apartment creates the controlled environment needed for sustained psychological pressure, fear of Sheikh Ahmed, threats of exposure, and dependency, until marriage can be presented as her only protection. 4. To enable documentation and mobility control. Unlike the farmhouse, the apartment supports Mahmood Khan's administrative goals. The novel notes that marriage functions as a bureaucratic tool. It helps him manage liability, documentation, and potential movement across borders while keeping Ifrit legally and socially trapped. The move is therefore strategic, not incidental. 5. To shift from overt force to psychological imprisonment. According to the novel, Mahmood Khan's captivity differs from Sheikh Ahmed's. It is quieter, more polished, but equally involuntary. The Bandra apartment symbolizes this shift from physical abduction to ongoing psychological imprisonment, where servants ignore Ifrit's cries and her suffering is dismissed as consent. In summary, Mahmood Khan moves Ifrit Khan from the farmhouse to his Bandra apartment to tighten control, hide her more effectively, coerce a secret marriage, and normalize her captivity through urban respectability and bureaucracy. The text emphasizes that this is not an act of protection, but the completion of her cycle of captivity, where apparent rescue simply leads to a new, subtler form of imprisonment. Below is a focused, text-grounded comparison of Mahmood Khan's move, farmhouse Bandra apartment, versus Sheikh Ahmed's control methods, based strictly on the novel The Indian Miss World. 1. Source of authority. Sheikh Ahmed. Authority type, religious and legal. His control over Ifrit is institutionalized. Sharia law, clerics, and courts legitimize the forced child marriage and grant him custody. If its consent is declared irrelevant by law, abuse is reframed as marital right. Key point: Sheikh Ahmed does not need secrecy. His power is recognized and protected by the system. Mahmood Khan. Authority type: personal, criminal, bureaucratic. He has no legal or religious right to Ifrit initially. His authority depends on coercion, isolation, fear, and manipulation. The forced secret marriage is an attempt to retroactively create legitimacy. Contrast: Sheikh Ahmed begins with law and religion. Mahmood Khan tries to manufacture them later. 2. Nature of confinement. Sheikh Ahmed. Overt captivity. Ifrit is openly confined as a wife. Her movement, education, identity, and body are legally owned. Abuse is visible but normalized. Symbol: prison with official guards. Mahmood Khan. Covert captivity. The farmhouse is physical isolation. The Bandra apartment is urban concealment. Captivity is hidden behind luxury, privacy, and respectability. Servants ignore her screams because the environment implies consent. Symbol: a locked room inside a respectable home. 3. Role of marriage. Sheikh Ahmed. Marriage is the weapon itself. It transfers custody, criminalizes resistance, legalizing sexual access. Abuse is lawful from the beginning. Mahmood Khan. Marriage is a tool of consolidation. It is used to silence Ifrit, manage liability, enable documents and mobility. Marriage follows kidnapping and coercion, not the other way around. Comparison: Sheikh Ahmed uses marriage to capture, Mahmood Khan uses marriage to cover. 4. Visibility versus invisibility. Sheikh Ahmed. Public power, private abuse. Courts, clerics, and police all know if it exists. Her suffering is acknowledged and dismissed. Mahmood Khan. Private power, total secrecy. The Bandra apartment erases witnesses. No court, no cleric, no institutional record, only dependence. Key distinction: Sheikh Ahmed imprisons her in daylight, Mahmud Khan hides her in plain sight. 5. Psychological strategy. Sheikh Ahmed. Fear is systemic. God, hell, law, honor. Resistance feels both illegal and sinful. Terror is reinforced externally. Mahmud Khan. Fear is personalized. Threats of being returned to Sheikh Ahmed. Exposure. Abandonment. Dependency replaces doctrine. Control is sustained internally. Shift from ideological domination to psychological imprisonment. 6. Degree of Ifit's agency. Sheikh Ahmed. Zero practical agency. Every appeal fails. Even external intervention, activists, CIA, collapses against sovereignty and law. Mahmud Khan. Minimal but growing agency. His power is not absolute. Ifit eventually learns how to manipulate fear, how to blackmail, how to exit. Narrative movement. Sheikh Ahmed represents total closure. Mahmud Khan represents a crack in the system. 7. What the move to Bandra represents. The move from farmhouse to Bandra is not a retreat from violence, it is an evolution of it. From rural isolation, urban normalization. From brute force, sustained coercion. From obvious crime, bureaucratic quietness. It mirrors a thematic shift. Sheikh Ahmed equals sacred power that cannot be challenged. Mahmud Khan equals modern power that depends on silence. One-sentence synthesis. Sheikh Ahmed controls Ifit through law, religion, and open legitimacy. Mahmud Khan controls her through secrecy, psychological dependence, and bureaucratic disguise, making the Bandra apartment not a refuge from captivity, but its modernized continuation. Why the movie director Mahmud Khan introduces his second Muslim wife Ifit Khan to Bollywood as a film actress. Below is a source-grounded explanation, based strictly on the novel, of why the film director Mahmud Khan introduces his second Muslim wife, Ifit Khan, to Bollywood as a film actress. The novel is explicit that this decision is strategic, not benevolent, and serves multiple overlapping purposes. 1. To legitimize and conceal an illegal, coercive marriage. Mahmud Khan's marriage to Ifit is secret, coerced, and criminal in origin. Unlike Sheikh Ahmed, Mahmud lacks religious or legal authority at the outset. Introducing Ifit to Bollywood as an actress allows him to reframe her public identity. From abducted captive, aspiring actress. From hidden prisoner, visible public figure. The text makes clear that this visibility is protective camouflage. In Bollywood, Ifit's presence is explained by ambition and patronage rather than coercion. Her public career masks the conditions of her captivity, making outside intervention less likely. Key point: fame is used to launder abuse into plausibility. 2. To normalize control through professional dependency, not force. Mahmud Khan's power does not rest on courts or clerics. It rests on control disguised as opportunity. By launching Ifit as an actress, her success depends on him for roles, contracts, protection, and visibility. Her survival becomes tied to his approval, not overt confinement. The text stresses that this is a transition from physical imprisonment to psychological and economic captivity. Work replaces chains. Contrast with Sheikh Ahmed. Sheikh Ahmed controls through law. Mahmud controls through career dependency. 3. To bind Ifit socially to him and silence resistance. Once introduced as his actress, Ifit's credibility as a victim diminishes. Any claim of coercion can be dismissed as ingratitude, ambition, or scandal. The novel highlights how Bollywood's culture of patronage and silence absorbs abuse rather than exposes it. By placing Ifit inside that system, Mahmud ensures that servants, colleagues, and industry insiders ignore warning signs. Resistance becomes reputational suicide for her. Visibility does not equal freedom. It becomes another form of confinement. 4. To transform her body from privately abused to publicly commodified. Under Sheikh Ahmed, Ifit's body is privately abused. Religiously justified. Legally owned. Under Mahmud Khan, her body becomes publicly displayed, commercially valuable, professionally controlled. The book is explicit that this shift is not liberation but repackaging. Exploitation does not end, it changes form from sacred entitlement to market exploitation. 5. To distance himself from Sheikh Ahmed's shadow. Mahmud Khan repeatedly uses fear of Sheikh Ahmed to control Ifit. By placing her in Bollywood, he positions himself as her rescuer and protector. He creates a narrative where he is the gateway to safety and status. The text notes that this is false. Mahmud completes Ifit's cycle of captivity by presenting exploitation as salvation. 6. To assert masculine and professional dominance. Introducing Ifit as an actress also serves Mahmud Khan's ego and status. She becomes proof of his power as a director and patron. Her fame reflects back onto him. Control is aestheticized as mentorship. The story frames this as modern patriarchy, domination that no longer looks brutal, but is no less real. One paragraph synthesis, citation ready. Mahmud Khan introduces Ifit Khan to Bollywood not to free her, but to legitimize and conceal her coerced marriage, replacing physical captivity with professional dependency. By recasting her as an actress, he masks abduction and abuse behind ambition, normalizes control through career patronage, and silences resistance by making visibility appear voluntary. Unlike Sheikh Ahmed's overt religious and legal domination, Mahmud's power operates through reputation, economic dependence, and public plausibility, transforming Ifit's body from privately abused property into a publicly commodified asset while preserving her fundamental unfreedom. Below is a direct linkage between Mahmud Khan's decision to introduce Ifit Khan to Bollywood and the novel's broader critique of modern celebrity culture, grounded in the text. Celebrity culture as a modern system of control. In the Indian Miss world, celebrity culture is not portrayed as liberation, but as a contemporary mechanism for disciplining vulnerable bodies, especially women emerging from extreme abuse. Mahmud Khan's introduction of Ifit to Bollywood functions as a case study in how modern visibility replaces traditional confinement without restoring freedom. Where Sheikh Ahmed represents pre-modern domination, religious law, custodial marriage, and overt ownership, Mahmud Khan embodies modern patriarchy, control exercised through opportunity, publicity, and success. The novel critiques celebrity culture as uniquely effective because it conceals coercion beneath admiration. Visibility without agency. The novel dismantles the assumption that visibility equals empowerment. By turning Ifit into a film actress, Mahmud Khan does not free her. Instead, he rebrands captivity as aspiration. Celebrity culture, as depicted in the novel, demands silence in exchange for access, treats survival as gratitude, reframes exploitation as ambition. Once Ifit appears publicly as an actress, the question shifts from why is she imprisoned to why would she complain? The novel exposes how fame invalidates victimhood. Suffering becomes implausible once success is visible. In this sense, Bollywood functions as a social alibi for abuse. The market replacing the mosque. A central critique of the novel is that the market can perform the same function as religious law, but with less resistance. Under Sheikh Ahmed, Ifit is controlled by scripture and courts. Under Mahmud Khan, she is controlled by contracts, additions, and reputation. In both systems, her body is not hers. Consent is irrelevant. Exit is punished. The difference lies in aesthetics. Religious captivity is brutal and explicit. Celebrity captivity is polished, seductive, and applauded. The novel suggests that modern audiences are more comfortable celebrating exploitation when it produces glamour. Celebrity as psychological captivity. The story emphasizes that Mahmud Khan's move from private confinement, farmhouse, apartment, to public exposure, Bollywood, marks a shift from physical imprisonment to psychological incarceration. Celebrity culture traps Ifit by making her economically dependent on her abuser, tying her identity to public perception, turning resistance into reputational suicide. The novel critiques how modern systems no longer need chains. They manufacture desire and dependency instead. Success becomes another lock. Commodification as continuation of abuse. Ifit's transition from captive wife to actress is not a transformation of status, but of use. Sheikh Ahmed exploits her privately as religious property. Mahmud Khan exploits her publicly as commercial capital. The novel's critique is surgical. Exploitation does not end when it becomes profitable, it intensifies. Celebrity culture simply scales abuse, dispersing accountability across agents, studios, audiences, and admirers. Ifit's body moves from the sacred economy of patriarchy to the entertainment economy of capitalism, but remains equally unfree. The illusion of rescue. Mahmud Khan presents Bollywood as salvation, reinforcing one of the novel's core warnings. Systems that rescue without granting autonomy merely reinvent captivity. Explanation. This functions as the story's governing warning line, framing later rescues, jail, shelter, fame, as plot reversals where safety arrives but control remains. Celebrity culture positions the abuser as mentor, protector, and gatekeeper. The novel shows how this illusion is harder to resist than overt violence, because rejecting it appears irrational, ungrateful, or self-destructive. Thus, Mahmud Khan's introduction of Ifit to Bollywood completes, not breaks, her cycle of captivity. Synthesis. The novel's argument. By linking Ifit's Bollywood career to Mahmud Khan's control, the novel advances a broader critique. Modern celebrity culture is a post-religious system of domination that disguises coercion as opportunity and markets survival as success. Fame, in the Indian Miss world, is not the opposite of captivity, it is its most sophisticated form. Explanation. This line relabels the success arc as a trap, so the reader treats public visibility as the next stage of conflict rather than a resolution. Here is a clear, source-grounded account of how Rani Krishna tries to save Aphrodite Khan from going to jail, and whether she succeeds, based strictly on the Indian Miss World. Separating actions from outcomes and cite only what the text explicitly states. How Rani Krishna tries to save Aphrodite Khan. 1. She personally posts bail, twice. When Aphrodite faces imprisonment following legal pressure stemming from her accusations against Mahmud Khan, Rani Krishna intervenes directly by posting bail. The text is explicit that Rani, the wealthy Hindu former Bollywood heroine, bails Aphrodite out of jail twice, paying a massive sum to secure her release. The female film director, who had bailed the Iranian heroine out of jail the first time, approached the Mumbai Police Authority and bailed her out again. She paid 500 crore rupees for her bail. The female film director is called Rani Krishna. Explanation. This moment introduces Rani as the active intervener who can change the immediate outcome, jail release, launching a rescue thread that keeps Aphrodite in the story long enough for the larger legal and social fallout to unfold. This concrete financial intervention is Rani's primary method of protection. 2. She gathers Aphrodite's testimony and encourages police reporting. Rani does not act only as a benefactor. After securing her release, she demands a full and truthful account of what happened between Aphrodite and Mahmud Khan, listens to her story in detail, and encourages her to go to the police. The narrative emphasizes Rani's emotional response and her belief in Aphrodite's victimhood. Rani requested Aphrodite tell her exactly and truthfully how she came to know Mahmud Khan, and encouraged Aphrodite to tell the police what the sex-deviant Mahmud Khan had done to her. 3. She uses influence, lawyers, and public pressure. Beyond bail and emotional support, Rani deploys institutional power, consulting lawyers, challenging police conduct, filing complaints, and even offering a monetary reward when Aphrodite later disappears under suspicious circumstances. These actions show sustained effort rather than a single rescue. Does Rani Krishna succeed? Partially, but not fully. Success. Rani succeeds in preventing Aphrodite from remaining in jail. Through bail payments and legal support, she ensures Aphrodite is physically free and not incarcerated. Failure. Long-term, despite Rani's efforts, Aphrodite's case against Mahmoud Khan collapses for lack of evidence, and the legal system ultimately does not hold him accountable. Rani cannot prevent the broader legal reversal that exposes Aphrodite to reputational damage and countersuit threats. Analytical takeaway. Rani Krishna's intervention is materially effective but institutionally limited. Her wealth and influence are strong enough to buy Aphrodite time and freedom, but not strong enough to overcome evidentiary barriers, judicial skepticism, or the countersuit tactics used by powerful men. The narrative presents Rani as a protector within a system that ultimately favors resources, testimony alignment, and procedural doubt over survivor accounts. Below are the direct, verbatim quotations from the Indian Miss World that explicitly describe Rani Krishna's bail efforts on behalf of Aphrodite Khan. These are suitable for quotation, close reading, or citation in an academic or analytical context. I have not paraphrased or added interpretation. Direct quotations. Rani Krishna's bail efforts. Rani Krishna bails Aphrodite out the first time, identified clearly. The female film director, who had bailed the Iranian heroine out of jail the first time, approached the Mumbai Police Authority and bailed her out again. Explanation. This confirms the rescue is repeated, turning what could be a one-off incident into an ongoing pattern that escalates the conflict and raises the stakes of Aphrodite's vulnerability. Second, bail and exact amount paid. She paid 500 crore of rupees for her bail. Explanation. The precise figure supplies a concrete plot detail that makes the intervention believable and signals how high the immediate stakes are. Freedom depends on a huge payment. Rani Krishna identified by name and status. The female film director who bailed Aphrodite out of jail twice is a wealthy Hindu woman. She is called Rani Krishna. Explanation. Naming and situating Rani clarifies who has the leverage to intervene, establishing her as a recurring protector figure the plot can pivot to in later crises. What do these quotes establish? Brief note. Taken together, these lines establish that Rani Krishna personally intervenes with the police. She posts bail twice, not once. She uses substantial financial resources, 500 crore of rupees. Her role is not symbolic, but decisive in preventing Aphrodite's continued imprisonment. Below is a clear, text-based comparison between Rani Krishna's bail intervention and another protector figure, the Indian police acting through protective custody. The contrast highlights two different modes of protection, one private and financial, the other institutional and procedural, as they appear in the Indian Miss World. Rani Krishna versus Indian police. Two protector figures compared. 1. Nature of protection. Rani Krishna, private/financial protector. Rani Krishna intervenes personally and proactively. She uses her wealth, celebrity status, and direct access to police authorities to prevent Aphrodite from remaining in jail. Her protection is explicit, costly, and individualized. She pays bail herself, twice, to secure Aphrodite's release. The female film director who bailed Aphrodite out of jail twice is a wealthy Hindu woman. She is called Rani Krishna. Indian police, institutional/procedural protector. By contrast, the Indian police protect Aphrodite through protective custody, not money. Their intervention is framed as a duty of public order and personal safety, triggered by crowd hostility and media frenzy rather than legal guilt. Aphrodite Khan owed her rescue to 15 police officers and has been taken into protective custody. She is not under arrest. Explanation. This marks a turning point in the arrest threat sequence. The police remove Aphrodite from immediate danger while keeping her legally uncharged, allowing the story to move into aftermath rather than courtroom resolution. 2. Method of intervention. Aspect. Rani Krishna. Indian police. Mechanism. Posting bail, hiring lawyers, direct payment. Physical rescue, custody without arrest. Cost. 500 crore rupees for bail. No financial transaction. Legal posture. Operates within the bail system. Operates outside criminal prosecution. Duration. Repeated, ongoing support. Immediate, situational protection. Rani's intervention buys Aphrodite freedom, while the police intervention removes Aphrodite from danger without entering the adversarial legal arena. 3. Emotional and relational dimensions. Rani Krishna's role is also maternal and emotional. She listens to Aphrodite's testimony, weeps with her, believes her, and urges her to report the abuse to authorities. This personal investment goes beyond legal mechanics. Rani requested Aphrodite tell her exactly and truthfully how she came to know Mahmood Khan and encouraged her to speak to the police. The police, in contrast, act impersonally and procedurally. Their protection is necessary and effective, but limited to safety and classification of the incident as a domestic dispute. 4. Outcomes and limits of protection. Rani Krishna succeeds materially. Aphrodite does not remain in jail. Bail prevents incarceration. Police succeed immediately. Aphrodite is removed from crowd danger and is not arrested. Neither succeeds institutionally. Neither Rani's wealth nor police restraint prevents the later legal reversal, dismissal of Aphrodite's case, or the countersuit pressure mounted by Mahmood Khan. This contrast underscores a core theme of the narrative. Individual protection can secure freedom or safety temporarily, but cannot overcome structural imbalance in the legal system. Analytical takeaway. Rani Krishna represents private rescue through money, loyalty, and advocacy, while the Indian police represent public rescue through authority and restraint. Together, they show two complementary but limited forms of protection. One can buy time, the other can prevent immediate harm. Neither, on its own, can guarantee justice when power, evidence, and institutional credibility align against the vulnerable. Excerpts from the novel about the blackmailing of Mahmood Khan. But then this brutal torture came to an abrupt halt one day, with a single phone call the evil sadist received. The caller left a message on his cell phone implying that he knows all about the new teenage girl he is keeping at his farmhouse. He claimed to have videos of him beating, torturing, and raping her every day. To convince Mahmood Khan, he said that he would soon mail a copy of one of the incriminating videos to his farmhouse address. He has been advised that upon receipt of the video, he is required to watch it and then decide between having them go public or paying 10 crores of rupees to close this uncomfortable chapter in his life. The caller has demanded 100 million Indian rupees. The renowned Bollywood film director understood a public scandal of this degree would be the final nail in his coffin and sounded death bell on his illustrious career, not to mention he might go to jail forever or get hanged for it. Faced with the choices offered by the blackmailer, he realizes his only option is to fulfill the demand of the unknown extortioner and trust him to keep his word. He knows from the confidence of the caller and the way he spoke that he has indeed come into possession of some illicit tapes of him and his captive female victim Ifat Khan. What troubled Mahmood Khan the most was how the caller managed to sneak inside his highly secured farmhouse and videotaped his sex sessions. After he had blackmailed Ifat Khan for secret Islamic marriage and sex, he had removed all the secret surveillance cameras that he had installed to spy on her and see her stripping naked every time she took a shower or watched pornographic videos and masturbated bare naked. He is adamant about restricting access to Ifat's bedroom whenever he is in the bedroom with her, and he locks the wide doors. He doubted any of his servants would have the resources or guts to spy on him, nor did he believe they had the brains or know how to leverage the situation to outsmart him. This is not his first time around the block. He knew what he was doing. His modus operandi had never varied with any of his former female victims. Some of those girls were even younger than Ifat. One girl was 14 years old and another 15 years old when he brought them together at the same time and raped them and stole their virginities, yet nothing like this had ever happened before. No one had ever objected to those underage girls he had seduced into his bedchamber. In the past, he even once slept with a 9-year-old girl who was supplied to him by a Muslim pimp from the Grand Road neighborhood, which is called Ferris Road brothel houses, without any of his servants objecting or reporting him to law enforcement. That female child was bought from her parents in Aligarh city through the Islamic mock marriage of female children and brought to Mumbai. Then her fake Muslim husband sold her to the Muslim pimp at Grand Road. the pimp resold her to the Bollywood pedophile, Mahmood Khan. Unfortunately, that poor female child could not survive the unbearable torture of child rape by an evil sadist and died within 3 days from the time the wicked Muslim man began to rape her. She was buried inside his farm prison, and her sad story was buried with her. No servant had ever breathed a word to the police, nor had they tried to blackmail their evil master for raping to death a female child of 9. By the way, most of his menservants, maidservants, and security guards are Muslims. So he knows if they objected to his marriage to a 9-year-old Muslim girl from Aligarh city, he would have reminded them of their Prophet Muhammad and his 6-year-old girl, the child bride Aisha. For that reason, the famous film director has concluded that his nemesis must then be an intruder. Mahmood Khan is not too worried about the amount of money that the blackmailer has asked for. He is phobic about the very real possibility that his caller might continue to blackmail him indefinitely. With no guarantee of a permanent solution, and with the possibility of losing crores and crores of rupees, he decided to figure out a way to get out of the mess he created for himself, get the incriminating videos back from his blackmailer, and silence him forever. If he could determine the blackmailer's location, it would be a simple matter to get his gangsters to neutralize him and retrieve all the videos in question. By the way, in India, every big politician, influential religious leader, and wealthy and famous man must either be a gangster with his dangerous gang to protect him from other gangs or be affiliated with an existing gang and pay them regularly to protect him and also protecting his family members. Therefore, Mahmood has one of the most dangerous Muslim gangs in Mumbai. Hindus and other gangs fear Muslim gangs more than they fear Satan and his demons. No matter how influential and smart he might be, still, the famous film director could not trace the phone call. His blackmailer has placed the call from a public phone in the Dadar neighborhood. That night, Mahmood could not sleep until he filled his big stomach with many bottles of Kingfisher beer. Understandably, that night is the only night he allowed his new female victim Ifat Khan to sleep, unmolested, since the day she had yielded to his blackmail and agreed to marry him as his second secret Muslim wife. When Mahmood Khan awoke the following day, he found that the postman had already delivered the mail. As promised, the video arrived in his regular mail. He went to his private office, closed all windows and doors, and inserted the video cassette in the player attached to his TV. What greeted his eyes was incredible. The footage is sharply focused, as if shot by a professional. This particular tape was videotaped while he held a whip in his right hand and flogged Ifat Khan on her back and buttocks, while she was fully naked with vivid footage of red and swollen bruises on her body. The audio of the footage showed him biting into her shoulder and her crying out in unbearable pain. He continued biting her viciously, and she screamed even louder. He watched as the footage showed him releasing his bite and reaching around with his left hand to maul her breast. Ifat's screams reached a crescendo, and her body spasmodically jerked when he twisted her nipple. He watched as he dropped his whip and began to slap Ifat in her face, striking her with her ear. She pulled away from him, and he reined her back in with a violent and sustained yank of her long hair. The tape showed her yielding to the pull and screaming for help. His image on the screen showed a laughing man, driven by her cries and pain, standing in front of her with a full erection. Ifat looked defeated without a shred of clothing to cover her delicate young body. He can see her black pubic hair covering her vagina. The following scene showed him sodomizing the 18-year-old girl. He is neither gentle nor shows any restraint. After a few minutes, Mahmood Khan could not believe that the old man who is holding the young girl and beating and raping her is him. He simply does not see himself as an evil sadist until confronted with a third perspective. He felt as if an evil spirit had possessed his soul and led him to do things no rational human being would ever do to another person. If he had a gun in his hand, he may have emptied the magazine of bullets into the TV screen. Faced with the abject reality of what he had become, he felt miserable and wished the earth would open up and swallow him whole. The greatest Bollywood film director understood that if the video reached the police, he would go behind bars for the rest of his life. His great career in Bollywood will go up in flame and smoke, and he will never be able to show his face in public again. He would probably be rejected and disowned by his wife and son. Thus, he decided to do whatever he could to stop the blackmailer from sending porn videos to the police and the media. His first reaction is to figure out a way to get rid of all the incriminating evidence. In his disturbed mind, Ifit's presence has now become a huge liability. Thinking that the only way to dispose of her is to murder her and bury her body in the ground somewhere inside his huge farmhouse. Working out various murder scenarios in his head, he realized that this would not change anything, as this could hardly deter his blackmailer. The fact that he is definitely under surveillance by the blackmailer might mean that his demands would probably escalate if he ever obtained evidence linking him to the murder of his female victim Ifit Khan. Mahmood Khan decided that the best way to neutralize Ifit as a threat would be to make her a public figure. He must take her out of the hiding and show her to the public. He simply needs to give her a leading role in his new upcoming movie. He knows that he can still blackmail her and force her to act in his film. The shooting of his latest movie has just commenced, and he decided to cancel the contract he made with his current top heroine and replace her with Ifit Khan. He can get the 23 crores of rupees he gave to the actress Alia Bhatt and make his new actress Ifit Khan act for him and pay her nothing. Alia Bhatt is an actress and singer of Indian origin and British citizenship who works in Hindi-language films. One of the highest-paid actresses in India, as of 2019, her accolades include 4 film awards. Alia Bhatt gets paid for each movie 23 crores, which equals $3.1 million. This meant that Mahmood Khan would have to go ahead and pay the 10 crores to the blackmailer and hope that he would act cautiously before attempting another blackmail scheme. If the blackmailer stipulated payment anywhere in India, he knows he could get his money back and have the blackmailer killed. His mood began to lift, but alas, this was not to be. His next phone call from the blackmailer stipulated a foreign account at the International Bank of Abu Dhabi, which has a branch at the Oberoi Tower in Mumbai. His instructions to Mahmood are clear. He has a week to deposit the ransom, failing which copies of his criminal exploits with his captive victim Ifit Khan shall be sent to the Mumbai police, Stink News TV, and his wife and son. Mahmood Khan has a Muslim wife and a 29-year-old son who more than anything wanted a role as a hero in his father's movies, but never got one because he is simply ugly, short, stupid, and fat. The blackmailer promised that as soon as the money arrived in his account, Mahmood Khan would receive all the videos in the mail. Eager to get closure, the film director asked the blackmailer for a guarantee that he would not ask for more money. The blackmailer simply gave him his word, and that is that. Mahmood Khan left no stone unturned in his attempt to find out who his blackmailer is and how he managed to sneak inside his bedroom and videotape him while he was having sex with his second Muslim wife. He talked to his security guards and questioned all his maidservants and other servants. He cannot find any clues to lead him to the person who managed to penetrate his many armed security personnel and guard dogs. He has 4 trained and extremely dangerous German Shepherd dogs, each one being as big as a lion. The 4 dogs are starved purposely during the day and let loose at night on the grounds. Each dog can eat a horse when it is hungry. Besides the guard dogs, he has 5 dangerous gunmen securing the farmhouse. When all his investigations have been meticulously done, and he is no closer to finding out who the perpetrator is, Mahmood resigned himself to the fact that he is going to be 10 million Indian rupees per. He called the Abu Dhabi International Bank and tried to find out the name of the account holder, but he was told in no uncertain terms that the information he requested was confidential. With nothing left for him to do, Mahmood Khan went to the State Bank of India to effect the ransom payment of 10 crores. Below is a focused, text-grounded comparison of Rani Krishna and the CIA team as protector figures for Aphrodite Khan in the Indian Miss World. The comparison highlights how each intervenes, what powers they use, and the limits of their protection, based strictly on what the text states. Rani Krishna versus the CIA team, 2 protector figures compared. 1. Basis of authority. Rani Krishna, private, civil authority. Rani Krishna's power comes from wealth, personal status, and proximity. She is a former Bollywood heroine and wealthy Hindu woman who intervenes as an individual guardian figure, operating within India's civil and police systems. Her authority is informal but effective in specific moments. The female film director who bailed Aphrodite out of jail twice is a wealthy Hindu woman. She is called Rani Krishna. CIA Team, State, International Authority. The CIA team represents formal state power, operating with international reach. Their authority derives from U.S. government institutions and cooperation with Indian police and central government services. The CIA secured the release of the baby girl of Pooja Patel from the Malayali Christian orphanage in New Delhi with the help of Indian central government services and Indian police officials. 2. Method of protection. Aspect. Rani Krishna. CIA team. Primary tool. Bail payments and personal intervention. Government pressure and coordination. Form of action. Paying money, hiring lawyers, filing complaints. Investigations, interagency cooperation. Scope. Individual, case-specific. Institutional, cross-border. Rani's intervention is financial and immediate. She posts bail to keep Aphrodite out of jail. The CIA's intervention is procedural and systemic, aimed at correcting institutional failures rather than responding to a single arrest. 3. What each tries to save Aphrodite from. Rani Krishna. Prevents Aphrodite from remaining in jail. Shields her from immediate incarceration. Offers emotional support and advocacy. She paid 500 crore rupees for her bail. CIA team. Intervenes when legal and custodial systems fail. Secures release of Aphrodite's child. Acts after Aphrodite has already suffered detention, displacement, or rights violations. The CIA does not primarily bail Aphrodite out. Instead, it mitigates consequences after damage has already occurred. 4. Degree of success. Rani Krishna succeeds temporarily. She succeeds in keeping Aphrodite physically out of jail twice. However, she cannot. Preventing the collapse of Aphrodite's case against Mahmood Khan. Stop the countersuit pressure. Secure legal accountability of powerful offenders. CIA team succeeds strategically but partially. The CIA secures the release of Aphrodite's child. Forces recognition of institutional wrongdoing. Applies international scrutiny. But it fails to deliver comprehensive justice. Key perpetrators are released. Local legal systems override moral or evidentiary concerns. 5. Narrative significance. Rani Krishna represents personal righteousness within a broken system. She can buy safety, not justice. The CIA team represents global authority constrained by sovereignty. It can expose and mitigate but not fully override local law. Together, they demonstrate that protection in the novel comes from intervention, not from the system itself, and that even powerful protectors face hard limits. Analytical takeaway. Rani Krishna's protection is intimate, immediate, and transactional. It works fast, but only on the surface. The CIA team's protection is institutional and symbolic. It carries weight and visibility, but is blunted by jurisdictional and legal barriers. Aphrodite survives through a sequence of imperfect protectors, none of whom can guarantee justice on their own. A brief summary on Miss World backlash, grounded in the novel's Problems Aphrodite Khan Faces section. Religious backlash. After winning Miss World, Aphrodite becomes a target of outrage from conservative Muslim communities who frame her public visibility as a violation of faith and modesty. Public condemnation. She is denounced and protested against, turned into a symbol of the conflict between modern female success and traditional expectations. Isolation and fear. The hostility forces her into seclusion. She lives under threats and experiences rejection both socially and within family dynamics. Identity crisis. The victory triggers internal turmoil. She is pulled between pride in her achievement and shame imposed by cultural judgment. Fame becomes captivity. Instead of freedom, the crown brings surveillance, moral scrutiny, and exhaustion. Her success functions like a prison. In short, The novel frames Aphrodite's Miss World title as a turning point where public triumph ignites a storm that strips her of peace, safety, and belonging. Celebrity culture impacts Aphrodite Khan in the novel as a double-edged system that amplifies her visibility while shrinking her agency, turning success into a new form of captivity rather than freedom. Here are the main effects as the novel frames them. 1. Fame turns her into a public symbol, not a person. After Miss World, Aphrodite isn't treated as an individual with a complex life. She becomes a symbolic battleground, modernity versus tradition, honor versus shame. This makes her an easy target for outrage because crowds can attack an idea more easily than they can understand a human being. 2. Visibility produces danger rather than protection. The novel repeatedly rejects the assumption that being well-known makes someone safer. For Aphrodite, celebrity creates threat exposure, surveillance, public hostility, family/community rejection, so celebrity becomes a condition where she is constantly watched and judged, but not defended. 3. Celebrity culture reframes victimhood as scandal. When Aphrodite's conflict intersects with powerful men and the media ecosystem, the story shows how celebrity culture processes abuse into entertainment. Her accusations are treated as sensational controversy. Her suffering is reduced to headlines and gossip frames. The public focus shifts from harm done to her to how the story affects reputations. In the novel's logic, fame doesn't validate her. It makes her easier to discredit. Why would someone famous complain? 4. Public success becomes a disciplining mechanism. Instead of granting freedom, celebrity becomes a kind of social control. She is expected to be grateful, expected to remain silent for the industry or for peace, expected to behave as a respectable icon despite trauma. So celebrity is depicted as a system that rewards compliance and punishes disruption. 5. Media spaces become containment in daylight. Later, public confrontation/panel scene makes this explicit. The news format presents itself as dialogue, but functions like a controlled trial without due process. A place where institutions and pundits try to regain control over Aphrodite by reframing her actions as dangerous, unauthorized, or destabilizing. 6. The novel's thesis: fame is the most sophisticated form of captivity. This is stated almost verbatim in the celebrity culture argument included in the text. Fame is not the opposite of captivity, it is its most sophisticated form. The logic is that celebrity culture can do what overt force does, but with applause, it can limit movement, shape speech, isolate, and punish while appearing glamorous. In one sentence, celebrity culture magnifies Aphrodite's exposure and moral scrutiny while stripping her of control over her own story. So the crown doesn't free her, it makes her a publicly consumable, privately vulnerable target. A deeper expansion of the novel's fame as captivity thesis, using the text's framing and language logic, especially the highlighted lines, systems that rescue without granting autonomy merely reinvent captivity, and fame is not the opposite of captivity, it is its most sophisticated form. Fame as captivity, what the thesis means in the novel. In the original manuscript, fame as captivity isn't a metaphor for being busy or pressured by attention. It's a structural argument. Celebrity culture functions like a modern institution of confinement because it creates visibility without agency, a condition where a person is seen by everyone but controlled by gatekeepers, narratives, contracts, and fear. The key claim is, captivity doesn't end when the chains disappear, it ends only when autonomy appears. Celebrity removes chains but replaces them with dependence, exposure, and reputational policing. 1. Visibility without agency equals a new prison architecture. The text dismantles the popular belief that visibility equals empowerment. In the novel's world, public attention doesn't protect women, it makes them more governable. Celebrity produces a paradox. You're public, but not free. You're admired, but not safe. You're known, but not believed. That is why the text says fame is not liberation, but rebranding of captivity. The captive becomes successful, and therefore the public is trained to assume she cannot be trapped. 2. Celebrity culture launders coercion into plausibility. One of the novel's sharpest moves is the idea that fame works as protective camouflage for abusers. By placing a victim inside celebrity machinery, abuse becomes less legible. Why would she complain? Coercion becomes ambition. She's using him to rise. Captivity becomes opportunity. She's lucky to be chosen. That's why the novel describes Bollywood as a social alibi. It does not reveal exploitation. It supplies a narrative that makes exploitation appear voluntary. 3. The market replaces the mosque. Power modernizes, not disappears. The novel draws a big contrast. Sheikh Ahmed's domination equals overt, religious/legal ownership. Mahmud Khan's domination equals modern, market-based control through contracts and reputation. The thesis here is that capitalism can do what religious law does, often more efficiently, because it can discipline people using desire. Prestige. Roles. Money. Approval. Public image. Access to the inside. So, the novel suggests celebrity culture is a post-religious system of domination. It doesn't need scripture or courts. It uses industry logic to compel silence and compliance. 4. Fame turns resistance into reputational suicide. In the framework, celebrity culture punishes dissent by making the cost of speaking unbearable. If the woman speaks, she becomes unstable, ungrateful, scandalous. If she stays silent, she survives inside the system. So, freedom becomes conditional. You are free only if you perform gratitude and silence. This is why the novel insists success becomes another lock. The moment the victim is made, she is also made dependent, and dependency is captivity by another name. 5. Fame is captivity because it disperses accountability. Traditional captivity has a visible jailer. Celebrity captivity disperses the jailer across a network. Agents, studios, journalists, fans, sponsors, moral critics, public interest panels. The novel suggests this diffusion is what makes celebrity culture harder to resist. No single person is fully responsible. Everyone can claim they are just doing their job. The victim cannot fight an entire ecosystem. So, exploitation scales. It becomes more durable because it becomes collective. 6. Rescue becomes a plot trap. Each rescue introduces a new enclosure. This is crucial. The thesis isn't just about fame. It's about a cycle. The highlighted warning line states the novel's governing logic. Systems that rescue without granting autonomy merely reinvent captivity. That means jail can be a rescue protection, but still control. Shelter can be rescue, but still dependency. Fame can be rescue, but still gatekeeping. Rehabilitation can be rescue, but still surveillance. So, the story's emotional cruelty is that escape is repeatedly offered as a doorway, only to reveal itself as another room. 7. How this applies specifically to Aphrodite. For Aphrodite, fame makes her a symbol for cultural conflict, modernity versus tradition. A target of moral and religious outrage. A person whose suffering is processed as controversy, not harm. Someone protected by visibility but actually exposed by it. In the novel's logic, the Miss World crown is not an ending, it's the start of a higher security enclosure. Her public identity becomes a cage that travels with her. In one thesis-ready paragraph, you can drop this into the novel. In the Indian Miss World, celebrity culture is not framed as liberation, but as the most sophisticated form of captivity because it produces visibility without agency. Fame rescues women from one kind of confinement only to bind them into another, one governed by reputation, patronage, economic dependence, and narrative control. By rebranding coercion as ambition and exploitation as opportunity, celebrity culture launders abuse into plausibility, making victimhood appear implausible once success is visible. The market replaces the mosque, where religious law once disciplined bodies through overt authority. Modern celebrity disciplines through desire, access, and the fear of reputational ruin. In this system, Resistance becomes professional suicide, accountability disperses across an ecosystem, and survival is exchanged for silence. So the crown does not end captivity, it modernizes it. Celebrity culture affects Aphrodite's agency in the novel in an extremely specific way. It multiplies how many people can influence her life, while reducing how much control she has over her own narrative, safety, and choices. In other words, it produces visibility without authority, and that's why the novel frames fame as a sophisticated form of captivity. Here's how that works for Aphrodite, using the ideas and scenes that do appear in the text: Miss World backlash, protective custody, bail/public scandal, and the later panel discussion containment scene. 1. Her identity gets converted into a public property. After Miss World, Aphrodite becomes a symbol people argue about: modern womanhood versus tradition, honor versus shame. Impact on agency. She loses the ability to define herself privately because her identity is now continuously defined by others: community leaders, commentators, crowds, and institutions. Result: her choices are no longer evaluated as choices, they're treated as statements that require punishment or approval. 2. Public interest becomes a tool of control. The novel's later, emergency panel discussion is crucial. It explicitly frames media attention as containment in daylight, not dialogue. No moderator named. No question shared. No time limits guaranteed. The event is framed as balance and public interest. Impact on agency. Aphrodite is pressured to speak inside a format designed to constrain her speech. She can appear publicly, but only under rules set by institutions that already distrust her. This is exactly the novel's claim. Celebrity spaces pretend to amplify voice, but they often manage it. 3. Surveillance and threat replace freedom. In the Miss World backlash section, the novel states, she faces threats and rejection. The hostility forces seclusion. Fame becomes a prison: surveillance, moral scrutiny, emotional exhaustion. Impact on agency. Her range of safe action shrinks dramatically. Even if she is technically free, she can't move, speak, or associate normally without triggering danger. So, celebrity doesn't expand options, it raises the cost of every option. 4. Institutions protect her by controlling her body, protective custody. The novel includes the line, Aphrodite con owed her rescue to 15 police officers and has been taken into protective custody. She is not under arrest. That's a perfect example of fame as captivity. She isn't guilty, but she still loses control over her location and movement. Impact on agency. Public notoriety makes her someone the state handles as a risk object, removed for order, not empowered as a citizen. 5. The system rewards silence and punishes disruption. In the fame as captivity logic, celebrity culture imposes an implicit bargain. Be grateful, behave, stay quiet, continued access/survival. Challenge power publicly, scandal framing, disbelief, retaliation. Aphrodite learns that speaking too directly doesn't produce justice. It produces counterpressure, legal threats, reputational harm, and social backlash. Impact on agency. Her speech becomes strategically policed. She must constantly calculate what she can say without being crushed by scandal narratives. 6. Her agency becomes dependent on protectors, Rani, police, etc. A repeated motif is that Aphrodite's freedom is secured not by her own stable rights, but by intervention. Rani posts bail twice, large sum. Police offer protective custody. Others advocate or mitigate fallout. Impact on agency. She survives through borrowed power. That keeps her alive, but it also means her autonomy is fragile, tied to others' resources and willingness to protect her. Bottom line. Celebrity culture reduces Aphrodite's agency by making her hyper-visible while stripping her control over safety, movement, and narrative. It turns her into a public object, debated, managed, and disciplined, so that even protection, media framing, custody, bail, panels, often functions as a softer form of confinement rather than true autonomy. Rani Krishna functions in the novel as Aphrodite Khan's primary human protector figure, someone whose protection is immediate, practical, and relational, but also structurally limited. She can buy safety and create refuge, but she cannot force the legal system to deliver justice. Here's how her role works, based strictly on the passages in the novel. 1. She prevents Aphrodite's incarceration, material protection. Rani's most concrete protective act is posting bail, twice. This is framed as decisive intervention that changes the immediate outcome, jail release. The novel explicitly states Rani approached the Mumbai Police Authority and bailed her out again and paid 500 crore of rupees for bail. This positions Rani as someone who can convert wealth and status into immediate freedom, especially when institutions are inclined to detain or punish Aphrodite. Meaning, Rani's protection begins as literal release from confinement. 2. She shifts protection from public custody to private refuge. Where the police provide temporary protection through protective custody, Rani provides ongoing safety through housing and guardianship. The text emphasizes that after release, Aphrodite is penniless, homeless, without reliable institutional support, exposed to redetention, exploitation, or disappearance. Rani takes her into her home as a form of survival intervention, and the novel frames that home as the first space where Aphrodite is not imprisoned, commodified, or used. Meaning, Rani replaces short-term procedural protection with long-term lived protection. 3. She treats Aphrodite as credible, emotional, and epistemic protection. Rani does something institutions often do not. She believes in Aphrodite. The novel says she demands a truthful account, listens in detail, reacts emotionally, and encourages Aphrodite to report Mahmud Khan to police. This matters because belief functions as protection in a world where victims are routinely reframed as scandal or liability. Meaning, Rani protects Aphrodite's voice and dignity, not just her body. 4. She uses influence and persistence beyond one rescue. The novel portrays Rani as sustained and strategic, consulting lawyers, challenging police conduct, filing complaints, offering a reward when Aphrodite disappears. So, she is not a one-scene savior. She is a recurring protector whose actions continue after the crisis moment. Meaning, protection becomes a campaign, not an episode. 5. She becomes a guardian angel figure, maternal, not transactional. In the bank visit excerpt, the narrative makes this explicit. Aphrodite is afraid to go out alone, asks Rani to accompany her, and Rani reluctantly agrees, effectively acting as a guardian who negotiates with authorities and reduces danger. The text even uses the phrase, reluctantly. Rani assumed the role of a guardian angel. And Rani describes Aphrodite as being like her daughter, emphasizing a maternal/kinship frame rather than a celebrity-manager relationship. Meaning, Rani's protection is framed as care, not control. 6. Limits. She can buy safety, but she cannot guarantee justice. The novel is very direct that Rani succeeds partially. Success. Aphrodite does not remain in jail. She is physically free. Failure. Long-term, the case collapses for lack of evidence. The system does not hold the powerful man accountable. Aphrodite faces reputational and countersuit pressure. The analytical takeaway sums this up. Rani's intervention is materially effective but institutionally limited. Meaning, Rani is a protector inside a broken system. Her care can keep Aphrodite alive, but it cannot rewrite structural power. One-sentence synthesis. Rani Krishna protects Aphrodite by converting private resources, money, status, legal help, shelter, into immediate safety and long-term refuge, while also offering belief and care. Yet her protection remains limited because institutions still control legitimacy, evidence, and justice. Rani Krishna's limits in protecting Aphrodite, as the novel presents them, are that she can secure short-term safety and freedom, but she cannot convert that protection into lasting institutional justice. Key limits, brief. She can buy release, not vindication. Ronnie bails Aphrodite out twice and keeps her out of jail, but cannot stop the broader legal reversal that follows. Evidence barriers defeat her. Despite advocacy, the case against Mahmood Khan collapses for lack of evidence, which Ronnie cannot fix through wealth or influence. Powerful men weaponize procedure. Ronnie cannot prevent countersuit pressure and reputational/legal retaliation aimed at silencing or discrediting Aphrodite. Her authority is informal and fragile. Ronnie's influence works through proximity, money, and access, not through command of courts, so it cannot override judicial skepticism or institutional bias. Protection remains conditional and partial. She can provide time, shelter, lawyers, and advocacy, but she cannot guarantee Aphrodite's long-term safety from scandal machinery, institutional abandonment, or renewed targeting. In one line, Rani Krishna is materially effective but institutionally limited, able to rescue Aphrodite from immediate confinement, but unable to force the system to recognize her harm as justice-worthy or to hold powerful offenders accountable. Justice fails despite Rani Krishna's efforts because, as the novel repeatedly emphasizes, Rani can intervene materially, but she cannot change the institutional conditions that decide what counts as truth, credibility, and actionable evidence. In the novel's logic, the system is built to contain disruption, not to vindicate the vulnerability. Below is a clear, text-grounded explanation, pulling directly from the sections you already have: bail intervention, analytical takeaway, the police classification, and the Spivak-Foucault-Derrida framework. 1. Rani's power is material, but justice is institutional. Rani can pay bail, hire lawyers, and apply social pressure, actions that change immediate outcomes, jail release. But justice requires institutions to accept evidence, credit testimony, prosecute power, resist countersuits and reputational pressure. The novel states this bluntly in the analytical takeaway. Rani is materially effective but institutionally limited. So, her protection works at the level of survival and time, not at the level of verdict and accountability. 2. The case collapses on evidentiary barriers, proof cannot enter law. The novel says Aphrodite's case collapses for lack of evidence, even though the narrative later shows video evidence exists, but circulates as blackmail, scandal, leverage. This is one of the novel's main claims. Evidence exists, but it does not become legal proof. It moves through informal channels, threats, media, coercion, not through courts. Result: the system behaves as if the evidence is absent even when the reader knows it isn't. 3. Institutions downgrade the event into domestic dispute / unconfirmed scandal. The police response you quoted is crucial. The police questioned her and concluded the matter to be a domestic dispute and, at most, an unconfirmed sex scandal. That classification does two damaging things. Reduces seriousness from violence / crime private conflict. Preframes Aphrodite as unreliable, scandal logic rather than harm logic. So, before a courtroom even appears, the system has already decided how to read her. 4. Power retaliates with countersuits and credibility warfare. The novel explicitly says Rani cannot prevent countersuit threats, reputational damage, judicial skepticism. That means the conflict shifts from "did he harm her?" to "can she survive the cost of speaking?" In this environment, the wealthy man's advantage is not only legal, it's narrative. He can drag her into procedure, exhaust her resources, frame her as opportunistic or unstable, and make her testimony socially implausible. So, justice fails not because Rani doesn't act, but because the system rewards the side that can weaponize doubt. 5. The theory section explains why evidence is neutralized, Spivak plus Foucault plus Derrida. The novel's framework basically provides the philosophical explanation for the plot outcome. Spivak, recognition failure. Aphrodite can speak, and even has proof, but institutions do not receive her speech as valid within their epistemic structure. She's not unheard, she's unrecognized. Foucault, power / knowledge. Evidence does not automatically produce truth, institutions produce truth. So evidence gets redirected. Not into court, but into containment, custody, scandal framing, leverage. Derrida, law without justice. Law keeps functioning, bail, custody, procedure, disputes, while justice is perpetually deferred. Even Mahmoud Khan's downfall happens through collapse and spectacle, not adjudication. This is why the novel's synthetic insight says, evidence fails not because it is weak, but because justice is structurally unavailable. In one sentence, justice fails because Rani can buy freedom and protection, but she cannot force institutions to treat Aphrodite's testimony as credible, convert evidence into prosecutable truth, or stop powerful men from weaponizing procedure and scandal to neutralize accountability. Here's the Spivak/Foucault/Derrida link to why justice fails in the novel, explained plainly, but staying faithful to the theory section you already wrote. The core idea is to try all three together. The novel argues that justice fails not because evidence is weak, but because the system is structured so that evidence cannot become justice. The three theorists each explain a different layer of that failure. Spivak, the victim's voice isn't recognized as speech by institutions. Foucault, institutions decide what counts as truth and redirect evidence away from court. Derrida, law can function endlessly while justice is always deferred to come. Together, they explain how the novel can contain testimony plus videotape proof and still produce no courtroom justice. 1. Spivak, the subaltern can speak but not be heard as speech. What Spivak adds? Spivak's point, as the text uses it, is that subalterns aren't silenced because they can't speak, they're silenced because dominant systems can't receive their speech as legitimate. How it maps onto the story. In the novel, Aphrodite/Ifit has testimony and even videotaped evidence. But institutions treat her as scandal, domestic dispute, or unreliable woman. So, the evidence exists yet fails to count. The text's key Spivak move, the tape, does not speak in court because the system is aligned against the kind of subject it would vindicate. Even proof is filtered through credibility and status. Spivak explains recognition failure. The victim is not intelligible to power in a way that produces justice. 2. Foucault, evidence is not neutral, truth is produced by power. What Foucault adds. For Foucault, truth isn't something institutions discover, it's something they produce through rules, categories, and acceptable narratives. So, evidence doesn't automatically create accountability. Evidence becomes meaningful only inside a regime of truth. How it maps onto the story. The novel emphasizes the videotape. Never enters the courtroom. Instead circulates as blackmail, leverage, media spectacle, fear. That's exactly the Foucauldian point. Power doesn't just repress truth, it manages its circulation. So instead of the tape becoming legal proof, it becomes currency for extortion, a tool for containment, a threat that forces self-destruction, a spectacle that destroys reputation. Foucault explains why evidence gets rerouted. Power decides where truth is allowed to appear and keeps it out of court when it threatens the powerful. 3. Derrida, law functions. Justice is always deferred. What Derrida adds. Derrida separates law, droit procedure, rules, calculation, institutions. Justice, incalculable, ethical, never fully present, always to come à venir. So, a system can be full of law, bail, custody, filings, classification, procedure, while justice never arrives. How it maps onto the story. The novel highlights that. The courtroom climax is absent/erased. The victim's release happens through bail/protective custody, not vindication. The oppressor's punishment comes via collapse/suicide, not judgment. That is Derrida's logic in narrative form. Law continues moving. Justice never appears as a completed outcome. And when something that looks like justice happens, it's outside law. Derrida explains deferral. The system keeps promising justice through process, but process substitutes for justice indefinitely. Excerpts from the novel about the downfall of Mahmoud Khan. Mahmud Khan happened to be at his mansion on his farmhouse with his new young Hindu mistress when someone called his cell phone. He is reclining on a summer chair by the swimming pool while his lovely new mistress is swimming in her sexy black bikini. He is just putting on his Playboy underwear. He is drinking his favorite Kingfisher beer while eating his peanut snack. He picked up his cell phone and looked at the number. He recognized the number as the cell phone of one of his former girlfriends out of Bollywood. She is now a middle-aged lady who used to be one of his secret Muslim wives when she was a teenager. She is a Muslim woman by birth. She is the one who hooked him up with his present young Hindu female lover. So, he switched on his cell phone and said happily, "Hello, Mrs. Sajida Hussain. Something terrible is showing on TV, Mr. Mahmud Khan, that you should be aware of. Switch on the TV and go to channel 13. Before the frantic call came, Mahmud Khan was enjoying his pre-sex beer while looking at his lovely 19-year-old sex toy. Before he could find out more, his ex-girlfriend disconnected the line. Temporarily interrupted and amused by the frantic phone call, but knowing that his former girlfriend would not call him on his private cell phone number unless it was an especially important matter, he decided to allow a few minutes to satisfy his curiosity. The voice on the phone sounded adamant. He thought that he might see the airing of some nasty Bollywood sex scandal, which may make good material for gossip later on. He left his lovely mistress playing in the pool and went into his bedroom, flicking on the 75-inch widescreen TV. It is the same room where his former 18-year-old innocent victim Ifat Khan was sexually abused, raped, beaten, and tortured while she was imprisoned for over a year. Nothing has changed except its lovely new victim occupant. Flicking through the channels, the greatest Bollywood film director eventually came across Channel 13, home to the controversial Stink News TV. It is the same video he has paid 300 million Indian rupees to prevent its circulation and to facilitate its permanent destruction. He began to shake and sweat, looking at himself naked on the screen with a long whip in his right hand. He is flogging and slashing the naked body of his former innocent female sex captive Ifat Khan, who is screaming with loud shrills from the terrible pain he is inflicting upon her delicate body. His private parts are fully exposed, and his phallus is standing like an old rusty metal rod stuck to his hairy body. Ifat's young and sexy breasts are jumping up and down like inflated balloons with every strike of the long whip against her naked body. Her private parts are completely uncovered and her black pubic hair around her genitals can be seen too. She is sweating from head to foot. Her long black hair is falling loosely everywhere on her buck-naked body. There are drops of blood falling from her shoulders, back, and buttocks. Even her pussy is copiously bleeding as if he has been stabbed by a big dagger. She is shouting from the terrible agony that he is inflicting upon her. A few minutes later, when the pretty young Hindu girl heard the powerful gunshot, she was still paddling in the warm water of the swimming pool. She thought that someone was trying to shoot and kill her. Swiftly she came out of the water and ran to the bedroom. She found the greatest Bollywood director flailing on the floor with a pool of blood forming around his head. Terrified, she bolted out of the room shouting, "Someone has shot Mamaji. Someone has killed Mr. Mahmud Khan." All his security guards, servants, maidservants, and kitchen staff heard her words and came running to the bedroom. They found Mahmud Khan lying on the floor and blood splattered over a large area near his head. One of the Muslim guards picked up the cell phone of his unconscious master immediately and called the police. When the Lonavala police arrived, they found the greatest of all Bollywood film directors lying dead in his bedroom. The cause of death has been recorded by the police as a suicide from a bullet fired at point-blank range. The bullet entered his brain from the right side, riddled his brain, and exited the cranium in the center of the left side, killing him instantly. Consequently, the greatest film director in the Bollywood film industry has killed himself by shooting his head with his licensed pistol. The cause of his suicide at this time is unknown to his security guards and servants and the police authority. The case is open to police investigations in Mumbai and Lonavala. Below is the scene rewritten strictly as a screenplay sequence, using standard industry formatting, slug lines, action, minimal dialogue, beats. It is designed to drop directly into a film script or be adapted into a shooting draft. Plain text. Screenplay isn't fully supported. Syntax highlighting is based on plain text. Int. Film studio, main set, day. A sea of lights blaze down on an elaborate set. Crew members move with the focused fatigue of a long shoot nearing its end. A clapperboard snaps. Director. Rolling and action. The leading hero, early 30s, charismatic, composed, delivers his final lines opposite Aphrodite Khan, mid-20s, luminous, guarded. Their chemistry is quiet, restrained, real. The camera pushes in. Hero. Soft, sincere. This time, I'm staying. A beat. Aphrodite holds his gaze. Something unscripted flickers in her eyes. Director, OS. Cut. Applause ripples across the set. Crew clap. Some cheer. Director. That's a wrap, everyone. Relief breaks out. Laughter. Someone uncorks a bottle. Assistants hug. Phones appear. Photos are taken. Aphrodite steps away, removing herself from the attention. At the edge of the set stands Javed Khan, half hidden behind stacked light stands. He hasn't moved. His eyes never leave the hero. No one notices him. The hero exits the lit area, heading toward Int. Studio corridor, continuous. A long, narrow passage behind the set. Costumes hang on rolling racks. The noise from the stage fades. The hero loosens his collar, relaxed now. Finished. He stops. Javed stands at the far end of the corridor. A charged stillness. No music. No dialogue. Hero. Javed? Javed steps closer. His face is calm. Too calm. Javed. You weren't supposed to be here. The hero frowns, confused. Javed closes the distance. A sudden, violent movement, quick, decisive, irreversible. The hero collapses, hitting the floor hard. Silence. Javed stands over him for a beat, breathing shallowly. There is no victory in his face. Only emptiness. Footsteps echo. Int. Film studio, main set, continuous. Aphrodite turns as a scream echoes down the corridor. She runs. Int. Studio corridor, continuous. Aphrodite reaches the hero. Drops to her knees beside him. Her hands shake as she touches his face. Aphrodite. No. No, please. Her scream rips through the hallway. Crew members arrive, frozen in shock. Javed does not flee. Security rushes past him toward the fallen hero. Sirens begin to sound in the distance. Int. Film studio, later. Police tape seals the set. The lights are off now. Half the crew is gone. Equipment lies abandoned where celebration should have been. Aphrodite stands alone beneath a darkened marquee, wrapped in a blanket. Her face is hollow. Across the space, Javed is led away in handcuffs, eyes forward, saying nothing. The cameras that once hunted Aphrodite now look away. Fade out. Summary. The fight between Mrs. Khan and Aphrodite Khan. The conflict between Mrs. Khan and Aphrodite Khan unfolds not as a sudden explosion, but as the inevitable breaking point of a relationship long strained by control, silence, and unresolved resentment. Mrs. Khan enters the confrontation already hardened by suspicion and wounded pride. For Mrs. Khan, Aphrodite's growing independence, both emotional and professional, has come to feel like betrayal. What Mrs. Khan frames as concern is, in truth, a fear of losing authority and relevance. The argument begins with accusations disguised as questions, demands for explanations, insinuations about loyalty, and reminders of past sacrifices meant to bind Aphrodite to obligation. Aphrodite Khan does not initially respond with anger. Instead, Aphrodite attempts restraint, answering selectively, refusing to be pulled into the familiar cycle of justification and apology. This restraint only intensifies the conflict. To Mrs. Khan, Aphrodite's calm reads as defiance. The imbalance of power, once unquestioned, begins to shift, and Mrs. Khan reacts with sharper words, invoking tradition, family honor, and duty as weapons. As the argument escalates, long-buried grievances surface. Mrs. Khan accuses Aphrodite of ingratitude and moral abandonment, while Aphrodite finally names the truth that has been withheld for years, that control has been mistaken for care and protection for possession. This moment marks the true rupture. Aphrodite's refusal to submit emotionally strips Mrs. Khan of dominance more effectively than any physical resistance could. The fight reaches its peak when Mrs. Khan attempts to reassert authority through intimidation, raising voice, closing distance, and invoking consequences. Aphrodite does not retreat. Instead, Aphrodite draws a clear boundary, stating that fear will no longer dictate choices or identity. This declaration transforms the argument from a family dispute into an irreversible separation. The confrontation ends without reconciliation. Mrs. Khan is left furious, humiliated, and deeply threatened by the loss of control, while Aphrodite exits the encounter shaken but resolute. The emotional aftermath is asymmetrical. Mrs. Khan's anger curdles into obsession and grievance, while Aphrodite carries the cost of survival, relief entwined with grief for a relationship that can no longer be salvaged. This fight is pivotal because it sets the moral and emotional trajectory of the story. It exposes the root causes behind later acts of violence and obsession, and it marks the moment Aphrodite chooses autonomy over safety, truth over silence. Nothing that follows, including Javed Khan's actions, can be understood without this fracture. Below is a thematic and causal analysis explaining how the fight between Mrs. Khan and Aphrodite Khan directly motivates the later tragedies, written as an interpretive literary analysis rather than a plot summary. This form fits well into a critical chapter note, author's commentary, or thesis-style section of the manuscript. How the fight between Mrs. Khan and Aphrodite Khan motivates later tragedies. The confrontation between Mrs. Khan and Aphrodite Khan is not an isolated domestic conflict, it is the narrative's psychological ignition point. Every subsequent tragedy, most notably Javed Khan's murderous act, unfolds as a delayed consequence of what is broken, exposed, and left unresolved in this fight. The argument functions as a fault line where private domination fractures into public catastrophe. 1. The fight dismantles false authority. Before the confrontation, Mrs. Khan's power rests on an unspoken structure, authority justified by lineage, tradition, and sacrifice. The fight strips this authority of its moral camouflage. When Aphrodite names control as control, not care, the legitimacy of Mrs. Khan's dominance collapses. This moment is crucial because it does not merely anger Mrs. Khan, it humiliates her. She is not simply challenged, she is rendered obsolete. The tragedy that follows is rooted in this emasculation, as the loss of authority creates a vacuum that younger, more volatile figures, notably Javed Khan, rush to fill through force rather than influence. In this sense, the fight teaches the antagonists a dangerous lesson. Power, once questioned, must be reclaimed violently if it cannot be restored morally. 2. Aphrodite's assertion of autonomy becomes a trigger. Aphrodite's refusal to submit during the fight redefines her role in the story. She moves from bearing conflict internally to externalizing it openly. This shift, while necessary for her survival, destabilizes those who have defined themselves through ownership of her silence. Her autonomy thus becomes misread as provocation. For Mrs. Khan, it is abandonment. For Javed Khan, it is rejection. Both mother and son interpret her independence not as selfhood but as theft, something taken from them. The tragedy is not that Aphrodite asserts herself, but that the people around her lack the emotional architecture to absorb that assertion without turning it into grievance. 3. The fight seeds Javed Khan's delusion. Although Javed Khan is not physically present in the fight, its emotional aftershocks reach him deeply. Mrs. Khan's rage, loss of face, and obsession with restoring honor bleed into Javed's worldview. He inherits not facts, but a mood, resentment sanctified as loyalty, entitlement reframed as devotion. Importantly, the fight removes any remaining moral ambiguity. Once Aphrodite has openly rejected control within the family sphere, Javed's obsession is no longer tempered by social boundaries. The conflict implicitly gives him permission. If authority has failed in words, it must be enforced in action. Thus, the murder that occurs later is not a spontaneous crime, it is an inheritance of unresolved violence incubated during this fight. 4. The argument normalizes escalation. A defining tragedy of the fight is that it establishes emotional escalation as the default response to resistance. No reconciliation occurs. No boundary is respected. No apology is offered or accepted. As a result, later conflicts imitate this structure. When Javed faces rejection, the narrative logic already permits escalation. When love fails as persuasion, coercion replaces it. The fight teaches that refusal is not finality, is an insult demanding correction. This normalization of escalation is what allows personal grievance to metastasize into irreversible harm. 5. The fight creates moral isolation. After the confrontation, Aphrodite stands alone, not only emotionally, but narratively. She has separated herself from her oppressors, but she has not yet found full protection or understanding. This moral isolation is essential to the tragedy. It leaves her vulnerable to obsession acting unchecked. Simultaneously, Mrs. Khan and Javed Khan inhabit echo chambers of wounded pride. Without dialogue, accountability, or introspection, grievance becomes self-justifying. Violence enters not as madness, but as perceived necessity. 6. From private conflict to public ruin. The final tragedy, the murder of the leading hero, Samir Krishna Khan, marks the transformation of private domination into public atrocity. What begins as a family argument ends on a film set, in front of an industry and a nation. This is no accident. The fight primes the story's moral arc. When control is defended at all costs, it eventually requires spectacle. The film industry setting amplifies this outcome. Cinema, built on illusion, becomes the stage where truth finally erupts uncontrollably because unresolved violence always seeks witnesses. Conclusion. The fight between Mrs. Khan and Aphrodite Khan is the story's ethical crossroads. It exposes the fragility of authority rooted in fear, the danger of mistaking endurance for consent, and the catastrophic cost of unanswered entitlement. The later tragedies are not deviations from this moment, they are its logical fulfillment. Without this confrontation, the murder would appear abrupt or excessive. With it, the tragedy becomes inevitable. Quotations about the visit of Aphrodite and Rani to the International Abu Dhabi Bank. Shortly after the release of the Iranian heroine and moved back to her residence, the Hindu woman Rani has recollected the events surrounding the evil Muslim who took his own life because he could not face the public scrutiny of his crimes. An idea crept into her mind, and she shared it with Aphrodite one day. Why don't you go to the Abu Dhabi International Bank and find out whether that coward of a man paid the ransom that the blackmailer had asked him for? It is 10 crores, isn't it? Rani Krishna understood that 10 million rupees is a lot of money for a penniless and homeless girl like Aphrodite Khan who has no family or relatives either in her motherland India or the land of unlawful detention, rape, and abuses in Iran, or anywhere else in the whole world. Rani wants to use some of the money to finance Aphrodite's homecoming to the film industry. She may have been a film director, but she does not have the kind of money needed to make a large-budget film. Bollywood directors would invite financiers to underwrite the cost of the film, but no financier would offer 5 crores of rupees on a movie directed by a small-time female director like Rani Krishna. Explaining the situation she is in, Rani told Aphrodite that if Mahmood Khan had truly deposited the 10 crores of rupees in her account, then she would retell Ifit's tragic life story and let her play herself in her movie. At first, Aphrodite is hesitant to go to the foreign bank. The name of the Abu Dhabi International Bank brought back stark reminders of her evil Saudi husband. She thought that the bank might accuse her of arranging the murder of her Arab husband in jail and her kidnapping to come back later and steal all his money. Also, it makes her hesitate to see the cruel murder of her lover in front of her eyes while they are acting in the last scene of the movie. It made her hate Bollywood and everything to do with it. It was Rani who kept on assuring her that nothing would happen to her and that it was worthwhile checking it out. She said to her, the bank manager would say to her either her account was closed by her Saudi husband before his murder or Mahmood Khan had deposited nothing in her account. In either case, she has nothing to lose and nothing to be afraid of. Aphrodite is reluctant, but gives in to Rani's suggestion and off they go. Aphrodite is too afraid to venture out alone, hence, she asks Rani to accompany her. She told Rani about the second separate account that her Saudi husband created for her when he wanted her to travel to Switzerland with his first lawyer, Sheikh Aldin Barkatullah Habiballah. The account number that Aphrodite gave to her Hindi and English teacher is the second account. She could not give the number of the joint account because it contained many complicated numbers, letters, and signs. In contrast, she remembered her separate account number because it is simple and contained only numbers. The late old Saudi man had deposited in that account 14 crores of rupees, 140 million Indian rupees. He wanted to purchase his freedom by bribing the judge of the High Court, his Muslim lawyer, and the 2 police commissioners of Mumbai and Hyderabad. Notwithstanding, the kidnap of Ifit by the men of Mahmud Khan had frustrated that secret deal. Rani Krishna used her car to travel with Aphrodite Khan from her residence in Bandra to Churchgate. She is a male chauffeur. So, she sat in the back seat with Aphrodite and began to chat with her while the car ate up the distance to the bank. The journey is expected to take about an hour and 40 minutes, but Mumbai traffic is unpredictable, sometimes stretching an hour's drive into 2 hours. Everything depended on the traffic conditions and the time of day. As the private car droned on, Aphrodite dozed off in the first half hour, after a futile fight to stay awake. When in jail, a peaceful night's sleep was out of the question. Every night, she was used for someone's entertainment and sexual pleasure. She would be brought back in the early morning and only allowed to sleep for a couple of hours before waking up call. Once the wake-up call was taken, the opportunities for rest were few and far in between. For Aphrodite, her days in a rotten Indian jail were added to the torture she had come to know all her life. Besides starving, she was bullied by the female guards and inmates, probably out of envy or jealousy. Each suspect or convict was entitled to a single meal a day. She could expect to be given a plate of lentils and rice, with an egg for protein. That was it. You could eat it all up at one time or save a portion for later. That was your choice. Chicken, beef, fish, and other edible meat were rarely served. Very often female gondas would rob the food of the less aggressive female inmates and let them starve to death inside the jails. Fortunately, the Iranian heroine was kept in solitary confinement most of the time, and that saved her from the full brunt of bullying by female thugs. Aphrodite fell asleep on Rani's lap and decided to let her be. From their first meeting, Rani understood her childish nature and her inability to take care of herself. As a mother who had nurtured her child well, she now extended this hospitality to Aphrodite. She decided to house her and care for her as long as she could. She expected that one day Aphrodite would find a good man who would love her and take care of her. In the meantime, with her skills and know-how, she is going to leverage her outstanding beauty and create Aphrodite's career and fortune. When the car reached the Abu Dhabi International Bank, in the Nariman Point neighborhood, Rani roused Aphrodite from her nap and told her to go in and talk to the bank manager. Aphrodite refused to go in alone and begged Rani to come in with her. At first, Rani is not willing to accompany her inside the bank. She is worried that the bank management might ask her to reveal the nature of her relationship with Aphrodite or accuse her of trying to use her money for some selfish gain. Aphrodite does not care about that and insists that Rani come in with her. She told her that she needed her to help her in case the bank manager called the police and asked them to arrest her for murdering her Saudi husband inside the jail. Reluctantly, for better or worse, Rani assumed the role of a guardian angel and agreed to go in with her terrifying charge. It was Rani who talked to one employee inside the bank in Hindi and told her the purpose of their visit. When the employee demanded to know the relationship between the two women, Rani said to her that Aphrodite was staying with her in her house and she was like her daughter. Rani Krishna knows that saying Aphrodite is her relative would be shooting herself in the foot. No one in India is going to believe that a Krishna can be related to a Khan. It is just like saying God and Satan are close relatives. Politely, the Indian girl asked Rani and Aphrodite to sit in the waiting room until the manager of the bank could call on them. They waited for ages in silence. Both of them are tense and worried. The icy cold room added to the feeling that they had come to steal something. Ronnie is more worried and scared than Aphrodite because she knows that the money they came to inquire about is deposited by blackmail. The money, if it is there, had been extracted from someone through blackmail, and that is against the law no matter what motive was behind it. After 1 hour of tense waiting, someone came and requested the 2 Indian ladies to come to follow him because the manager was now free to talk to them. The 2 girlfriends Ronnie and Aphrodite strolled with their hearts beating louder and louder. When they enter the manager's large, beautiful office, they are asked to be seated. It is the same person who escorted them in and requested them to sit down. The manager is an Arab and is speaking in Arabic, still engrossed in a conversation on the phone when they sat in their seats. He concluded his conversation in 5 minutes, turned to face the 2 Indian women, and said in English, "What can I do for you, nice ladies?" Ronnie had already told Aphrodite that when they reached the bank, she should speak for herself, and she taught her what to say and how to say it. Despite that, the frightened girl remained silent, and that irritated Ronnie. "Well, is there any problem?" asked the bank manager when he realized that the 2 Indian women were worried and neither of them is willing to speak. The manager's question forced Ronnie to open up her mouth and speak on behalf of Aphrodite. "There is no problem, sir. This is my girlfriend, Ifit Khan. She lives with me in my house. Ifit wants to inquire about her account in your bank." "What is her account number?" "She lost her bank book, and she doesn't remember exactly what her account number is." "Well, I don't like to be rude or mean in any way, but according to our bank policy and for privacy purposes, I would like Ifit Khan to talk to me herself concerning her account with us. Since you said you are her girlfriend and she trusts you, I do not mind having you here with us, but she must speak to me. I cannot talk to you about her bank account even because of her being present with us." "I am so sorry, sir." Ifit is a bit shy, but after hearing from you, she can speak for herself now. "It is okay. Now tell me, Ifit, when did you open an account with us and what kind of account are you holding?" "It is my husband's account." "Well, in that case, I am sorry. I can't talk to you about your husband's account with us unless he comes with you and permits us to discuss his account with you." "No, sir." My friend Ifit did not understand your question. Her English is not that good. It is her account. If she has a problem with English, I can call my Hindi interpreter and talk to her through him. I came here last year many times and I talked to you in Hindi. You had someone who was telling you what I was saying in Hindi. At that time, my Saudi husband was alive and was in the Mumbai Arthur Road jail. Ronnie felt a bit relieved when Ifit finally began to speak for herself and make intelligible sentences. The bank manager did not recognize Ifit Khan because when she came to him in the past, she was covered from head to toe in a black burqa. However, this day, she is dressed up in tight jeans and a sleeveless top that exposes half of her sexy breasts and large backside. Her marvelous beauty and sexy body captivated his heart, and she made a permanent lingering impression on him. She appeared to him as a black ghost of darkness that had been miraculously transformed into an angel of light. The moment she said to him, "At that time my Saudi husband was alive and was in jail," the manager began to connect the dots. "What is the name of your Saudi husband?" "Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed." Ifit Khan could forget anything in her life except the name of the evil old man who had kept her under his domination and captivity for over 10 years. She can forget her name, but she can never forget the name of that old serpent that took the shape of an old man, or maybe the devil himself was incarnated as an old Arab man. When the lovely Indian girl speaks the full name of her Saudi husband, the bank manager's pupils dilate to double the normal size, and his mouth is fully opened in astonishment. Then he looked at Ifit for a while, composed himself, and replied, "My goodness, we did everything we could to locate you." The 2 Indian ladies, Ronnie and Aphrodite, began to shake and sweat terribly when they heard his response. Both have concluded that the bank is trying to locate Ifit Khan because of the deposit of illegal monies related to the blackmail of an Indian citizen. The rich Indian woman Rani Krishna knows no one can ever believe that a 19-year-old Indian girl could earn 100 million Indian rupees overnight. "Why are you looking for her? Is there any problem, sir?" "It isn't only a problem. It is a huge legal dispute. Ronnie tried to speak further, but her throat dried up and her tongue was paralyzed with fear. Aphrodite felt like standing up and running for her life, but her feet have been rooted in the carpet under her chair while her heart is beating in terror. She hung on to Ronnie's arm. The bank manager read the thoughts of the two Indian women and realized that there was great dread mirrored in their faces. "I am sorry. I did not mean to scare you, ladies. There is nothing wrong or unlawful that the girlific Khan has done to be afraid of. Please both of you relax and listen carefully to what I am going to say." Although Aphrodite and Ronnie have been reassured by the manager, a lingering dread follows in the shadows of their minds. After the murder of Sheikh Firoz bin Ahmed inside the Mumbai jail by one of his Indian inmates, his Saudi wives, sons, daughters, brothers, and sisters in Saudi Arabia want to inherit his properties and bank balance. According to Islamic Sharia law, each one of them is entitled to a certain share of his inheritance. Of course, each son according to the Quran is supposed to get a double share of each daughter, and each brother has to receive double the share of his sister. While he was still alive, Sheikh Ahmed transferred ownership of his business building and 3 houses in Saudi Arabia, one in Eritrea and also one in Tehran to his 4th wife. Our internal procedures and the prevailing law stipulate that unless the 4th wife is found or legally proven dead, the building and 5 houses cannot be sold nor any of the Sheikh's estate be distributed among his kin. That is the first problem. The second problem is more complicated. The late Sheikh Firoz bin Ahmed has only one joint account in our bank. It is a joint account that he created for himself and his 4th wife. Ours is an international bank and hence our bank is not subject to Islamic Sharia inheritance laws. We are bound and governed by international banking laws that govern just about any other international Western bank. So, the only person entitled to claim his estate and his bank balance is and remains his 4th wife. In the event of the death of one co-signer, the said joint account reverts to a single account owner, falling to the surviving account holder. Thus, the sole and final beneficiary of the account is his 4th wife. Well, this did not sit well with his relatives. Had the account not been a joint account at the time of his death, then they would be entitled to his estate, divisible according to the Quran. In this case, they have no claim. The bank manager paused for effect and scrutinized the women who would soon become his most important non-commercial customers. He resumed his monologue when no one asked any questions. Not surprisingly, his family members sued us and tried to force the bank to release the money held in the trust to a Sharia authority for distribution. Although the Sharia court at Jeddah ruled in favor of the relatives, still our bank rejected the decree of the Islamic court. As I have said already, our bank is an international bank and follows international banking laws. Sheikh Ahmed, regretfully, left nothing in writing to instruct our bank to distribute the money among his relatives in the event of his death. "Who is the 4th wife?" asked the loving Indian woman Rani Krishna, who is following the manager very carefully. Her girlfriend Aphrodite Khan has understood absolutely nothing of his legal interpretations of the law. Her main worry is how she could escape out of the bank without being arrested again and thrown behind bars. She would rather prefer to be sent to the gallows or her grave than to return to the rape for free in the rotten Indian women's prison. 1 minute please, allow me to explain further. When the Saudi relatives of Sheikh Ahmed failed in their attempt to force our bank through the Islamic court of law to release the funds held by our bank, they submitted a complaint to the Saudi royal family. They expected that the Saudi royal family would exert pressure on the Abu Dhabi International Bank in their favor. We can only assume that the royal family seemed to know of the international laws that govern foreign banks and hence did not interfere. Now our bank wants to get hold of the 4th wife and place the matter in her hands because the legal disputes with the Sheikh's relatives are costing us a lot of legal fees. This naturally means that we have not left a stone unturned while trying to locate the 4th wife. We have used all means necessary, including placing legal notices in the newspapers in Saudi Arabia, Iran, Eritrea, and, of course, India, and we have sponsored advertisements using the local media in all countries to this end. All this time, we have been unable to locate the slightest clue about her whereabouts. As if the earth is opened and swallowed her inside. Is the fourth wife an Indian? Asked the good mother Rani with a quivering voice while her heart was beating as loud as an Indian tabla. Yes, she is, and now she is sitting beside you. Yes, shouted the exceedingly excited Indian woman Rani. She pulled Aphrodite up by her hands, hugged and kissed her and said, "Congratulations, my beloved girlfriend." Hold on. Before you congratulate her, you should ask me how much money she has in our bank. The extremely happy mother let go of Aphrodite's body and looked at the bank manager. Before he said anything, the manager entered the name of Ifit Khan on his computer, and then he whistled loudly and said excitingly, "Ifit Khan, you are the richest woman in India. You have 2 accounts with us. In one account, you have a total of 44 crores of Indian rupees. In case you do not know how much money in a crore in Indian currency, 140 million rupees is. This is equal in the American currency to $2 million US. Rani Krishna jumped on her feet, pulled Aphrodite towards her, and embraced her again so dearly. Then she let go of her body, shook her hand, and told her that she had a lot of money in the bank. Aphrodite's fear cautiously disappeared, and she smiled uneasily. She looks at Rani jumping up and down, shaking and holding onto her hand. Some of the joy in Rani's heart started to spill over onto Aphrodite, for she began to think that maybe she should follow Rani's lead and do the same. Aphrodite began to scream and jump up and down like Rani, with both of them dancing excitedly and turning around in circles like 2 schoolgirls on the school playground or inside the gym. The bank manager put his right hand on his right cheek and waited for the 2 Indian women to come to terms with their windfall. Is she allowed to use her money any time she wants? Yes, of course, it is her money. No one has the right to stop her from using it. All I need to see is 2 official documents verifying her identity. Rani had already anticipated that demand and prepared Aphrodite with her Indian passport and ration card. Once again, Rani hugged Aphrodite, and this time she printed another kiss on her cheek. Can she get a debit card or a bank book so that she can have access to her funds? Yes, she can. Even if she wants to withdraw any amount of money now, she can get it. By the way, sir, Ifit Khan is the most beautiful Bollywood film actress in history. Her first movie was a great hit, and now she has millions of fans. I never knew she was an actress. The last time she visited our bank, she was a different girl. She wore an Islamic abaya and niqab. That is why I failed to recognize her today. Ifit looks now like a female caterpillar that has come out of her ugly cocoon and become a lovely, colorful butterfly. That was all in the past, sir. She is a vastly different girl now. She is a great heroine, and she is going to act in another great movie very soon. Well, I am honored to meet a film actress from Bollywood. Anyway, you ladies have forgotten to ask me about the second bank account of Ifit Khan, which is hotly disputed in the courts in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Abu Dhabi. The first bank account that I have revealed to you is not even known to the relatives of the late Sheikh Firoz bin Ahmed. It was created by Sheikh Ahmed before he died in the name of Ifit Khan. He requested our bank transfer of 14 crores in Ifit's new account that he created for her. There is also the matter of a total deposit of 30 crores of rupees by a Mahmud Khan. The name of the evil man instantly wiped out the glow of happiness from the hearts of Rani and Aphrodite. The fear that had evaporated just minutes earlier started to seep back in. Might the manager find the last transaction suspicious? Of course, the banker is indeed wondering about the last transaction, but when no information is forthcoming, he lets it slide, as he feels it is none of his business. Now prepare yourselves for the best news yet. I am going to reveal to you how much money we are holding in trust for you in the second account. That is the account that used to be a joint account and has since reverted to a single owner account upon the death of her late Saudi husband. The bank manager paused and looked at the 2 Indian ladies for a while before he said, "There are 459 crores of Indian rupees in Ifit's second account." Rani Krishna's heart fluttered and missed a few beats. But the richest girl in India has simply smiled. She does not react because she does not know what a crore is. She took all her cues from Rani. If Rani is happy, then she knows she should be happy. So, She kept looking at Ronnie to see if she acted the same way she did when the amount of the first account was revealed, to get an idea of how she should respond to her second divine revelation, which God has used an Arab man as his angel to reveal his heavenly manna to her. This time, Ronnie did not hug her. She neither shook her hand nor kissed her cheek. There are no theatrics, jumping around, or dancing. Instead, Ronnie began to weep. Aphrodite is crushed and tries to console her, saying, "Please do not cry, Ronnie. You are the only person I have in this world. I am not going to leave you because I have found out that I have a lot of money in the bank." Ronnie turned to Ifrit and hugged her as tightly as she could. She wanted to enter into her precious heart and live there forever. Then she said to her, "I am not afraid that you are going to leave me because of the huge amount of money. When I found you in jail and took you into my house, you had no money, and if you still do not have any money, I will continue to remain your best friend and give you shelter and protection. However, I am weeping for the terrible abuses you went through at the hands of those who have since died and left this wealth in your possession. It is the God in the heavens I have to acknowledge. He is the one that had punished them and took their money and worldly possessions and gave them to you. They wielded their money like deadly weapons and used it to manipulate everything and everyone around them. Now, look at what their money had done for them. One of them, his greed and lust led him to jail, where he got murdered like a pig butchered in a slaughterhouse. The other one could not face his accusers and public scandal and shot himself in the head and died alone as a stray dog. The Arab bank manager has not understood much of the conversation since the happy two girlfriends Ifrit and Ronnie have just reverted to speaking in Hindi. He is watching them with great interest. He had never seen anyone so stirred up emotionally in his bank than the two Indian ladies sitting before him. After she finished talking to Aphrodite, Ronnie used her handkerchief and wiped her tears. Then she said proudly to the manager, "Sir, you have brought glad tidings to the heart of a girl who has not known happiness for many, many, many years. No woman has ever been abused more in the entire world than this poor young girl. For that reason, I am going to throw the biggest party Mumbai has ever seen, and I am inviting everyone I know in Bollywood. The first person I will be inviting is you. Please give me your card so I can call on you." "Thanks, ma'am, but I have done nothing to deserve praise or invitation. I have done my duty and nothing else." "I know that, but if your sister and niece are happy and have invited you for food in their house, would you refuse to come?" "Of course not. What makes my sister and her daughter happy makes me happy too. Here is my business card, and I am honored that you see fit to invite me to your house for the party." That day, the abused slum girl Aphrodite Khan entered the Abu Dhabi International Bank penniless and came out with a bank balance of 503 crores of rupees, or 5,030,000,000 Indian rupees, which corresponded to over $72 million US, including equity in 5 houses and a building in Saudi Arabia, Eritrea, and Iran. If her 5 houses in Saudi Arabia, Eritrea, and Iran and her big building in Jeddah are sold, her bank balance might reach over $150 million American dollars. Even the daughter of the richest Indian businessman Mukesh Ambani does not have 10% of what Aphrodite Khan has inherited from her 2 evil captors and rapists Ahmed and Mahmood. Her mother Rehana Khan was acquitted of the false charge of marrying 3 men at the same time, and her life was snatched from death through stoning. Then the Saudi royal family compensated her with a sum of 3,800,000 Saudi riyals, which is equivalent to $1 million US, equals 7 crores rupees, or 70 million Indian rupees. Today, her abused beloved daughter is vindicated by God and received 150 times more compensation than her loving mother. Alas, Rehana Khan is now living in the United States of America with her handsome lover Jamal Khan and her adorable son Irfan Khan, not knowing her only daughter Ifrit Khan has been also vindicated and compensated by the just and loving God of the heavens. She is thinking that her beloved daughter is still under captivity, rape, and abuse at the hands of the evil old Saudi man Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed. Below is a theoretically grounded connection between the theme of failed evidentiary justice in the Indian Miss World and 3 major thinkers, Gayatri Spivak, Michel Foucault, and Jacques Derrida. Each subsection is written so it can stand alone or be combined into a single critical framework, depending on how the analysis in the text. 1. Spivak, Subalternity and the Failure of Evidence to Speak. Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak's famous question, "Can the subaltern speak?" is directly illuminated by the novel's treatment of evidence. In the Indian Miss World, Ifit/Aphrodite possesses not only a voice, but also material proof, videotaped evidence of her abuse, yet neither her speech nor the evidence grants her agency within the legal system. This aligns with Spivak's argument that the subaltern is not silenced because she lacks words, but because her words are not recognized as speech within dominant epistemic structures. The Sikh teacher's videotape does not speak in court because the institutions that would need to hear it are structurally aligned against the subject it would vindicate. Spivak emphasizes that when subaltern testimony is mediated through elite frameworks, law, media, humanitarian discourse, it is either translated into irrelevance or absorbed into narratives that reinforce power. In the novel, evidence exists but circulates only as blackmail, never as justice, demonstrating that the subaltern's proof can move capital and fear, but not law. Aphrodite's eventual testimonial speech succeeds only when it disrupts public narrative, not when it seeks legal redress. This reflects Spivak's caution that recognition often comes at the cost of reinscription into controlling discourses, rather than emancipation. 2. Foucault, Power, Knowledge, and the Non-Neutrality of Evidence. Michel Foucault's insights into power/knowledge help explain why evidence in the novel repeatedly fails to produce accountability. For Foucault, truth is not discovered by institutions, but produced by them. Evidence does not confront power from outside. It becomes legible only when it fits pre-existing regimes of truth. In Mahmoud Khan's case, his social position allows the system to treat evidence not as a juridical threat, but as an inconvenience to be contained. The Sikh teacher's videotape exposes this dynamic starkly. Although the tape contains what modern legal systems claim to value most, visual proof, it never enters the disciplinary apparatus of the courtroom. Instead, it operates in the shadow economy of leverage, confirming Foucault's assertion that power does not simply repress truth, but redirects its circulation. Law, in this sense, is not absent. It is present precisely in deciding where evidence may appear and where it must not. Furthermore, Aphrodite's imprisonment illustrates what Foucault calls disciplinary reversal. The system punishes the body that carries disruptive knowledge rather than the body that produced the crime. Incarceration here is not corrective but regulatory. It stabilizes the social order by isolating the threat posed by exposed truth. 3. Derrida, Difference, Deferral, and the Impossible Arrival of Justice. Jacques Derrida's distinction between law, droit, and justice provides a final lens through which failed evidentiary justice can be understood. In Derrida's formulation, law is calculable, procedural, and institutional, while justice is incalculable and always to come à venir. In the novel, evidence repeatedly encounters law but never justice. The videotape, the testimony, and even Mahmoud Khan's eventual downfall all operate within a system that postpones justice indefinitely. Justice in the Indian Miss World is constantly deferred. The tape does not reach court. The courtroom itself is narratively erased, and Aphrodite's release occurs not through adjudication, but through the collapse of her oppressor. This reflects Derrida's claim that law can function endlessly while justice remains absent, masked by procedure and delay. When Mahmoud Khan dies, justice appears momentarily, but only as an accident, not as a fulfillment of law. Derrida also helps explain why the novel refuses to stage a courtroom climax. By omitting that scene, the text underscores that law's rituals promise what they cannot deliver. Justice arrives only when law is bypassed, exposing a profound tension between legality and ethical redress. Synthetic insight. Taken together, Spivak, Foucault, and Derrida illuminate the novel's central claim: evidence does not fail because it is weak, but because justice is structurally unavailable. The subaltern may speak, Spivak, truth may exist, Foucault, and law may proceed, Derrida, yet justice still does not arrive. In the Indian Miss World, failed evidentiary justice is not an anomaly but the expected outcome of systems designed to protect power rather than confront it. One-sentence synthesis, thesis ready. The Indian Miss World exposes failed evidentiary justice by revealing how subaltern testimony, Spivak, truth production, Foucault, and legal procedure, Derrida, converge to neutralize evidence, ensuring that justice remains indefinitely deferred while power remains intact. Below is a carefully grounded narrative explanation of why Rani Krishna decides to keep Aphrodite Khan in her house after Aphrodite becomes homeless and penniless, staying strictly within what the novel explicitly establishes and avoiding invented details. Why Rani Krishna takes Aphrodite Khan into her home. Rani Krishna's decision to shelter Aphrodite Khan is driven by a convergence of immediate necessity, moral recognition, and personal identification, rather than sentimentality or opportunism. In the novel, Aphrodite becomes homeless and penniless at the precise moment when she is most vulnerable. She has been released from police custody, publicly disgraced, stripped of documentation, and cut off from any family, state, or institutional support. Rani Krishna recognizes that without immediate protection, Aphrodite would almost certainly fall back into detention, sexual exploitation, or disappearance. First, Rani acts out of practical humanitarian urgency. The text makes clear that Aphrodite has no passport in her possession, no money, and nowhere to go after her release. The police release her from custody without reintegration or protection, reflecting the novel's critique of carceral abandonment. Rani understands that freedom without shelter is merely a different form of exposure. Taking Aphrodite into her house is therefore an act of survival intervention, not charity. Second, Rani's decision is shaped by her personal knowledge of Mahmud Khan and the film industry's predatory mechanisms. Rani is not a naive rescuer. She has first-hand experience with Mahmud Khan's power, manipulation, and sexual coercion. Because she knows how the industry protects powerful men while discarding inconvenient women, she immediately understands that Aphrodite's vulnerability is systemic, not circumstantial. Housing Aphrodite becomes a way of removing her, temporarily, from the circuits of exploitation that would otherwise reclaim her. Third, and most crucially, Rani perceives Aphrodite not as a scandal figure, but as a childlike, profoundly unprotected survivor. The novel repeatedly emphasizes Aphrodite's emotional immaturity, lack of formal education, and inability to navigate the world independently. Rani observes that Aphrodite cannot safeguard herself, not because of weakness, but because her entire life has been structured by captivity and control. This recognition triggers what the novel frames as a maternal response. Rani assumes the role of guardian long before any formal adoption is discussed. Fourth, Rani's choice is influenced by remorse and historical entanglement. She understands that she once benefited from the same system that destroyed Aphrodite. By intervening now, she is not only helping Aphrodite, but also refusing complicity in a structure she once survived. In this sense, sheltering Aphrodite is an ethical rupture, a way of breaking with a past in which exploitation was normalized. Finally, Rani keeps Aphrodite in her home because she recognizes that visibility without protection is lethal. Aphrodite has suddenly become a public figure, known, discussed, and hunted by media, fans, and enemies, without the resources required to survive that exposure. Rani's home becomes the first space in the novel where Aphrodite is neither imprisoned nor commodified, but simply allowed to exist under watchful protection. In thematic terms, Rani Krishna's act is significant because it contrasts sharply with the failures of every formal institution Aphrodite encounters. The police release her but do not protect her. The law frees her but does not restore her. Society consumes her story but offers no refuge. Rani's home becomes the first non-extractive space Aphrodite enters, a place where care is not exchanged for silence, sex, or spectacle. Condensed insight, thesis ready. Rani Krishna shelters Aphrodite Khan because she recognizes that legal freedom without protection reproduces vulnerability, and that survival for a woman marked by scandal requires immediate, personal guardianship when institutions retreat. Below is a clear, step-by-step narrative tracing of how Rani Krishna's decision to shelter Aphrodite Khan evolves into formal adoption and a deliberate identity transformation, grounded in the internal logic of the Indian Miss World. From shelter to adoption. How care becomes identity. 1. Shelter as emergency guardianship. When Rani Krishna first brings Aphrodite Khan into her home, the relationship is explicitly protective rather than relational. Aphrodite has been discharged from police custody with no money, no passport, no family able or willing to receive her, and no institutional protection. At this stage, Rani does not see Aphrodite as a daughter, but as a displaced and endangered woman whose survival depends on immediate supervision. Rani's home functions as a temporary safe house, an informal substitute for the protective custody the state refuses to provide. However, this period of cohabitation exposes a deeper reality. Aphrodite lacks not only resources but social personhood. She has never lived independently, managed identity documents, or navigated public life without male control. Rani recognizes that releasing her into the world, even with money, would replicate abandonment under a different name. 2. Recognition of permanent vulnerability. As Aphrodite remains in Rani's care, Rani observes that Aphrodite's homelessness is not circumstantial but structural. Aphrodite does not belong anywhere in the legal or social sense. She has no stable nationality, her name is tied to trauma and scandal, and her parental ties are either severed or psychologically poisoned. At this stage, Rani's role shifts from caretaker to guardian. The novel emphasizes that Aphrodite behaves in childlike ways, seeking permission, lacking self-confidence, and depending on Rani for decisions. Rani understands that Aphrodite has been raised under captivity, not socialization. This makes short-term shelter ethically insufficient. 3. Emotional substitution and maternal transfer. The relationship deepens through daily intimacy rather than dramatic declaration. Rani cooks for Aphrodite, protects her from the media, explains the outside world, and shields her from re-exploitation. Over time, Rani begins to occupy roles previously filled by absent or abusive figures: protector, translator, decision-maker. This maternal transfer is mutual. Aphrodite begins to refer to Rani not simply as benefactor, but as the first adult woman who has not demanded something in exchange for care. This recognition is critical. The novel makes clear that Aphrodite's past relationships were always transactional. Rani's care disrupts that logic. 4. Adoption as legal and symbolic repair. Rani's decision to adopt Aphrodite is both legal strategy and symbolic reconstruction. Adoption gives Aphrodite what she has never possessed: a legally recognized parent, a stable family name, and protection is not dependent on secrecy or coercion. Crucially, adoption also severs Aphrodite from the identities imposed on her by men: child bride, captive wife, mistress, scandal figure. By adopting her, Rani asserts authorship over Aphrodite's future narrative. The act transforms Aphrodite from a woman kept by others into a daughter chosen by another woman. 5. The name change, rewriting the self. Following adoption, Aphrodite officially changes her name. This is not cosmetic. The novel treats naming as ontological. Names carry histories, accusations, and social scripts. Ifit Khan is associated with religious coercion, dishonor, and maternal resentment. Aphrodite Khan still carries traumatic connotations tied to sexual spectacle. By adopting Aphrodite, and later encouraging or permitting a reconfigured name, Rani facilitates a controlled rebirth. The new identity does not erase trauma, but reframes it within a lineage of choice rather than compulsion. Identity becomes something Aphrodite participates in constructing, not something imposed on her body. 6. Narrative significance. This progression, from shelter to adoption to identity change, illustrates one of the novel's most important arguments. Justice does not restore personhood, relationships do. The law releases Aphrodite, but only kinship stabilizes her. Rani's home becomes the first space where Aphrodite exists without being accused, evaluated, or consumed. Adoption transforms survival into continuity. Thesis: Ready synthesis. Rani Krishna's decision to shelter Aphrodite Khan evolves into adoption and identity change because Care reveals that Aphrodite's homelessness is structural, not temporary, and that reclaiming her life requires not legal freedom alone, but a new lineage through which identity, protection, and authorship can be reconstituted. Below is a theory-driven analysis connecting the arc of Rani Krishna's sheltering, adoption, and Aphrodite's identity change to feminist ethics of care, written so it can be used as a standalone subsection or integrated into the existing critical framework. Feminist ethics of care and the reconstitution of personhood. Rani Krishna's decision to shelter, adopt, and ultimately help redefine Aphrodite Khan's identity exemplifies what feminist theorists describe as the ethics of care, a framework articulated most famously by Carol Gilligan, Nell Noddings, and later feminist care theorists who challenge justice-based, abstract moral reasoning. Rather than grounding moral action in rules, punishment, or rights alone, the ethics of care centers responsiveness to vulnerability, relational responsibility, and the sustaining of life under conditions of dependency. In the Indian Miss World, Rani's intervention emerges precisely where rights-based systems, law, police, and industry have withdrawn. Care as an alternative to abandoning institutions. The state releases Aphrodite from custody, but provides neither protection nor restoration. This moment reveals a core critique embedded in care ethics. Formal justice without care reproduces harm. Aphrodite is legally free but socially exposed, still vulnerable to recapture. Rani's response rejects the liberal assumption that autonomy is the highest moral good. Instead, she recognizes that Aphrodite's life has been shaped by captivity from childhood and that sudden independence would function as abandonment. Care here is not a paternalistic restriction of freedom, but a necessary bridge between survival and agency. Relational responsibility over moral judgment. Feminist care ethics also rejects moral evaluation based on worthiness. Rani does not ask whether Aphrodite is respectable, innocent, or socially redeemable. She responds to need, not merit. This sharply contrasts with the surrounding society, which evaluates Aphrodite through the lenses of scandal, sexuality, and reputation. By taking Aphrodite into her home, Rani suspends judgment and replaces it with attentive presence, the foundational act of care ethics. Crucially, Rani's care is not abstract compassion but ongoing labor, housing, protection from media, guidance through daily life, and emotional containment. Care operates temporally, it endures. The novel positions this sustained commitment as morally superior to spectacular acts of justice that arrive too late or not at all. Adoption as radical care beyond biology. The decision to adopt Aphrodite formalizes what care ethics recognizes as chosen responsibility. Care is not limited to biological kinship. It is generated through sustained relational engagement. Adoption, in this context, functions as an ethical declaration. Aphrodite's life is worth stabilizing beyond crisis management. Rani's choice affirms that belonging is constructed through care rather than blood, culture, or religion. This move is especially significant in a novel structured around patriarchal ownership and coercive guardianship. Adoption by another woman stands as a counter-institution, transforming guardianship from control into preservation. Aphrodite becomes a daughter rather than a possession, marking a shift from transactional relations to reciprocal care. Identity change as care-enabled agency. From a care ethics perspective, Aphrodite's identity change is made ethically viable only because care precedes choice. Autonomy emerges after safety, not before it. Rani does not impose a new identity on Aphrodite, but creates the conditions under which Aphrodite can participate in reshaping her own name, lineage, and public self. This sequencing is critical. Feminist care ethics insists that agency is relationally supported, not individually summoned. The novel thereby challenges narratives of empowerment that demand self-reinvention without protection. Aphrodite's rebirth is not an act of isolated will, but the product of ethical scaffolding provided by another woman. Care as quiet resistance. Finally, Rani's actions exemplify care as political resistance without spectacle. She does not dismantle institutions directly. She refuses their logic by creating a parallel moral economy in which survival, continuity, and dignity take precedence over punishment, credibility, or profit. In this sense, Care becomes the novel's most radical force, not because it conquers power, but because it sustains life where power fails. Synthesis. Thesis ready. Through Rani Krishna's sheltering and adoption of Aphrodite Khan, the Indian Miss World aligns itself with feminist ethics of care, showing that when institutions abandon the vulnerable, ethical responsibility reemerges in intimate, sustaining relationships that restore personhood before autonomy and dignity before legality. Below is an integrated, theory-driven synthesis that connects the arc of care adoption identity reconstruction to Spivak's subaltern theory and carceral feminism, showing how the Indian Miss World positions feminist ethics of care as a quiet counterpolitics to both epistemic silencing and punitive governance. Feminist ethics of care at the limits of Spivak and carceral feminism. The arc that begins with Rani Krishna sheltering Aphrodite Khan and culminates in adoption and identity reconstruction can be read as a direct intervention at the points where both subaltern speech, Spivak, and carceral responses to gendered harm, carceral feminism, fail. The novel stages care not as sentiment, but as an alternative political practice that compensates for the structural inadequacies of recognition and punishment. Spivak, creating conditions for speech, not forcing recognition. Spivak famously argues that the subaltern cannot speak, not because she is mute, but because institutional frameworks cannot receive her speech as meaningful. In the Indian Miss World, Aphrodite's testimony and even material evidence circulate widely yet fail to produce justice. Her words are heard but not recognized. Rani Krishna's intervention does not attempt to make Aphrodite legible to these institutions. Instead, Care creates a pre-institutional space where Aphrodite's subjectivity can stabilize before being exposed again to systems of representation. This distinction matters. Rather than urging Aphrodite to speak louder, to testify better, or to refine her claims, Rani withdraws her from the demand to be intelligible. Shelter suspends the imperative of recognition. Adoption then formalizes this suspension by anchoring Aphrodite's identity in a relationship rather than in discursive validation. In Spivak's terms, Care does not give voice to the subaltern, it protects her from being sacrificed to the demand for voice before survival is secured. Care against carceral feminism, refusing punishment as proxy for justice. Carceral feminism, the reliance on policing, imprisonment, and punishment to address gendered violence, appears in the novel only to be quietly discredited. The legal system incarcerates Aphrodite under defamation mechanisms while failing to protect her from further harm. Even when Mahmood Khan is arrested, justice arrives not through procedural vindication, but through his removal as a threat. The state's response is reactive, punitive, and ultimately insufficient. Rani's ethics of care directly counters this logic. She does not seek harsher penalties or expanded state control to protect Aphrodite. She recognizes that carcerality itself has already been a tool of harm. Aphrodite has lived most of her life under confinement, by marriage, by men, by prisons, by reputation. Another regime of control, even one labeled protection, would simply rebrand domination. In this sense, the novel aligns with critiques of carceral feminism that argue punishment often substitutes for support while leaving structural vulnerability intact. Rani's home offers what prisons and courts cannot: continuity, safety, and dignity without surveillance or exchange. Adoption as anti-carceral feminist praxis. Adoption functions as a radical care-based alternative to both liberal autonomy and punitive justice. It rejects the assumption that adulthood equals self-sufficiency, recognizing instead that long-term abuse produces extended dependency. Care ethics accepts dependency without pathologizing it. Against carceral feminism's emphasis on accountability through punishment, adoption affirms accountability through relational commitment. Rani binds herself to Aphrodite's future rather than demanding retribution for her past. This move reframes justice as ongoing responsibility, not a completed verdict. Identity change. Agency after care, not before. Both Spivak and critics of carceral feminism warn against demanding agency from the harmed subject too soon. The novel follows this caution precisely. Aphrodite's identity transformation occurs after shelter, not as a condition for receiving it. Care precedes choice. Only once stability is restored does Aphrodite participate in redefining her name, lineage, and public self. This sequencing is a quiet but powerful rebuke to narratives that celebrate resilience while ignoring the labor that makes it possible. Identity change here is not performance for redemption, it is a care-enabled reclaiming of authorship. Synthesis. Where Spivak shows that recognition can reinscribe domination, and critics of carceral feminism show that punishment can reproduce harm, the Indian Miss World locates an alternative in feminist ethics of care. Rani Krishna's sheltering and adoption of Aphrodite Khan neither demands speech nor demands punishment. Instead, it creates the conditions under which survival can precede justice and dignity can precede autonomy. Thesis ready synthesis sentence. By integrating feminist ethics of care with Spivak's critique of recognition and the failures of carceral feminism, the Indian Miss World positions relational guardianship as a quiet but radical alternative to both epistemic silencing and punitive justice, showing that for the most vulnerable women, care accomplishes what law and punishment cannot. The next public confrontation. After care, not before. It does not begin as a debate. It begins as a summons. The venue is announced less than 24 hours in advance, an emergency panel discussion hosted by a prominent news channel, framed as balance, necessity, public interest. Aphrodite agrees to attend only after Rani reads the invitation twice and notes what is missing. No moderator named. No question shared. No time limits guaranteed. This is not conversation. It is containment, attempted in daylight. Still, Aphrodite goes. The studio is colder than it needs to be. Lights glare down with clinical insistence. Around the table sit 5 figures who have rehearsed their concern into smoothness: a policy analyst, a senior bureaucrat, a religious scholar, a philanthropist, and the host, smiling, attentive, controlled. Aphrodite takes her seat. Rani remains off camera, exactly where leverage lives. The host opens gently. "We want to thank you for joining us," he says. "Given the controversy surrounding your recent announcement, we felt it was important to hear directly from you." Controversy. Not backlash. Not misrepresentation. The frame is already set. Aphrodite inclines her head. She does not smile. The analyst speaks first. "No one doubts your intentions," he begins the ritual phrase that precedes negation. "But many are concerned that what you're proposing bypasses democratic channels." Across from him, the bureaucrat nods gravely. "Parallel systems," he says, as if defining a crime. "They weaken state accountability." The philanthropist leans forward, almost kindly. "We all want to help children. But reform takes patience. It can't be driven by individual will." The scholar adjusts his glasses. There is also cultural sensitivity to consider. Naming choices. Philosophical origins. The host turns at last to Aphrodite. "That's a lot to respond to," he says, still smiling. "Where would you like to begin?" Aphrodite does not rush. She looks at the table, at the symmetry of authority, the careful spacing, the assumption that this moment is theirs to control. "I'll begin with the fear behind the questions," she says. Explanation. This is Aphrodite's first move in the scene. She seizes control of the exchange by redefining the panel's agenda, shifting the confrontation from Q&A to power struggle. The room stiffens, almost imperceptibly. "You're not asking whether children need housing," she continues. "You're asking whether I should be allowed to build it." Explanation. This escalates the scene by exposing the panel's real objection, permission, raising the stakes from policy critique to a direct challenge of who gets to act in public. The analyst starts to interject. She does not yield the floor. "You're worried about precedent," Aphrodite goes on, calm but exact. "About what happens when someone outside your structures demonstrates that function doesn't require permission." The host's smile tightens. "That's not quite fair." "It is accurate," Aphrodite replies, her tone unchanged. A beat. The bureaucrat clears his throat. With respect, you aren't accountable to voters. No, Aphrodite says. I'm accountable to outcomes. Explanation. This is the scene's pivot line. It blocks their attempt to disqualify her and turns the debate into a measurable results contest, forcing the panel to respond to her terms. The philanthropist frowns. That's a dangerous position. Only if control matters more than results, Aphrodite answers. The scholar speaks again. You speak of dignity as if it were universal. But values are most loudly defended, Aphrodite interrupts softly, by those who have never had to prove them. The host sits back now. The temperature in the studio has shifted. So, he says, choosing his words carefully, are you saying institutions don't matter? Aphrodite meets his gaze. I'm saying institutions matter when they perform, she replies. And when they don't, children pay the cost while adults debate jurisdiction. Silence lands, not dramatic, but heavy enough to register. The analyst tries a new angle. What happens when you're gone? Aphrodite does not hesitate. Then the structure remains, she says. That's the point. Ronnie watches from the wings as the realization settles. This is not a figure they can exhaust into apology or gratitude. Aphrodite is not here to win approval. She is here to state terms. The host glances at the clock. We're nearly out of time, he says, no longer smiling. Any final thought? Aphrodite nods once. If what I'm doing threatens you, she says steadily, it's worth asking whether the threat is disruption or comparison. The cameras cut shortly after. Too abruptly. Explanation. This functions as the closing blow of the scene, ending the segment with a line that provokes backlash and ensures the confrontation will ripple into the next chapter, replays, reframing, and retaliation. Outside, commentators scramble to summarize what cannot be reduced to a soundbite. Inside the studio, the panelists avoid eye contact. No one shakes Aphrodite's hand. As she rises, Ronnie steps into view, not to shield her, but to walk beside her. This confrontation will be replayed, dissected, reframed again. But one thing is already clear. The press did not challenge Aphrodite to stop her. They challenged her because they could no longer move her. And everyone watching saw it. The morning after the panel does not arrive loudly. It arrives fractured. Aphrodite wakes to a screen already full clips clipped again, sentences lifted from context and returned sharper, slower, heavier. Not outrage this time. Sorting. The public is no longer reacting. It is deciding where to place her. By mid-morning, the replay dominates every channel. The moment they loop is not the harshest exchange, nor the interruption. It is her stillness, the pause before she said comparison. Analysts freeze the frame as if it contains a secret. One headline reads, "She didn't flinch." Another reframes it within an hour. Why that should worry us? Opinion columns split differently now, not along political lines, but temperamental ones. Some praise her restraint. She refused theater. That unnerved the room. Others warn about it. Aphrodite to stop her. Calm is not neutrality. It is strategy. A phrase begins to circulate by noon, attributed, misattributed, requoted until ownership dissolves. Quiet power is the most dangerous kind. Ronnie notices the shift before Aphrodite names it. They're no longer asking if you're right, Ronnie says, scrolling. They're asking what happens if you keep going. On social media, reaction moves in layers. Young teachers repost the clip where Aphrodite says outcomes. They caption it simply, finally. Aid workers debate her refusal to distribute cash, defending it with lived experience. One writes, "People who critique structure have never watched money vanish overnight." At the same time, a different thread gains traction, shared by think tanks, pundits, and policy commentators. We can't allow individuals to normalize bypassing institutions. The word allow appears everywhere. It is the clearest marker yet. By afternoon, a major newspaper publishes a long editorial with no headline photo of Aphrodite, only a diagram. Boxes and arrows. Flowcharts. The text treats her shelters as a hypothetical problem to be solved. The conclusion is careful. We must ensure no single figure becomes indispensable. Aphrodite reads it twice. That's new, she says quietly. They're imagining me continuing. That evening, the reaction sharpens again, but differently. A former judge posts a brief statement online. It is not emotional. It is surgical. There is nothing radical about building what the state failed to maintain. The radical notion is that permission must always precede repair. It is shared widely, then screen captured, then quoted out of context, but the sentence holds. By nightfall, the public mood settles into something more complex than support or hostility. It becomes watchfulness. Crowds do not gather. Protests do not swell. Instead, people wait. Waiting favors the person who knows where they are going. In a late-night talk show, the host ends the segment with an off-script thought. She might be wrong, he says. But she's not confused. And that's different. Ronnie turns off the television. Outside, the city hums with its ordinary rhythms, unchanged and newly attentive at once. Aphrodite sits by the window, not reading now, not watching either, just thinking. They aren't done testing me, she says. No, Ronnie agrees. But they've stopped mistaking you for an episode. Aphrodite lets that settle. The day after the panel ends not with a verdict, but with recognition, not approval, not fear, but acknowledgement of presence. Tomorrow, the language will harden again. It always does. But tonight, one thing is undeniable. The public has seen Aphrodite Khan stand still under pressure. And that image, clearer than any slogan, is already doing work on its own. The preparation does not look like strategy. There are no talking points pinned to walls, no rehearsed lines spoken into mirrors, no advisors circling with amended phrasing. Aphrodite has already learned that performance invites ownership. She prepares instead by stripping the moment down to what cannot be argued with. The morning after the panel, she asks for 3 things only: time, silence, paper. Ronnie arranges the rest without comment. Meetings are delayed. Calls are unanswered. The room they use is plain, no screens, no windows open wide enough to distract. Only a table, 2 chairs, and a stack of documents. Aphrodite sits with the papers spread before her, not reading for information but for pressure points. She marks nothing. She underlines nothing. She studies where language bends, where people confused concern with control, where authority substituted procedure for outcome, where her presence alone had become the objection. This, she says finally, tapping one page lightly, is what they're afraid of. Ronnie follows her gaze. It is not a quote or a headline. It is a sentence buried mid-paragraph in a policy memo criticizing her shelter plan. If this model succeeds, replication outside institutional oversight becomes difficult to regulate. They've stopped assuming you'll fail, Ronnie observes. Aphrodite nods. They're assuming I'll be copied. That understanding shifts everything. She does not prepare to defend herself. She prepares to clarify irreversibility. The next hours are spent refining what will not be said. No autobiographical appeals. No emotional inventory. No invitations to empathy. Her story, she knows, is the one thing most easily repackaged against her. Instead, she reduces her position to 3 principles and commits to repeating them without alteration. Function over sentiment. Structure over symbolism. Outcomes over permission. If challenged, she will return to those. If interrupted, she will pause. If provoked, she will name the fear aloud. In the afternoon, Ronnie suggests they review likely questions. Aphrodite shakes her head. I don't need to anticipate questions, she says. I need to hold the ground beneath them. She practices something else instead: stillness. Sitting without reaching for response. Meeting silence without filling it. Allowing discomfort to stand long enough that it reveals its source. This, she knows, was what unsettled the panel most. That evening, as the city dims, Aphrodite writes 1 page by hand. Not a speech. Not a statement. A single paragraph. She reads it once. She does not revise it. Ronnie watches from the doorway. You're not preparing to convince them, Ronnie says. No, Aphrodite replies. I'm preparing to outlast the moment. She folds the page and places it in her bag, not as a script, but as an anchor. A reminder of what cannot be negotiated. Before sleeping, she sends one message to the organizing team of the shelters. It is short. Proceed. Nothing more. The next public challenge will arrive soon. It always does. Louder. Better framed. More confident in its concern. But when it comes, Aphrodite will not meet it as a newcomer or a respondent or a grateful recipient of attention. She will meet it as something the public is still adjusting to. A figure who is not reacting, but continuing. And that, she has learned, is the preparation that makes resistance visible to itself. Morning arrives without ceremony. Light slips around the edge of the curtains, precise and unhurried, as if it has done this many times before and learned patience. Aphrodite wakes before the alarm, not startled, not braced, just awake, aware of where she is and why. That alone feels different. She sits up slowly, feet touching the floor on her own terms. The room is quiet in a way that does not feel staged. No phones vibrating yet. No voices negotiating the day before it has begun. Across the small table lies the folded page she wrote the night before. She doesn't open it. That matters too. From the adjoining room comes the faint sound of movement. Ronnie, already up. Not hovering. Not waiting to react. Just present, the way a structure is present when it has been built correctly. Aphrodite dresses deliberately. Plain clothes. Neutral lines. Nothing that argues before she speaks. She has learned how quickly surface becomes distraction. When she opens the door between the rooms, Ronnie is pouring tea. You sleep? Ronnie asks, without checking her face too closely. Yes, Aphrodite answers. All the way. Ronnie nods, not pleased, not relieved. Simply registering a fact that matters. They sit at the small table together. No screens yet. No summaries offered. Outside, the city is already noisier than it was last night. Morning traffic. Delivery trucks. Ordinary persistence. They'll come today, Ronnie says evenly. Statements. Invitations. Warnings dressed as requests. Aphrodite stirs her tea once, then stops. I know. Do you want to review what might be said? No, Aphrodite meets her eyes. I want to remember what won't change. Ronnie studies her then, not measuring readiness, but recognizing it. What won't, she asks. Aphrodite thinks for a moment, then answers without emphasis. The shelters proceed. The structure stays intact. I don't negotiate existence. Ronnie allows herself the smallest smile. Good. Then everything else is noise. A phone vibrates on the table at last. A message preview flashes, urgent, careful, important. Aphrodite turns it face down. Not yet, she says. Ronnie doesn't question it. They eat quietly. The simplicity of the moment holds. Outside the window, the city continues re-narrating her, headlines adjusting, opinions hardening, alliances recalculating. Somewhere, a new challenge is already being shaped, announced as dialogue, insistence, responsibility. Aphrodite finishes her tea. I used to think preparation meant armor, she says. Arguments. Evidence. Endurance. And now? Ronnie asks. And now, Aphrodite replies, standing, it means deciding what I refuse to carry. She reaches for her bag. Inside it, the folded page waits, not as a shield, but as ballast. When the phone rings again, louder this time, she answers it calmly, not to defend herself, not to explain, but to schedule. Yes, she says into the receiver. I'll be there. She ends the call and looks at Ronnie. They want another conversation. Ronnie rises as well. Of course they do. Aphrodite takes a breath, not deep, not dramatic. Just enough. Then let's go, she says. I'd like to arrive unchanged. They leave the room together. Behind them, nothing is rehearsed. Nothing is abandoned. And as the door closes, the morning holds not its breath, not its judgment, but its position. Ready to see whether certainty can stand another day in public. Below is a concise, forward-looking summary of the key points Aphrodite will consistently emphasize in future public responses, distilled from her conduct, language, and preparation, not as slogans, but as positions she returns to without deviation. Core principles Aphrodite will emphasize. 1. Outcomes over authorization. She will shift every discussion away from who approved her toward what is being achieved. When challenged on legitimacy, she will return to measurable results: children housed, fed, educated, protected. She will not defend her right to act, she will demonstrate the necessity of action. 2. Structure, not sentiment. Aphrodite will refuse emotional framing as the primary justification for her work. She will emphasize that compassion without infrastructure is fragile. Charity, in her framing, is not rescue, it is replacement of failed systems. 3. Non-negotiability of existence. She will make clear that the shelters, foundations, and systems already underway are not exploratory or provisional. Dialogue may shape refinement, but not existence. Any attempt to pause, delay, or review her work as a precondition will be treated as avoidance. 4. Accountability to outcomes, not opinion. She will distinguish between democratic accountability and reputational pressure. Public opinion, media framing, and institutional comfort will not replace responsibility to beneficiaries. Her work answers first to those affected, not to commentators or gatekeepers. 5. Replication as a feature, not a threat. When accused of setting dangerous precedents, she will clarify that success should be copied. Decentralization and scalability will be framed as strengths. She will resist efforts to render her indispensable. Permanence must outlast identity. 6. Silence as deliberate discipline. Aphrodite will not respond to every provocation or mischaracterization. She will allow silence to expose fear, exaggeration, and bad faith critique. Her pauses are strategic, designed to force others to articulate what they are truly protecting. 7. Refusal to perform gratefulness. She will not present herself as redeemed by wealth, rescued by institutions, or indebted for permission. Gratitude will not replace agency. Her tone will remain calm, exact, and unornamental, even under hostility. 8. Continuity over reaction. Above all, Aphrodite will emphasize that progress is happening regardless of scrutiny. She will meet challenges not by escalation, but by continuing the work unchanged. The message is implicit. This is not an episode, it is a trajectory. Below are Aphrodite's key positions rewritten explicitly as answers to hostile questions, phrased the way she would deliver them publicly: calm, exact, and non-defensive. These are not rhetorical flourishes, they are responses designed to end lines of attack, not inflame them. Hostile question. Aphrodite's answer. Who gave you the authority to do this? Answer. No one delegated authority to me. The absence of effective protection for children created necessity. I'm acting where that necessity was unanswered. Why are you bypassing existing institutions? Answer. I'm not bypassing institutions. I'm addressing gaps they failed to close. Where institutions perform, they remain relevant. Where they don't, lives are affected while discussions continue. Aren't you creating parallel systems that undermine democracy? Answer. Parallel systems only exist when primary systems do not function. Stability isn't undermined by solutions, it's undermined by prolonged failure. Why should the public trust a private individual with this scale of influence? Answer. Trust should be placed in outcomes, not personalities. If the work fails, it should be measured as such. If it succeeds, it should be replicated even without me. Isn't this just charity shaped by your personal ideology? Answer. No. Sentiment is not the organizing principle. The shelters are built on continuity, structure, and accountability. Ideology doesn't keep the lights on, systems do. Why refuse to distribute cash directly to the poor? Answer. Cash disappears fastest where instability is highest. Shelter, food, healthcare, and education endure longer than money and reduce vulnerability instead of circulating it. Are you using trauma to justify unchecked power? Answer. I'm refusing to perform trauma publicly so others can debate whether it qualifies. The work doesn't rely on my story, it relies on addressing conditions that shouldn't persist. What happens when you're gone? Answer. Then the structure remains. If something depends on my presence to function, it's poorly designed, and I reject that model. Why name the project after Gandhi? Isn't that provocative? Answer: it's descriptive. The philosophy prioritizes dignity through restraint, permanence through structure, and service without ownership. Don't you think you're moving too fast? Answer: children experience delay as loss. Caution is appropriate when mistakes are reversible. Hunger and exposure are not. Why won't you engage more with critics? Answer: I engage with criticism that improves outcomes. I don't negotiate existence or pause intervention to satisfy discomfort. Do you consider yourself accountable to anyone? Answer: yes, to the people affected by the absence of protection. That accountability doesn't fluctuate with headlines. It can endure longer than money and reduce vulnerability instead of circulating it. Has wealth changed your perspective? Answer: it changed my ability to act. It didn't change the problem. Are you trying to become indispensable? Answer: the opposite. If this only works because of me, then it fails by design. Summarize the party Rani Krishna organizes for her adopted daughter Aphrodite Khan and why she does so. In the Indian Miss World, Rani Krishna organizes an extravagant banquet party after legally adopting Aphrodite Khan, formerly Ifit/Amrita, as her daughter. What the party is like. Rani Krishna books the largest dining and dancing hall in Mumbai, the five-star Leela Palace, and invites the elite of the city, leading Bollywood actors, actresses, directors, producers, business figures, and senior Maharashtra government officials. During the gala, Rani brings Aphrodite to center stage and formally announces her adoption in front of this high-profile audience. Why Rani Krishna throws the party? To publicly announce the adoption. The party serves as a formal, society-level declaration that Aphrodite is now Rani Krishna's legally adopted daughter, signaling her new identity and status within Mumbai's elite circles. To launch a film project based on Aphrodite's life. Rani uses the event to announce that she has completed the script of a major film based on the true story of a 7-year-old Indian slum girl, and that the film will soon go into production under her direction. To introduce Aphrodite as the film's lead actress. At the same event, Rani declares that Aphrodite herself, now an Iranian heroine, will play the lead role, acting out her own life story in a movie titled The Child Bride and the Old Man. To elevate Aphrodite's public image and social standing. By staging the announcement in a luxury venue before Bollywood and political elites, Rani aims to recast Aphrodite from a traumatized former slum girl into a legitimate star and respected figure in high society. In short, the party is both a lavish social spectacle and a strategic public platform. It announces Aphrodite's adoption, unveils a prestige film project drawn from her life, and attempts to reframe her identity and future in the eyes of Mumbai's powerful circles. At the party, Rani Krishna announces a feature film project centered on Aphrodite Khan's own life story. Status and leadership. Rani Krishna declares that the script is complete and that she herself will direct the film, with shooting set to begin soon. Subject. The movie is based on the true life story of a 7-year-old Indian slum girl, drawing directly from Aphrodite's experiences. Casting. Rani reveals that Aphrodite Khan will play the lead role, effectively acting out her own life on screen. Title. The film is titled The Child Bride and the Old Man. In short, the project is presented as a serious, autobiographical drama authored and directed by Rani Krishna, with Aphrodite starring as herself in a film explicitly rooted in her childhood story. Before her adoption by Rani Krishna, Aphrodite Khan, born Ifit Khan, later also known as Amrita, Pooja, and Christina, comes from an extraordinarily traumatic and marginalized background, as described in the novel The Indian Miss World. Early life and family. Aphrodite is born into a poor Muslim family in a Mumbai slum, the daughter of Rehana Khan, an illiterate maidservant struggling to survive extreme poverty and social marginalization. She grows up amid hunger, instability, and constant vulnerability. Child marriage, captivity, and abuse. As a noticeably young child, Aphrodite is forcibly married to an elderly Saudi man, Sheikh Ahmed/Friz bin Ahmed, and removed from her normal childhood entirely. Under the cover of religious legality, she is subjected to systematic sexual abuse, rape, confinement, and psychological terror. Her childhood is effectively erased and replaced by exploitation and fear, imprisonment, and repeated victimization. She endures multiple periods of detention and imprisonment, both in the Middle East and later in India, often without legal protection. During these times, she is abused by police officers, politicians, and powerful men, treated as disposable and criminalized despite being a minor and a victim. Loss of identity and social stigma. Aphrodite enters public consciousness not as a protected child, but as a shamed survivor, widely stigmatized due to her forced marriages, imprisonment, and sexual exploitation. Her identity, citizenship status, education, and legal standing are all uncertain, leaving her isolated and defenseless. Pre-adoption condition. By the time Rani Krishna encounters her, Aphrodite is a deeply traumatized young woman, emotionally scarred, socially ostracized, and without a stable family or guardian. Despite having survived extreme abuse, she possesses no secure place in society until Rani Krishna later steps in and legally adopts her and restores her public identity. In short, before her adoption, Aphrodite Khan's life is defined by slum poverty, forced child marriage, sexual violence, imprisonment, and social rejection, making her adoption a sharp turning point in an otherwise brutal trajectory. Quotations from the original manuscript about the beauty pageant in Bombay City. When Rani Krishna announced that she had adopted Aphrodite Khan as her daughter and she is going to be the leading heroine in her upcoming movie, the manager of the Abu Dhabi International Bank approached them and enthusiastically suggested that the young woman Aphrodite Khan must enter the Miss World Beauty Contest. He said with full confidence, "She must compete in the beauty contest. I am quite certain she will win." Her Hindu mother Rani Krishna thanked him and dismissed his suggestion as wishful thinking coming from a man who liked to say good things to make people feel happy. So, she did not take his advice seriously. She knows that for an Indian girl to enter the Miss World contest, she has to first win the smaller regional competitions in the city. Aphrodite will then have to win the Miss Mumbai contest. Following that, she has to go head-to-head with the female winners of the beauty contests of over 300 main cities in India. Then and only then Aphrodite can step out of the boundary of her country to compete with the hundreds of female winners of beauty contests from all over the world. The Miss World must not only be an exceedingly beautiful damsel and possess an outstanding sexy, fabulous body, but she has to be smart and know a great deal about the outside world and world politics and have as a platform a noble cause. It is not only difficult but an unattainable goal for a girl like Aphrodite, who was born in a slum and lived most of her life in misery and abuse without the benefit of schooling. In addition to all these obstacles, Rani is interested in making the movie of Ifat Khan and her life. Hence, Aphrodite involving herself in a cutthroat beauty contest for months on end will delay its production indefinitely. Nevertheless, the idea stuck in Aphrodite's mind, and she began to seriously consider competing. From the time she heard the suggestion from the bank manager, she started to nag and harass her mother about it. Aphrodite is like a small female child when she sees a beautiful doll, will not stop crying over it until her mother buys it for her. Her Hindu mother tried to convince her that it would be impossible for her to become Miss World. She gave her hundreds of reasons that may stand in her way of achieving such a competitive title. Whatever her loving mom told her, she could not turn her daughter away from the idea or change her mind. Her mind became obsessed and fascinated with the idea the bank manager had planted in her head. Therefore, Rani regrets inviting the crazy Arab man to the banquet party. When Aphrodite refused to forget her ambitions, her mother tried to convince her that her movie was going to produce a nobler message to the world than being Miss World. Aphrodite became very adamant and insisted that the production of the movie should be postponed until she competed in Miss World. When nothing she said could change her mind, her mother reluctantly backed down and promised to register her in the Miss Mumbai beauty contest. But she explained to her that if she failed to win the Miss Mumbai title, then she could not be allowed to go any further in the competition, and that would be the end of that chapter. Aphrodite told her mother that the bank manager said she was the most beautiful girl in the world and that she must try out for Miss World. For that reason, she tried to assure her mother that she would win Miss Mumbai, Miss India, reach her final goal, and become the queen of beauty all over the world. In Bollywood, people believe that winning Miss Mumbai will be more difficult than winning Miss India. Moreover, some go further and simply state that winning Miss Mumbai means automatically becoming Miss India, as if there are no beautiful girls in all other cities of India. Of course, such a belief does not always ring untrue. It is grounded in the pride and arrogance of Bollywood film stars and producers who somehow think that Mumbai is not a part of India, but a separate entity and a city of the Western world. Some Indians say if a foreigner sees Bombay, he should not say I have visited India. This belief is based on the fact that Bombay reflects Western culture rather than the rich heritage of the multicultural country. In any case, with her daughters will set in concrete, Rani agreed to allow her most treasured and adorable girl and future great heroine to join the contest for Miss Mumbai. The beauty contests of Mumbai are conducted much like the American Idol series. The only difference is that in the Indian beauty contest, the contenders have to pay fees to cover their expenses incurred staying at the five-star hotels holding the pageants. Poor girls are out of the question because their social and financial conditions exempt them. Beautiful poor girls, if present, can only compete among themselves to win a middle-class husband or a foreign Indian life partner who is known as an NRI, which means a rich Indian guy who is living in a Western city or working in a rich Arab country. It is part of the Indian people's psyche not to associate beauty and poverty. In Ifit's case, divine providence has elevated her from her slum girl roots to the Aphrodite of Bollywood. She, therefore, became qualified to try her luck. Like a presidential candidate running for the U.S. presidency, the beauty contest usually begins at the caucus level. Girls from the same high school compete among themselves first. Bollywood's newest female beauties also compete together. Sometimes, girls of one club or the same locality may compete against each other. Therefore, if a girl is confident in herself, she will be allowed to compete in the final competition directly. She just needs to fill out the necessary forms and pay an exorbitant fee. The normal mode, however, for most of the female contestants is by way of the caucus method. This system absorbed the cost of the forms and hotel fees because each group made a substantial amount of money organizing the competitions. People are happy to contribute just to be able to gawk and ogle at a gathering of young, nubile, naked women on stage, under the guise of competition. Finally, the girls would have to appear before a qualified judicial committee, and here the competition would simply become ruthless. Out of hundreds of young, very pretty girls, the committee has to pick out only one extraordinary beautiful girl. The selection will not be made in one single day. Over 3 days, half of the 400 or so female contestants would be ejected. The remaining 200 would be pared down to 100 girls and so on. Every night, there will be weeping and gnashing of the teeth at the ITC Maratha Hotel. Those disqualified girls might feel as if their lives had come to an end. Therefore, the presence of parents and friends to lend emotional support is particularly important. Suicides are not an uncommon phenomenon among female losers. Eventually, the 400 female contestants would be shaved down to a mere 25 beautiful female competitors. From day one, Rani expected that her little girl would be sent home with a one-way ticket. Imagine her surprise when the slum girl made it to the 25 finalists. With the selection of the 25 female hopefuls, the committee announced a one-week break. There are many reasons for the interruption in festivities. The most important is that the media would make a lot of money during that week and the committee would get its share in every newspaper, magazine, and TV channel covering the important event. Besides that, the committee would raise huge amounts of money from SMS messages. Every girl among the lucky 25 female contestants would be assigned a number. Every person is required to send an SMS message and predict the outcome of the Miss Mumbai pageant. The underworld mafia of Mumbai, who is called Gonda, runs illegal gambling groups, and the winner gets at least 5 crores of rupees or 50 million rupees. Each gambler has to pay 1,000 rupees. Sometimes, if the group reaches 10 million gamblers, the winner may get 5 crores. 1,000 times 10 million is equal to 10 billion Indian rupees. The Gondas give the winner 50 million rupees and keep for themselves 9 billion and 950 million Indian rupees. For an Indian girl to even be able to enter the Miss Mumbai contest is a considerable honor. With those beauty contest credentials, she can enter Bollywood or become a model and make a lot of money. What is more, a girl can get a genuinely nice bridegroom because once upon a time, she was a Miss Mumbai participant, or she could get a visa to go abroad on the same grounds. In some cases, the girl might utilize her participation in Miss Mumbai in an unscrupulous way. It happened that once an Indian girl was caught in a 5-star hotel room with a wealthy Arab man. The Arab guy had paid her 50 million rupees for spending one night with him because she competed as Miss Bombay. There was a time when the city was called Bombay. The highest paid beautiful Indian prostitute or a Nepalese sexy hooker in Colaba or Ferris Road might not get more than 15,000 rupees, which is equivalent to a little over $200 for sleeping with a rich Arab guy in his hotel room. During the one-week break, the hottest topic in the media was the slum girl among the 25 finalists. She is a record of sorts because it has never happened before, nor is it likely to ever happen again. It is inconceivable that a slum girl has dared to come out of her dog hut and challenge the high castes and rich girls of Mumbai, and even defy the beautiful girls of Bollywood. Miss Mumbai is always won by a girl of the higher caste societies. A slum girl winning Miss Mumbai would be like the moment Barack Hussein Obama was announced as the first black U.S. president. Some journalists and critics said that if the slummier types tried their hand at the title of Miss Mumbai, they should be accorded more honor than Barack Hussein Obama, who was portrayed as a black American. According to them, he is half white through his American mother and half black due to his Kenyan father, and also half Christian and half Muslim. That rare combination probably helped Barack Hussein Obama win the presidential election in the USA. The Mumbai slum girl Ifat Khan, on the other hand, is a 100% slum dweller, born to slum parents, from the same religious background of Islam. This scything observation might be lost to our Western readers, but in Ifat's case, her Muslim parents belong to the untouchable or low caste of Muslim Arzals who are forbidden to enter a mosque or touch the Holy Quran. By the way, according to Dr. Ambedkar, the father of the Indian Constitution, Muslims in India have a caste system, which is worse than that of the Hindus. They have divided themselves into ashrafs, nobles who claim to be direct descendants of the Prophet Muhammad, ajlafs, uncivilized or uncultured, and arzals, low caste or untouchables. Accordingly, if the slum girl won the beauty contest, she would make 3 records. 1. The first slum girl to be crowned Miss Mumbai. 2. The first Muslim girl to win the contest in Mumbai. And 3. The first low-caste Muslim girl to get that honorable title. The former Muslim girl who became Miss Asia, Zinat Aman, came in at number 3 in the Miss Mumbai beauty pageant. So far, no Muslim girl has ever won Miss Mumbai or Miss India. As it is expected, some disgruntled Muslim clerics threatened to issue fatwas condemning the so-called female imposter, Aphrodite Krishna Khan. They said that she was a liar and an abomination. According to them, how can a Muslim girl have her first name Christian name, her middle name a Hindu, and her last name a Muslim? For them, no good Muslim family would ever do such an abominable thing as to give their female child the name of a Greek goddess, a Hindu god with a Muslim name. For that reason, they concluded that she is either a Christian or a Hindu. They thought that she pretended to be a Muslim girl to marry a wealthy Saudi and receive a huge dowry in marriage and inheritance. Therefore, all the religious mullahs and imams urged Muslims all over Mumbai not to stand with her or support her with their SMS votes. Officially, that should have been the end of it for Aphrodite Krishna Khan, but the Muslim boys and girls did not see it that way. They wish and want Aphrodite Khan to win the beauty contest and be the first Muslim girl crowned Miss Mumbai, and also hope and pray to their exalted Allah and gracious Prophet Muhammad to make her Miss India and the Miss Universe. For that reason, they decided collectively to support her. On the final day, only the extraordinarily rich families, top government officials, and the Bollywood film stars were able to purchase the costly tickets to attend the final contest. Those who could not afford to buy the tickets to enter through the Wicket Gate of Paradise and view the live pageant of the lovely half-naked virgins are expected to watch the competition on their televisions. 2 former Miss Universe and 2 Miss World have been added to be judging panel. This addition has raised public concern because all 4 girls are Hindu women. The original lineup of the female judges is an even combination of Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, and Christians. Adding 4 more Hindu female judges at such a critical time might create a lack of equilibrium. Besides, many critics argued that a woman, despite being a former Miss World or Miss Universe, is simply not qualified to judge beauty in others. Nevertheless, the committee refused to remove the 4 new female judges. The contestant pool comprised 20 Hindu girls, 2 Christian girls, a Sikh girl, a Parsi girl, and of course a Muslim girl called Aphrodite Krishna Khan. The 25 girls are supposed to walk onto the stage one after another in their swimsuits. Every judge is required to rank each girl according to a scale from 1 to 10. The higher the number, the better. This first round will eliminate all but leave 5 girls. Then each girl should be judged based on her beauty, figure, and intelligence. The intelligence test consists of an interview question to be asked by one of the female judges. The same judge must ask each girl a question that should be chosen at random. When the first round was over, the highest marks went to the Parsi girl, followed by the Christian girl. Next to her came the Muslim girl, after that the Sikh girl, and last the Hindu girl. So, the 5 girls chosen according to their rank, beginning from the highest to the lowest, are a Parsi, a Christian, a Muslim, a Sikh, and a Hindu. People of Mumbai were shocked when it appeared that the 5 female finalists had different religious faiths. The government of Maharashtra placed huge screen TVs in each chawl locality and each slum area. The poor and the lower than the poorest of the poor who could not afford to watch the contest in their houses due to lack of electricity, and those who do not have TVs have been encouraged to go to the public parks and open areas and watch it on the government-sponsored TV screens. When the slum girl, Aphrodite Krishna Khan, made it as a finalist girl, spirited shouting and clapping erupted in all the areas designated for watching. The Parsi girl is the winner as far as the spectators are concerned. She is going to get the crown for sure. Whispers abounded about how the Parsi girl is as lovely as a China doll and as beautiful as an angel. She has foreign green eyes. Her skin is white like a Disney princess in a fairy tale. She has exceptionally long blonde hair. She has all the criteria a beauty queen could ever possess in all of Hollywood and Bollywood combined. She has an extremely beautiful face and a lithesome body. A former Miss World, Bollywood heroine, and also celebrity superstar by the name of Aishwarya Rai, giving her a rank and grade of perfect 10, asked her, "Were you created by God or did you create yourself?" In the face of such distinguished praise from one of her female judges, everybody said that she is going to win it that night. At any rate, the rich Indian woman Rani Krishna is well pleased with the level and success that her slum-born daughter has achieved. She said to herself, even if they give her a mark of 5, she will greatly rejoice at what she has been able to accomplish with all the odds. She had never expected her daughter to make it to the final 5 among the most beautiful girls in Mumbai. Such an achievement for sure will make her upcoming movie much more welcomed by the public. Therefore, when the 5 girls were carefully screened and scrutinized in the last round, the marks changed. The lovely Parsi girl still held the highest marks in terms of her face and figure. The new order according to the measurement of the face and the figure is changed to the Parsi, the Muslim, the Hindu, the Sikh, and the Christian girl. The first 2 finalists are separated by 2 marks only. Therefore, for the Muslim girl to win, she has to score a higher score on the intelligence test. No one knows that Aphrodite Khan had never been to school in all her life, except for her Hindu godmother Rani Krishna. Understandably, Rani has expected that her uneducated daughter is not going to make it through the last round. Oh, but to have come this far. How she shouted and jumped when the former results were announced. She praised her daughter for taking second place in the last round, scoring high in physical beauty and appearance. The poor and the poorest of the poor from the chawl houses, the slum huts, and the railway shacks have already celebrated the victory of the once upon a time like them a slum girl. They decided not to bother about the question and answer session testing intelligence because none of them understood what it was all about. The interview is moderated and scored by a group of 3 female judges. Each female judge would rate the answer given on a scale from 1 to 5. Then the cumulative marks out of a possible 15 will be added to the marks scored in the previous rounds. The total would determine the next and latest Miss Mumbai. The 5 girls were allowed to come and listen to the questions and the answers. The first girl randomly chosen is the Christian girl. Her question has also been randomly chosen. It has to do with modern Indian history. She gave her answer, and in the last round 3 female judges jotted down her name and her marks. The next name is Parsi girl. She is asked what she would do to make a difference in the world if she became Miss World. She said that she would strive hard to stop people from killing each other and ask all the governments of other countries to eliminate all the terrorist groups of the world. The 3 final round female judges entered their marks. The third girl is the Sikh girl. She has been asked a question about world geography. She gave her answer too. The fourth girl happened to be the Hindu damsel. She is asked what she would do if she became Miss World to improve the status of women in the world. She said that she would call for equal treatment and equal opportunity for females all over the world. The last girl who does not need to be picked at random is the Muslim girl Aphrodite Krishna Khan. The only question left would be hers. The female judge asked her, "What would you do for the poor children living in the streets and the slums of Mumbai if you happened to be Miss World?" The judges, audience, and everyone else have become exceedingly shocked and also mad at the same time. Many people felt that the judging committee had deliberately insulted the slum girl by reminding her of her past miserable life. Oddly, the slum girl does not look a bit the least insulted. She looked excited and happy to hear her particular question. She faced her female judge with her head and chest held high. "I have already started to build the biggest building in Mumbai, and I am going to accommodate in it as many poor children of the slum areas as possible and from the streets of Mumbai. I am going to feed and educate them too. Lastly, I am going to name my building the Mahatma Gandhi Charity Shelter for orphan and homeless children." The judges laughed when they heard her childish answer. One of the female judges told her boldly that by lying she may automatically get mark a 0 score from all 3 judges. The slum-born girl stood her ground and challenged the female judge who accused her of purposely lying. "I am serious. I am not lying, and my mother will be able to vouch for me. She holds the papers to the building which is now under construction. You need tens of crores of rupees to build such a huge building. I have more than 500 crores in my bank account. You are not yet 20 years old, and you claim to have 500 crores. Yes, I do. Do you know that that amount you have falsely claimed to have in your bank account is equal to 50 billion Indian rupees, which is approximately about 72 million American dollars. Yes, I know it, and I have it in my possession. Only in your dreams. I'm afraid you have a highly active imagination, or have you drunk something like alcohol, or did you take drugs before you came here?" said the female judge sarcastically. "Why don't you believe me? I did not enter this competition for Miss Mumbai lightly. I consider this position and title a profoundly serious matter, and I would not say something I did not mean. I also dislike the way you speak down to me and accuse me of lying. Just because I was born and brought up in a slum does not mean we can't accomplish things in life or have money." The angry judge ignored the slum girl and with a flourish picked up her pen. She is just about to give her a mark of 0 for lying. Before she could enter her score, she heard the voice of a man shouting in the audience, "Wait a minute please before you judge her adversely. She is not lying. I am the manager of the Abu Dhabi International Bank. I can testify that this young Indian girl Aphrodite Khan has over 500 crores of Indian rupees in our bank. I am ready to provide a bank balance statement if the committee will give me time to go to the bank and bring it right away. The audience and the judges have become astonished by what the Arab man has said. So, none of them believed a word from what he had spoken concerning the slum girl. They figured he was a supporter planted in the audience. Rani Krishna has chosen to stay silent all this time because she does not want to disclose her daughter's huge finances in public. India's government most probably will levy huge taxes against her given that they have some of the highest taxes in the world. However, when the bank manager came forward and tried to defend her daughter, her silence was challenged. Therefore, she stood up and shouted, "Yes, my daughter Aphrodite Krishna Khan has over 500 crores of rupees in her account. She has already started the construction of a big building, which is going to house more than 50,000 homeless children and their families in Mumbai. Here is a business card for the construction company that won the bid for making the 25-story building, and the project has already been approved by the government of Maharashtra. I have a copy of the official building permit right here. And I have a checkbook and bank book here with her name, Aphrodite Krishna Khan, and the account number if you need verification. She has over 500 crores in her account." As she spoke, she purposefully made her way to the stage. Rani Krishna thrust the building permit and bank papers on the table in front of the 3 female judges, and then she allowed the cameras to zoom in on the documents. The voice of the bank manager is heard again over the murmuring crowd. And what is more, the pretty young girl Aphrodite Khan has 3 huge mansions in Saudi Arabia, 1 villa in Eritrea, and 1 villa in Iran. She also has a 15-story building in her name in the city of Jeddah. Our bank also has official documents for her building currently valued at $55 million. In Indian currency, her building has a market value equal to 3,850 million Indian rupees. Guys, believe me, this Aphrodite Khan is the richest young Indian girl in all of your great country. A dead silence ensued. One could hear the drop of a pin when the bank manager spoke those last words. Her Hindu mother, Rani, lifted the official documents and bank books up high and challenged the female judges and any doubting person among the audience to view and verify them. "If anyone still believes that my daughter is lying, let him come to me, and I will show him these official documents." The first one to overcome the shock of these testimonies is the judge who made fun of the former slum girl. She stood on her feet and went to the slum girl, embraced her, and began to cry and ask her forgiveness for misjudging her. She then went back to her chair, took out her pen, jotted down her grade on the score pad, and remained quiet. The other 2 female judges came slowly out of their shell-shocked facades, tried to comprehend the scale and the implication of what had just been shown to them, and meekly wrote down their marks too. By now, Rani unobtrusively returned to her seat, and likewise the bank manager. Then another female judge came and collected the results of the IQ test. When the results were announced, the low-caste Muslim slum girl obtained perfect marks of 15 out of 15. Then the final result was announced, beginning with number 5 first. Number 5 is Annie D'Souza, the Christian girl. Number 4 is Simran Singh, the Sikh girl. Number 3 is Divya Rajkumar, the Hindu girl. The announcer paused and stared for some time at the lovely Parsi girl who was born and brought up in the opulent neighborhood of Bandstand Bandra, and then she looked at the Muslim girl who was born in the slum of Dharavi in Mumbai. This is her moment, and as with all masters of ceremonies, she is going for maximum effect. The hearts of both girls began to beat fast. The audience held their breaths. The poor and the poorest of the poor stood on their feet. Everyone knows that the time is now or never, whether the history of India is going to change that day or it would never. If the slum girl has become the number 1 beautiful girl and fairest of all, the city of Mumbai and the entire Indian nation is going to change. The master of ceremonies turned to the 2 remaining lovely female contestants. "You 2 girls are unbelievably beautiful young ladies. It is doubly hard for the female judges to pick a female winner. If it is possible, we will crown you both Miss Mumbai this evening." Alas, that is not to be, and tonight, it is my honor to present the first runner-up, the lovely girl Miss Farinaz Palanji, the Parsi girl. She does not have to say anything more. At the stage and around India, the crowd erupted in chaotic applause. In the slum huts and chawl houses, the poor, the lower of the poor, and the destitute threw themselves, hugged each other, and began to cry, laugh, murmur, and babble uncontrollably. The winner of Miss Mumbai tonight is the beautiful girl Aphrodite Krishna Khan, shouted the female announcer to no one in particular. No one bothered to hear the obvious result, and the only pause in the roar of the cheering crowd was when last year's incumbent, Miss Mumbai, historically placed the crown on the head of the very first slum girl to win Miss Mumbai. On that historical night, the most beautiful girl in the pageant, Aphrodite Krishna Khan, made 4 records. She is the first slum girl to be crowned Miss Mumbai City and Maharashtra State. She is the first Muslim girl to win the beauty contest and the first low-caste Muslim girl to win the honorable title. Finally, she is the first 19-year-old Indian girl with a bank balance of over 500 crores of rupees plus many mansions and a 15-floor-story building overseas in her possession. Even the daughter of the richest Indian man, Mukesh Ambani, did not have a bank balance of over $72 million American dollars when she was 19 years old. However, the big question that is in the mind of everyone is, how did the slum girl amass such unbelievable huge wealth? Rani Krishna stressed upon her daughter, not revealing to anyone the sources of her great fortune. She reminded her that 30 crores of her fortune is blackmail money. She also worried that the Indian government might conspire with the Saudi government and confiscate the money that she had inherited. Besides that, Rani told her daughter the Mumbai police might accuse her of arranging the murder of her Saudi husband in prison. She is unable to argue with her mother's logic. Miss Mumbai agrees to keep quiet. They both rehearse the scenario with responses along the lines of, "It is a private and confidential matter, and I will not discuss personal issues with anyone." Below is a thematic comparison of captivity in Ifat Khan's story versus the experiences of Christina and Natasha, grounded in the novel, focusing on forms of captivity, sources of control, and degrees of agency, rather than surface events. Captivity compared, Ifat versus Christina and Natasha. 1. Ifat Khan, literal, total captivity. Ifat's story represents direct, physical, and legal captivity. Nature of captivity: Ifat is repeatedly confined, transported, and controlled by powerful men, first Sheikh Ahmed, then Mahmud Khan. Source of control: religious law, guardianship, wealth, and later bureaucratic power. Use of marriage: marriage is weaponized as custody, stripping Ifat of personhood and legitimizing confinement. Agency: almost non-existent. The novel emphasizes that Ifat's consent is either legally irrelevant, as a child, or psychologically coerced. Outcome: her captivity is prolonged, systemic, and normalized by institutions. Ifat's life shows captivity in its most extreme form, imprisonment made lawful. 2. Christina, psychological and religious captivity. Christina's story illustrates non-physical but deeply constraining captivity. Nature of captivity: Christina is not locked away, but she is trapped by religious judgment, marital abandonment, and moral condemnation. Source of control: church authority and her husband Bruno's alignment with religious interpretation. Use of marriage: marriage functions as a moral cage, her suffering is spiritualized, making escape feel sinful or illegitimate. Agency: severely diminished. Christina is unable to divorce or resist meaningfully, her despair becomes internalized. Outcome: emotional collapse and near self-destruction until external rescue intervenes. Christina's captivity is invisible yet devastating, enforced through belief rather than chains. 3. Natasha, confinement challenged and broken. Natasha's experience shows pressure without total captivity, and made lawful. Nature of constraint: she faces marital abuse and religious pressure, but not enforced confinement. Source of control: cultural and church expectations surrounding marriage. Use of marriage: marriage is a site of struggle, not ownership. Agency: crucially present. Natasha exercises choice by seeking a civil divorce. Outcome: she exits the abusive marriage, even though religious tension remains. Natasha's story shows that captivity can be resisted when civil authority and self-belief are accessible. Key contrast. Character. Type of captivity. Enforced by. Ability to escape. Ifit. Physical, legal, total. Law, religion, wealth. Almost none. Christina. Psychological, moral. Religion, marriage. Only through rescue. Natasha. Social and marital. Tradition, church norms. Yes, through civil law. Thematic conclusion. Together, these stories show that captivity exists on a spectrum. If it embodies the most extreme form, where law and religion merge to eliminate agency entirely. Christina shows how belief systems can imprison without walls. Natasha demonstrates that when alternative authorities exist, captivity can be challenged and broken. The novel's larger argument is clear. Freedom depends not just on courage, but on which institutions a woman is allowed to appeal to. One-sentence comparison. If its captivity is absolute and institutionalized through marriage and law, Christina's captivity is internal and enforced by religious authority and marital abandonment, while Natasha's experience shows that marital constraint can be overcome when civil law provides a legitimate path to escape. Below is a clear, text-grounded explanation of how captivity reshapes both marriage and law in the novel. The explanation draws on the experiences of Ifit, Christina, and Natasha to show how captivity operates not only through physical force, but through legal, religious, and moral systems. The impact of captivity on marriage and law. 1. Marriage transformed from relationship to instrument of control. Under conditions of captivity, the text shows that marriage ceases to function as a mutual, protective bond and instead becomes a mechanism of confinement. For Ifit, marriage is used to legitimize custody and ownership, allowing powerful men to control her movement, body, and identity under the cover of legality. Marriage does not protect her from harm. It authorizes and stabilizes captivity. Consent becomes irrelevant or coerced, turning marriage into a legal fiction that masks abuse. Thus, captivity empties marriage of emotional meaning and refills it with administrative or religious power. 2. Law becomes a tool that confirms, not challenges, captivity. The novel repeatedly illustrates that when captivity is normalized, law often reinforces it instead of preventing it. In Ifit's case, religious law validates marriages that create captivity while ignoring harm, fear, and coercion. Legal systems prioritize the formal status of marriage over the lived reality of abuse. Captivity becomes durable precisely because it is legally recognized. Rather than serving justice, law functions as a barrier that prevents victims from being heard. 3. Psychological captivity and moral law. Christina's case. Captivity does not always require physical confinement. Christina's marriage shows psychological and religious captivity, where church authority defines suffering as a spiritual issue rather than marital abuse. Religious law and moral judgment make divorce unthinkable, rendering Christina emotionally trapped. Although she is not imprisoned by the state, the internalization of religious authority closes legal exits. Here, law's absence is itself impactful. Failure to intervene allows captivity to continue unchecked. 4. Civil law as a break in the captivity cycle. Natasha's case. Natasha's story demonstrates what happens when captivity fails to fully capture law. Her marriage becomes oppressive, but civil law still recognizes her right to exit through divorce. Unlike religious authority, civil law prioritizes individual welfare and consent. This legal recognition allows Natasha to disrupt captivity before it becomes total. The contrast shows that captivity depends not only on abuse, but on whether law aligns with or resists control. 5. Core insight. When captivity exists, marriage and law invert their purpose. Institution. Normal role. Under captivity. Marriage. Partnership and protection. Ownership and confinement. Law. Justice and protection. Validation or silencing. Religion. Moral guidance. Enforcement of endurance. The novel argues that captivity thrives when marriage and law lose their protective function and become instruments of power. Concluding analysis. Captivity profoundly alters both marriage and law by transforming marriage into a legalized means of control and turning legal systems from instruments of protection into mechanisms that normalize, conceal, or enforce confinement. Only where civil law resists this alignment, as in Natasha's case, does escape remain possible. Below is a clear, source-faithful explanation of how Ifat Khan's Sikh teacher helps her secure release from Mahmud Khan's farmhouse captivity, based strictly on the Indian Miss World. Separating what the text explicitly states from analytical framing and cite the exact sections that describe the teacher's role. How Ifat Khan's Sikh teacher helps her escape Mahmud Khan's captivity. 1. Access to education creates the first opening. While held in Mahmud Khan's farmhouse, Ifat is assigned a private tutor, described in the text as an old Indian Sikh man, whose role is to teach her English and Hindi literacy. These lessons are permitted because Mahmud views them as harmless and consistent with his image of benevolent control. This educational access becomes the only regular, unsupervised connection Ifat has with the outside world. 2. The teacher discovers the reality of captivity. Over time, the Sikh teacher becomes aware that Ifat is not free to leave. Her presence in the farmhouse is not voluntary, and Mahmud's protection conceals detention and coercion. The text indicates that the teacher's realization comes gradually through Ifat's condition, restrictions on her movement, and the inconsistencies between comfort and freedom. 3. Evidence gathering and strategic assistance. Crucially, the text states that Ifat, with the help of her Sikh tutor, begins to collect evidence of Mahmud Khan's illegal confinement and abuse of power. This includes documenting circumstances that prove kidnapping and unlawful detention rather than a consensual relationship or lawful marriage. The teacher's literacy training enables Ifat to understand documents, records, and legal vulnerability. 4. Shift in power, from prisoner to negotiator. Armed with evidence and understanding, Ifat's situation changes dramatically. The text explicitly states that Ifat blackmails Mahmud Khan using evidence gathered with the Sikh tutor's help. Mahmud realizes that exposure would destroy his career, reputation, and freedom. To avoid prosecution and scandal, he agrees to release Ifat and provide financial compensation. 5. Why the Sikh teacher's role is pivotal. The text emphasizes that the Sikh teacher does not rescue Ifat physically, but enables her escape by providing education, acting as a trusted outsider, and helping convert suffering into legal and strategic leverage. This contrasts sharply with earlier chapters, where no such access existed. One-sentence summary. Ifat Khan's Sikh teacher helps secure her release from Mahmud Khan's farmhouse by recognizing her captivity, providing literacy and understanding, assisting in gathering evidence of unlawful detention, and enabling Ifat to blackmail Mahmud into freeing her to avoid exposure and legal consequences. Thematic significance. The Sikh teacher represents education as liberation. Unlike religious law or wealth, knowledge becomes the tool that dismantles captivity from within. The text deliberately contrasts this with earlier imprisonments, where ignorance ensured endurance. Below is a clear, source-grounded comparison of the Sikh teacher's help to Ifat Khan and Michael's rescue of Christina, focusing on how each intervention works, what kind of power it uses, and what it reveals about captivity and freedom in the text. Sikh teacher versus Michael. 2 paths out of captivity. 1. Nature of the help. The Sikh teacher's help, Ifat Khan, is slow, internal, and strategic. He does not physically remove Ifat from Mahmud Khan's farmhouse. Instead, he provides education, literacy, and becomes a trusted outsider within captivity. His help enables Ifat to understand her situation, gather evidence, and later reverse the power dynamic herself. Michael's rescue, Christina, is direct, external, and immediate. Michael intervenes at the point of crisis, when Christina is suicidal. He physically removes her from the environment of religious condemnation by transferring her to the USA. Christina is saved by Michael's action rather than by strategic planning of her own. 2. Type of power used. Aspect. Sikh teacher, Ifit. Michael, Christina. Primary tool. Education and knowledge. Physical removal and care. Type of power. Cognitive and legal leverage. Emotional, moral, and logistical power. Method. Builds Ifit's agency from inside captivity. Cuts Christina out of captivity entirely. The Sikh teacher works within the cage to weaken it. Michael breaks the cage open from outside. Leverage. 3. Role of agency. Ifit's agency grows through the Sikh teacher's help. Literacy allows Ifit to understand documents, risks, and evidence. With the teacher's assistance, she gathers proof and blackmails Mahmud Khan, forcing her release and compensation. Freedom is achieved through self-directed action, enabled by education. Christina's agency has largely collapsed by the time Michael acts. Her husband Bruno and church authorities interpret her suffering as spiritual failure. Christina does not initiate the escape. Rescue happens to her, not through her. Recovery begins only after removal from the oppressive environment. The second commentary on the Indian Miss World, Book 3 and Book 4. 4. What each rescue reveals about captivity. The Sikh teacher's role shows that knowledge can dismantle captivity gradually, even when law and wealth favor the captor. Michael's role shows that sometimes survival depends on an external moral intervention, when internal resistance is no longer possible. These two rescues illustrate different truths. Ifit survives by learning how to fight the system. Christina survives because someone refuses to accept the system. 5. Thematic significance. Both figures stand in stark contrast to failing institutions. The Sikh teacher represents education and secular conscience, quietly undermining abuse. Michael represents human compassion overriding religious authority, succeeding where Christina's husband and church do not. Together, they reinforce the novel's central argument. Freedom arrives not through institutions that claim moral authority, but through individuals who choose responsibility. Comparative conclusion. The Sikh teacher helps Ifit Khan escape captivity by patiently building her literacy and strategic agency from within, enabling her to confront her captor through evidence and negotiation, whereas Michael rescues Christina through immediate, decisive intervention that physically removes her from a hostile religious environment when her own agency has been exhausted. Based strictly on the Indian Miss World, here is a precise, text-faithful explanation of how the blackmail video ends up in the Sikh teacher's house and who discovers it, limiting this to what the source explicitly supports and avoid invention. How the blackmailing video reaches the Sikh teacher's house. 1. The video is created for blackmail by Mahmud Khan. While Ifit is held in Mahmud Khan's farmhouse, Mahmud secretly records her in a humiliating and vulnerable state. His intention is to blackmail and control her by threatening to send the recording to Sheikh Ahmed. The video is stored as a physical recording, videotape/cassette, inside the farmhouse. 2. The video is secretly removed from the farmhouse by the Sikh teacher. Who discovers the video and how? 3. The new owner's wife discovers the tape. The tale clearly states that the tape is discovered inside the Sikh teacher's house by the wife of the new owner. She plays or inspects the video, assuming it is an ordinary cassette. Upon viewing it, she realizes the recording contains evidence of sexual exploitation and unlawful detention. Shocked by what she sees, she alerts her husband. 4. The discovery becomes the turning point. Once the new owner's wife understands the content of the tape, she recognizes it as proof of Mahmud Khan's crimes, not just moral wrongdoing, but criminal acts. This evidence becomes the basis for Ifit's leverage against her captor. With the teacher's help, the existence of the video is used to force Mahmud Khan into releasing Ifit and paying compensation in order to avoid exposure and prosecution. One-sentence answer. The blackmailing video created by Ifit Khan ends up in the Sikh teacher's house during routine tutoring visits, where it is discovered by the new owner's wife, whose recognition of its incriminating content enables the teacher to help Ifit use the recording as decisive evidence to secure her release. Why this moment matters thematically. The novel presents this episode deliberately. Mahmoud's control collapses through carelessness, not law. Women's domestic space, the teacher's home, becomes the site where injustice is exposed. Truth enters the system through accident, not institutional vigilance. Below is a comparative, evidence-grounded analysis of the video discovery in the Sikh teacher's house alongside other moments in the novel where evidence triggers a reversal of power based on the text. The comparison focuses on how evidence enters the narrative, who discovers it, and what kind of power shift it produces. Evidence-triggered power reversals, a comparative analysis. 1. The blackmail video in the Sikh teacher's house, Ifit Khan. Nature of the evidence. A hidden recording created by the Sikh teacher of Ifit Khan for blackmail, containing proof of illegal detention and sexual exploitation. How it surfaces. The video leaves the captor's control accidentally and is discovered inside the Sikh teacher's home, not through police or courts. Crucially, it is the wife of the new owner, a civilian with no institutional authority, who discovers its incriminating content. Resulting power shift. The captive, Ifit, previously powerless, gains direct leverage over her captor. Mahmoud Khan's wealth and influence collapse instantly when faced with exposure. The reversal is private, tactical, and negotiated, ending in Ifit's release from prison and compensation rather than prosecution. What it reveals. Evidence does not empower victims when filtered through institutions. It empowers them when they can control its circulation. 2. Exposure of Sheikh Ahmed through pattern evidence, Rayhana and Ifit. Nature of the evidence. Accumulated testimonies, financial trails, witness statements, and repeated patterns of abuse uncovered by external investigators and intelligence agencies. How it surfaces. Slowly and systemically, through investigation rather than accident. Requires outside authority, CIA, courts, international pressure, not mere discovery. Resulting power shift. Sheikh Ahmed's religious and wealth-based immunity erodes only after his actions are exposed as part of a larger, verifiable pattern. The reversal is delayed, partial, and bureaucratic, not immediate freedom for the victims. What it reveals. Systemic abusers are protected unless evidence reaches a level that threatens institutions themselves. 3. The Vargas family tragedy. Public evidence. Nature of the evidence. Terrorist attacks, deaths, and public violence against a Christian family involved in interfaith conflict. How it surfaces. Through public catastrophe, media attention, and international scrutiny. Resulting power shift. The tragedy forces courts and officials to reevaluate religious-based defenses. Power shifts not because victims survive, but because violence becomes too visible to ignore. What it reveals. Institutions respond more rapidly to public disorder than to private suffering. Key comparisons at a glance. Case. Who finds the evidence? How it appears. Speed of power reversal. Sikh teacher and video. New owner's wife. Accidental, domestic. Immediate. Sheikh Ahmed exposure. Investigators. Systematic, official. Slow. Vargas tragedy. Public/media. Violent, unavoidable. Reactive. Thematic conclusion. Across the novel, evidence only shifts power when it escapes the control of those who benefit from silence. The Sikh teacher's household discovery is the most effective reversal precisely because it bypasses institutions altogether. In contrast, systemic and public evidence must overcome delay, denial, and bureaucracy before producing change. The novel's deeper argument is stark. Justice in this world is not triggered by truth alone, but by who holds it, where it appears, and how dangerous it becomes to ignore it. One-sentence comparison. The accidental discovery of the blackmail video in the Sikh teacher's house creates an immediate and personal reversal of power because it places evidence directly in civilian hands, whereas other evidence-driven reversals in the novel, such as Sheikh Ahmed's exposure or the Vargas tragedy, require public visibility, institutional threat, and time before dominant power structures begin to collapse. Based strictly on the Indian Miss World, Here is a precise, text-faithful explanation of how the blackmail video ends up in the Sikh teacher's house and who discovers it. I will limit this to what the source explicitly supports and avoid invention. How the blackmailing video reaches the Sikh teacher's house. 1. The video is created by Ifit and her teacher for blackmailing Mahmood Khan. While Ifit is held in Mahmood Khan's farmhouse, Mahmood secretly records her in a humiliating and vulnerable state. His intention is to blackmail and control her by threatening to send the recording to Sheikh Ahmed. The blackmailing video is stored as a physical recording, videotape/cassette, inside the farmhouse. 2. The video is removed from the farmhouse. Who discovers the video and how? 3. The new owner's wife discovers the video. The story clearly states that the blackmailing video is discovered inside the Sikh teacher's house by the wife of the new owner, who bought the house after the Sikh teacher Mr. Vijay Singh had been murdered by a gang leader under the instigation of his son Ajay and his Muslim wife Jezebel. The new owner's wife plays the video, assuming it is an ordinary cassette. Upon viewing it, she realizes the recording contains evidence of sexual exploitation and unlawful detention. Shocked by what she sees, she alerts her husband. 4. The discovery becomes the turning point. Once the wife of the new owner understands the content of the tape, she recognizes it as proof of Mahmood Khan's crimes, not just moral wrongdoing, but criminal acts. This evidence becomes the basis for Ifit's leverage against her captor. With the Sikh teacher's help, the existence of the video is used to force Mahmood Khan into releasing Ifit Khan from the farmhouse and transferring her to an apartment in Bandra neighborhood in order to avoid exposure and prosecution. One-sentence answer. The video created by Ifit and her teacher for blackmailing Mahmood Khan and ends up in the Sikh teacher's house. This smuggling of the video happened during routine tutoring visits, where it is discovered by the new owner's wife, whose recognition of its incriminating content. Prior to that, the video enables the teacher to help Ifit use the recording as decisive evidence to secure her release. Why this moment matters thematically. The novel presents this episode deliberately. Mahmood's control collapses through carelessness, not law. Women's domestic space, the teacher's home, becomes the site where injustice is exposed. Truth enters the system through accident, not institutional vigilance. Quotations about the beauty contest in London. When the plane rolled to a stop, Rani Krishna took hold of her daughter's hand, disembarked, and headed to the arrival hall. The two of them remembered their previous visit when no one knew who they were. This time, things are vastly different. Rani knew that as the beauty queen of India, her daughter was going to be received by a special delegate. She expected that the civilized British Indians would come to the Heathrow International Airport to receive Miss India and wish her well. She also thought some of them might come to receive her daughter with garlands of beautiful flowers in their hands and put them around her neck, and some loving Indian girls might print kisses on her cheeks. Many of them might be honored by having their pictures taken with Miss India. Rani is praying to God that her daughter will be crowned Miss World. She is halfway on her road to fulfilling her dreams after winning the titles of Miss Mumbai and Miss India. It all started with a little far-fetched idea that was put into her daughter's head by an Arab man who suggested she try out for the Miss World competition and assured her that she would win what every little girl in the world always dreams of. Chapter 28. Misuse of freedom of speech in the West. The Hindu mother Rani Krishna and her Muslim daughter Aphrodite Khan, who is the current Miss India, walked inside the arrival hall at Heathrow International Airport with their heads held high. As soon as they stepped outside the airport, followed by 3 British police officers, they were assaulted by a group of British Muslims, many of the Indians. Their faces and clothes have been rained with rotten eggs and other spoiled vegetables. Aphrodite's face has been fully covered in foul-smelling eggs and spoiled tomatoes. She clutched her face and began to cry. The Muslims continued to throw eggs and rotten vegetables at them. The British police could not prevent the thousands of Muslim protesters who had gathered outside the airport from venting their anger and insane viciousness. To defuse the situation, the police pulled Aphrodite by the hand and took her back inside the arrival hall again. Her Hindu mother has become shocked at the breach and lack of security. She realized that anyone in the angry mob of Muslims could potentially have a knife or a gun, and they would not stop until they had killed her daughter in front of the police. Muslims in London ironically have more freedom to terrorize people than in Muslim countries. This quirk has to do with freedom of expression. Oddly, Muslims denounce non-Muslim governments and societies, but flock to immigrate to non-Muslim countries where they can enjoy personal liberties not available in their homelands. When British troops returned from Iraq, British Muslims received them at the airport with words of condemnation. They were called cowards, rapists, terrorists, butchers, and murderers. They shouted for them all to go to hell where their fallen brethren of British comrades were already burning in the flames of hellfire. Recently, British Muslims openly challenged the London police and shouted on their faces, "British police go to hell." Looking at the number of Muslim protesters who came to berate and condemn the beauty queen of India for insulting their prophet and deriding their holy Quran, the crowd is 10 times larger and 100 times angrier than those in front of the High Court in Mumbai. Rani Krishna preferred to take her daughter and return to her country rather than walk out of London International Airport without enough police protection to face a mob. Scenarios of someone firing a bullet from his concealed pistol or splashing burning acid on the face of Miss India crossed her mind. She said a short prayer of thanksgiving to her God that none of the protesters fired a bullet at them and that they were not stoned to death just for being alive. At first, the angry mother asserted that her daughter Miss India should not spend another minute on British soil and demanded that the same airplane that brought them has to take them back to India immediately. She asked the 2 female representatives of the beauty pageant who had come to receive Miss India, how could they allow her daughter to be attacked by a bunch of heathens, endure unprovoked violence, and suffer humiliation and death threats? She bristly stood her ground, loudly voicing her dissatisfaction at the fact that only 3 British police officers had been sent to receive and accompany them to their destination. Rani changed her mind when the British officers summoned the necessary reinforcements and seemed to have gotten the upper hand and brought the situation under their control. The British police did not expect Muslims to come to the airport on the day the Miss India contestant arrived. No one announced her arrival, and hence the police did not anticipate any well-wishers to show up at the airport. It is clear that the Muslims and Indian citizens have access to good intelligence and have received information from their friends and relatives in Mumbai about the beauty queen's arrival. It is also obvious some of the leading British imams sounded the alarm and instigated the uprising by urging their congregations to go to the international airport and protest the blasphemy allowed in the land of infidels. That day, the adopted Muslim daughter Aphrodite Khan, her Hindu mother Rani Krishna, and the 2 British female receptionists are escorted out of the Heathrow International Airport with more than 30 police officers. The police created a human barricade to protect Miss India and her entourage. As they left the airport, the frightened Hindu mother and her terrified Muslim daughter saw the Muslim protesters carrying signs and placards with condemning inflammatory words. The dirty waif of Bollywood, she should go to her homeland. Death to the filthy woman who ridiculed our beautiful religion and holy prophet. Death to Miss India. Islam will dominate the world. Death to the apostate Muslim woman, the ugly Miss India. Some protesters have ugly caricatures and funny effigies of Aphrodite with placards reading, "Aphrodite Krishna is not a Muslim woman. Miss India is the high-profile prostitute of Bollywood." While she was in a prison in Mumbai, Aphrodite sold her body to tens of police officers and had committed adultery with many top government officials. Miss India is an Iranian. Miss India is a Hindu pretender. The shoe of our holy prophet Muhammad is better than the face of Miss India. Death to Aphrodite Krishna Khan. Walking through the surging crowd, abusive insults rained upon the new Indian beauty queen. Boarding the bus that was to take them to the hotel, they watched as the crowd of angry bearded men and scary veiled women in black burqas surrounded the bus and battered it with their hands, chanting rhythmically, as if in a religious trance. The mother and her daughter Aphrodite began to panic. Their eyes darted all over the crowd, expecting one of them to toss a hand grenade through the glass windows or for a suicide bomber to gain entrance to the bus. Even in Mumbai, Rani and Aphrodite had never experienced such a raw display of hatred and violence. They had never been exposed to an organized mob such as this. Rani regretted listening to the London police, and now her daughter is in mortal danger. Trying to save her daughter from the worst of it, she tried to hide her fear and downplay the events unfolding around her, hoping her daughter would not go berserk. She is shocked that despite the terrorists attacking the bus and the threats written on the banners that called for the murder of Miss India, the police of London did not make any arrests or have the offensive banners removed. She knows that in India such banners would surely result in the Mumbai police arresting the perpetrators and torturing them for inciting the murder of an innocent female citizen. But the UK police officers are powerless to act given the provisions of personal freedom to protest and the ideal of freedom of speech. It seemed to the rich Hindu woman Rani Krishna that unless someone killed or maimed Miss India, the police of London would just sit on their rumps and protect the constitutional rights of British Muslims to threaten to kill an innocent human being. Even in mayhem, the irony and hypocrisy have not escaped the notice of her shrewd mind. Therefore, she decided to expose publicly in the Indian media such as hypocritical and terrorist misuse and abuse of freedom of speech in Europe as soon as they returned safely to their motherland India. The beauty contest began with 99 contestants from 100-1 country. In the first round, the contestants were evaluated based on the beauty of their faces and shapes. This round eliminated 84 contestants. The remaining 15 beautiful girls advanced to the next round where they were judged in swimsuits. From that round, 10 of the best candidates must be selected to move on to the evening dress competition. The semi-finalists must be narrowed down to 5 finalists. The 5 girls will be asked to answer a question posed to them by the judges. Their answers will determine next year's Miss World. To avoid lengthy details and descriptions, we will jump straight to the final day. The 5 finalists are Miss Venezuela, Miss USA, Miss Lebanon, Miss Israel, and Miss India. All 5 finalists are very charming and have exceptionally beautiful faces and very sexy bodies. The judges have their work cut out for them, as it's impossible to pick a winner just by looking at the girls. Visually, any one of the pretty girls will be fit to win the crown. The next stage was tasked with choosing just one, which was to expand the concept of beauty in character, knowledge, intellect, and the human skill set. It seems that the candidate with the least flaws in the Q and A section will ascend to the throne. The 5 finalists must choose a judge blindly or randomly, and that judge must ask them a question. They will be given envelopes containing the names of the judges concerned. The nature and type of question is entirely within the judge's prerogative, except for Miss India, whose question was prepared in advance. The committee has already taken it upon themselves that if Miss India reaches this level, they will have to expel her from the competition and send her home with the disgraceful exposure of notoriety for being a disrespectful and malicious girl. The top 4 finalists were asked direct questions. He asked one of the girls a question about the preferred qualities of a life partner. However, another was asked what she would do for women if she were crowned Miss World. The third girl was asked an easy question about the geography of the world, and the 4th girl was asked a question about the history of her country. When all the other beautiful contestants answered their questions, the audience focused their attention on the scandal-ridden Miss India. The judge she chose randomly from the ballot box is an American woman. For the past 3 months, Hindu mother Rani Krishna has appointed a highly qualified and skilled coach to train her Muslim daughter, Aphrodite Khan, who is nominated for Miss World. Even the doting mother herself spent long hours coaching Miss India on how to know and answer the questions expected in the beauty pageant. With a special focus on interview questions, the trio of coaches, daughter, and mother cover hundreds of potential questions and scenarios. None of the 3 expected the question at hand, and before Miss India could even begin to answer it, mumbles and grunts indicated that the audience had already written her off. The judge began her question with a short introduction in which she said, "The incident at Heathrow International Airport, where thousands of angry British Muslim protesters pelted you with rotten tomatoes and rotten eggs, raises many unanswered questions. Today, the panel would like to ask you a direct question. Before I ask my question, I would like to remind you and the audience of a situation that happened in Nigeria when the 2002 Miss World competition was moved to London because a Nigerian journalist said, if only he were alive today, the Prophet Muhammad would choose a wife from among the contestants. This statement angered Muslims in Nigeria and led to riots and violence throughout that turmoil-torn country, resulting in the deaths of more than 100 innocent civilians. From what we learned from that bitter experience and your position, why then did Miss India insult the religious feelings of 1.5 billion Muslims around the world when she called their holy prophet Muhammad my foot, and threatened to spit on their holy Quran? Miss India made her coach proud that day as she answered the question with poise. After a moment of recollection, she replied, "To answer your question, I must narrate my personal experience." My answer was taken out of context. First, I deny that I said that the Prophet of Islam is my feet or my shoes, and I did not spit on the Holy Quran for Muslims. I would like to remind you and everyone watching me that I was born and raised as a Muslim girl, and no sane person in the whole world would dare to spit on his holy book. Having said that, in my country, after I was crowned Miss India in Bangalore, a journalist asked me an impromptu question. She asked me what I would call a man who married and slept with a 9-year-old underage girl. Later I learned that I should have asked her to clarify her question. I assumed she was asking me a hypothetical question about a certain type of man. At no time did she indicate that the question she asked related to the Prophet Muhammad. My personal experience as a child had exposed me to sexual abuse and rape under the pretext of Islamic child marriage, hence her question was too emotional for me to answer. Please allow me to express these things. When I was a 7-year-old girl, I had to marry an old, 70-year-old Saudi man named Sheikh Fayez bin Ahmed. Over the next 3 years, he imprisoned me in a house in the city of Asmara, the capital of Eritrea, and harassed me continuously for a year through an evil Arab practice they call child bride thighing. Child thighing means an adult man places his erect penis between the thighs of a female child and rubs his phallus on her until he ejaculates and his semen runs down her legs. At the age of 9, he started raping me. At the age of 11, I became pregnant with his child. During that period, the Eritrean police freed me from his home and returned me to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. When I returned to Jeddah, a group of white people filed my case in the Sharia court and tried to annul my marriage to the old man. But the Sharia court in Jeddah rejected their appeal and ruled in favor of the old man, which forced me to return to him. This time, he took me to Iran where I was imprisoned as a child bride for the next 7 years in his home in Tehran, suffering from his brutal rape almost every day. Wait a minute, please. The American judge who asked Miss India the tough question exclaimed, "Do you have a name other than Aphrodite Khan?" "Yes, I have another name, but I officially changed it because my birth name reminds me of my abuse in my childhood through kidnapping and rape." "Was your name then like Afaf Khan or Irfan Khan?" "My name was Ifat Khan." "Now I know who you are and who you're talking about. I was one of the white people you just mentioned." A task force of 7 American CIA agents is sent to Saudi Arabia to investigate the murder of a young American woman whose father-in-law was a senator. I am now a retired woman, and the case has already been declassified. It was a coincidence that during our investigations in Jeddah, we came across your case. Needless to say, we took your case to the highest authorities in Saudi Arabia, but as you have mentioned, our appeal was rejected. The Sharia court in Jeddah has ruled that your husband marrying a 7-year-old girl without the consent of the child bride is legal in Islam. We are also told that this practice is justified based on the marriage of the Prophet Muhammad to his 6-year-old child bride, Aisha. After exhausting all legal avenues, we had to accept the fact that we could not save you from your abusive Saudi husband. Our only consolation is that after the old Saudi man flew you to Iran, we succeeded in saving your imprisoned mother. She was sentenced to death by stoning and was falsely accused of being a prostitute who had 3 husbands at the same time. Did you say you managed to save my mother from being stoned to death? Yes, we did. Miss India started crying and said, "For 12 years, I told myself that my mother was a bad woman who was executed for her crimes of being a prostitute and a thief. It was my 70-year-old Saudi husband and his fourth Arab wife who told me about my mother's crimes. That wasn't true. Your mother was an innocent woman who was falsely accused and unjustly convicted by a group of fanatical Islamic clerics who claimed to be judges in the Sharia court in the city of Jeddah. She became pregnant through a gang rape by 2 Saudi policemen. We had been able to prove with a DNA paternity test who was the evil Arab police officer who raped your mother and made her pregnant through gang rape. Where is my mother now? After her acquittal, she returned to India. I remember that our team was instructed to provide humanitarian assistance to her and her young child as Indian refugees resettled in the USA, but she insisted on returning to her other children in Mumbai. I am incredibly grateful to you and your American group for saving my Muslim mother from the hands of these cruel Arab judges. In my experience, many of these Arab men treat women as worthless, with little respect, and consider their needs unworthy of attention. They all view women as fresh meat, and their God has given them the right to eat them wherever they are. Anyway, within this frame of reference, I answered the question that the Hindu journalist asked me in my home country after I was crowned Miss India in Bangalore City. My answer to the question remains the same. I still curse any homosexual man who exploits a helpless child and rapes her under the pretext of Islamic halal marriage for female children. Miss India continued with a heavy heart. The journalist also asked me to comment on the scenario. She explained that if the man used the defense that child marriage was allowed and approved by the Prophet Muhammad, what would my response be? I simply repeated my previous answer, saying that I would also curse any man who married and slept with a 9-year-old girl. The Hindu journalist was not satisfied with my answer, but she reminded me that there is a verse in the Quran, in Surat Al-Talaq 65, verse 4, that permits an adult man to marry a minor girl before she reaches puberty. I immediately told her that if there was such a verse in the Holy Quran, I would spit on that verse. I was speaking figuratively, and at no point did I spit on the Muslim holy book or do anything like that on camera. I must conclude by saying that I am not sure whether the Prophet of Islam slept with a 9-year-old child girl or not. I say to the august jury, the esteemed audience, and the entire world, that if the Prophet Muhammad really married and slept with a 9-year-old girl, then he is under my feet. And if there is a verse in the Quran that allows a man to marry and sleep with an underage girl, I will spit on that verse. Even if I don't win Miss World, and even if I go from here straight to prison and are found guilty and hanged to death, I will not take back my words, and I will not apologize to Muslims who think otherwise. If Muslims want me to retract my words and apologize to them, let them first announce and condemn the teachings of Sharia law that permit the harassment and rape of underage girls under the pretext of marriage. Let them condemn their prophet because he married a 6-year-old girl named Aisha and raped her when she became a 9-year-old girl, and gave his followers license to do the same to underage girls all over the world, especially in Arab and Islamic countries. Under the pretext of legal female child marriage in Islam, hundreds of child brides in the Middle East, North Africa, and other Islamic countries are being raped daily by male adults. I am one of the victims of these unfortunate children. If they offend my words, let them tear out the offending pages from their holy books of the prophetic hadiths of Muhammad and erase a verse from their holy Quran, in Surat Al-Talaq 65, verse 4. Which allows the institutional sexual exploitation of children and rape of minor children. Let them condemn the Sharia court in Jeddah for recognizing that I was married without my explicit consent and that my consent was not needed for the marriage contract. Let them condemn the Saudi Muslim man who raped and impregnated me when I was 11 years old. If they are offended by my words, then I am also offended by the system that robbed me of my childhood to satisfy the perverted sexual desires of an old man, to suffer seeing things a little girl should never see, to experience brutality and physical abuse, many times, to the point of death. I almost died from childbirth because I was not taken to the hospital. I am not the only victim of these atrocities. My husband, an imitator of his prophet, was arrested at Mumbai International Airport because he married and raped an 11-year-old minor Indian Muslim girl from Hyderabad known as Amina Haider Ali. He was 80 years old at the time and was murdered by a fellow prisoner when he bribed all the arbitration parties involved, and it looked like he would walk free from the Mumbai High Court chamber with his head held high in honor. Ladies and gentlemen, now that you have heard the story of my childhood and what so-called godly men did to me, and after so long being deprived of my free will and my right to choose, I now choose to stand by my previous statement, without fear or favor. In memory of the countless child brides who suffered and died, and in honor of the brave Christian prisoner who gave his life in support of justice, to those who saw fit not to acknowledge me as a person when I was a sex object, but now see me as their enemy, I now dedicate my life to speaking on behalf of those who cannot do so. To those who threw their spoiled vegetables at me and my innocent mother at Heathrow International Airport, I now challenge them to throw their rotten eggs at their prophet Muhammad and smash their rotten tomatoes on their Quran, if they have living consciences. And this, honorable judges, ladies, and gentlemen, must remain my answer to you and to anyone else who may ask me the same thing. Thank you all. As Aphrodite Khan finished her answer to what was now the longest answer ever to a beauty pageant question, a dead silence fell over the hearts of the judges and the 4,000 spectators like a heavy blanket. No one seemed to want to be the first to acknowledge or challenge her determination. The lady at the party has been stunned by the inaction. The wall of silence is broken when suddenly a sound of applause pierced the hall. It is none other than the American judge who immediately put Aphrodite Khan to the test. A wave of applause followed, and in a short time, the entire hall is clapping in unison. By this time, the American judge has already stood on her feet, as the first to be honored with a standing ovation. The audience, just coming to terms with the enormity and scale of her answer, rose to their feet as well. They probably would have continued their applause if they have not seen the judge walk up to Miss India and hug her, both of them shedding hot tears of emotion. On that historic night, Aphrodite Krishna Khan's innocent dream became a reality, and the world now has a new Miss World as an ambassador of goodwill. The encounter of the Indian Miss World with the American feminists in USA. The relevant American feminists encounter in the novel's later plot references only indirectly. In short, Aphrodite Khan is the daughter of the story's central, beautiful Indian woman figure, Rehana Khan, positioned as someone whose body, poverty, and survival choices become the subject of outside judgment. The American feminists encounter her as a symbol of female oppression, interpreting her life through themes of patriarchy, exploitation, sexual control, and the treatment of women as property. Their response seems critical of the men and systems around her, especially wealthy male patrons, religious restrictions, and social structures that force poor women into dangerous choices. The encounter creates a clash between Western feminist interpretation and Aphrodite's lived reality, because her decisions are shaped less by abstract ideology and more by hunger, family duty, poverty, and survival. The main takeaway is that the feminists see her as a victim of male power, while the narrative emphasizes that her situation is more complicated. She is vulnerable, but also trying to use whatever limited agency she has to protect herself. Key themes in Aphrodite's encounter with the American feminists include Western feminism versus lived survival. The feminists appear to interpret her situation through ideological categories of oppression, while her choices are driven by poverty, hunger, family duty, and survival. Objectification of women. Aphrodite becomes a symbol rather than a full person, judged by men for her beauty and by outsiders for what her suffering represents. Agency under constraint. The encounter raises the question of whether she is choosing freely or simply navigating the few options available to a former poor beautiful woman. Poverty as coercion. Her vulnerability is not only gender-based, economic desperation shapes nearly every decision she makes. Cultural misunderstanding. The feminists may see her through a Western lens that does not fully account for caste, religion, family obligation, migration, and class. Patriarchal control. The episode highlights systems where male wealth, sponsorship, religion, and law can control women's bodies and movement. Victimhood versus resilience. Aphrodite is presented as vulnerable, but not passive. She continues trying to protect herself. Power of narrative framing. The encounter shows how different groups try to define her as victim, beauty, sinner, survivor, or symbol. Their views differ mainly in how they define choice. The American feminists likely see women's agency as freedom from male control. From their perspective, a woman is truly agentic when she can choose her work, movement, relationships, sexuality, and future without being controlled by husbands, sponsors, religion, employers, or poverty. Aphrodite's view is more practical and survival-based. For her, agency does not mean complete freedom. It means making the best possible decision inside harsh limits: poverty, hunger, family responsibility, sexual danger, migration rules, and social shame. The feminists may read her choices as evidence of oppression. If she accepts help from a powerful man, travels under sponsorship, or uses beauty as a means of survival, they may see those actions as signs that patriarchy has trapped her. Aphrodite may see the same actions as strategy. Even when her options are exploitative, she is still trying to protect herself and improve her future. Her agency is limited, but not absent. The key disagreement is between ideal agency and constrained agency. The feminists imagine agency as independence. Aphrodite experiences agency as negotiation within dependency. The encounter, therefore, complicates victimhood. The feminists may want to name her as a victim of male systems, while her life shows that a woman can be victimized and still make deliberate, courageous, self-protective choices. Compare the life of Aphrodite Khan when she is an actress at Bollywood and when she wins Miss India and Miss World. Aphrodite Khan's life changes from visibility through performance to global symbolic status. Aspect. As a Bollywood actress. After winning Miss India and Miss World. Public identity. She is admired mainly as a performer and beauty in the film industry. She becomes a national and international symbol of Indian beauty, success, and controversy. Power. Her power depends on directors, producers, casting choices, and public popularity. Her titles give her far greater public authority, prestige, and influence. Objectification. Bollywood exposes her to being judged for beauty, body, glamour, and marketability. Pageant fame intensifies objectification, but also turns her into a figure of national pride and global attention. Agency. She has some independence as an actress, but the industry still controls roles and reputation. Winning major titles gives her more agency to shape her image, speak publicly, and choose opportunities. Social meaning. Her success shows escape from poverty into entertainment fame. Her wins transform her into a mythic success story, from hardship to global recognition. Cultural pressure. She must satisfy Bollywood's expectations of femininity, beauty, and popularity. She must carry the burden of representing India, womanhood, modernity, and tradition before the world. Conflict. The conflict is professional and moral: how to survive in a glamorous but exploitative industry. The conflict becomes ideological and cultural. People debate what her beauty, fame, and womanhood represent. Personal life. She is still vulnerable to gossip, male control, and industry exploitation. She becomes more protected by fame, but also more exposed to public judgment and political/religious backlash. In short, as a Bollywood actress, Aphrodite's beauty is commercialized. As Miss India and Miss World, her beauty becomes politicized and symbolic. Bollywood gives her fame, but the pageant titles give her a larger identity, turning her from a star into a contested emblem of India, femininity, modernity, and global recognition. Winning Miss India and Miss World would dramatically change Aphrodite Khan's life in several ways. From private suffering to public fame, her identity shifts from a woman shaped by poverty, exploitation, and survival into a nationally and internationally recognized figure. Beauty becomes power. Before the titles, her beauty makes her vulnerable to male desire and control. After winning, that same beauty becomes a source of status, money, mobility, and influence. She becomes a symbol of India. Miss India makes her a national representative. Miss World turns her into a global emblem of Indian womanhood, glamour, and modern success. Greater independence. The titles give her access to wealth, travel, media attention, film opportunities, endorsements, and social circles that were previously unreachable. More public scrutiny. Fame does not free her from judgment. Instead, her body, religion, choices, clothing, relationships, and past become public property for society to debate. Conflict with conservative forces. Her success may provoke criticism from religious or traditional groups who see beauty pageants as immoral, westernized, or threatening to cultural modesty. Transformation of agency. She is no longer merely acted upon by men, poverty, or circumstance. She gains a platform to shape her own image and future. But objectification continues. Even as she gains power, she is still valued largely through beauty, desirability, and spectacle, so the form of control changes rather than disappears. In short, winning Miss India and Miss World turns Aphrodite from a vulnerable beauty into a powerful public icon, but it also exposes her to intensified judgment, cultural controversy, and the burden of representing womanhood, India, and modernity. Aphrodite Khan's challenges after winning Miss India and Miss World can be summarized as follows. Her fame magnifies public judgment. Instead of escaping scrutiny, she becomes more exposed to gossip, moral policing, and criticism of her past, body, religion, and choices. Beauty remains a double-edged power. The titles give her status and opportunity, but they also keep her trapped in a world that values her mainly for physical appearance. She becomes a national symbol. Winning Miss India and Miss World turns her into a representative of Indian womanhood, forcing her to carry expectations about tradition, modernity, modesty, and national pride. Conservative backlash increases. Religious and traditional groups may condemn her success as too Western, immodest, or morally threatening. Her agency is still contested. Even with fame, others continue trying to define her as victim, beauty queen, actress, feminist symbol, or scandal, rather than allowing her to define herself. Her past follows her. Her origins in poverty, exploitation, and survival remain part of how people interpret her rise, making her success both inspirational and controversial. She faces objectification at a higher level. Before, men tried to possess her privately. After the titles, society and media try to possess her publicly. The main challenge is transformation without erasure. She must turn fame into independence without losing control over her story, dignity, or identity. Aphrodite Khan's public controversies center on how her rise turns her from a private survivor into a public symbol. Beauty and morality. Her fame invites arguments over whether beauty pageants and glamour are empowering or morally corrupting. Religion and modesty. Conservative religious voices likely attack her public image, clothing, body display, and participation in pageants as violations of modesty. National representation. As Miss India and Miss World, she becomes a contested symbol of India. Some see her as pride and success, while others see her as westernized or culturally disobedient. Class resentment. Her rise from poverty may inspire admiration, but it also provokes envy, gossip, and suspicion about how she achieved success. Objectification. Even after becoming famous, people continue reducing her to her beauty, body, and desirability rather than recognizing her intelligence, resilience, or agency. Past exploitation. Her earlier vulnerability to wealthy men, travel agents, and public judgment follows her into fame, making her success both inspirational and scandalous. Feminist debate. Some feminists may celebrate her as a woman who transformed beauty into power, while others may criticize pageants and Bollywood as industries that profit from women's bodies. Control of her story. The biggest controversy is who gets to define her: religious critics, media, men, feminists, the nation, or Aphrodite herself. The controversies damage Aphrodite Khan's career in a complicated way. They hurt her reputation, but also make her more famous. They intensify public scrutiny. After Miss India and Miss World, every part of her life, her past, religion, clothing, relationships, and public image becomes open to judgment. They make her harder to separate from scandal. Instead of being seen only as a beauty queen or actress, she becomes associated with moral debate, religious criticism, and social controversy. They can limit respectable opportunities. Conservative producers, sponsors, or public institutions may hesitate to work with her if they fear backlash from religious or traditional groups. They increase media attention. Even negative publicity keeps her name in circulation, making her more visible and commercially valuable in entertainment and advertising. They reshape her screen image. Bollywood may cast her less as an ordinary heroine and more as a glamorous, controversial, or forbidden figure. They force her to manage her public identity. She must constantly defend or redefine herself, whether as a modern woman, Indian icon, survivor, feminist symbol, or misunderstood celebrity. They deepen feminist debate around her. Some see her success as empowerment. Others argue that pageants and film industries still exploit women's bodies. They make her career both powerful and unstable. The controversies give her fame, influence, and symbolic weight, but also expose her to backlash, typecasting, and loss of control over her own story. Family reactions to Aphrodite Khan's relationship with her mother's husband Jamal Khan/Uncle Jimmy would likely be severe and divided by shock, shame, and fear. Her mother would feel deeply betrayed. The relationship would threaten her marriage, dignity, and trust in both Aphrodite and Jamal/Uncle Jimmy. Close relatives would see it as a family scandal. Because Jamal/Uncle Jimmy is tied to the mother as husband or father figure, the love would be viewed as crossing a forbidden boundary. Elders would likely condemn it morally and religiously. They would frame it as dishonor, disobedience, and a violation of family order. Siblings or younger relatives might feel confused and ashamed. They could struggle between loving Aphrodite and judging her actions. Some relatives might blame Aphrodite more harshly than Jamal. In the story's cultural world, women often carry the burden of shame even when power dynamics are unequal. Others might blame Jamal/Uncle Jimmy as the older, responsible figure. They may see him as abusing trust, authority, or a protective role. The family could try to silence the matter. To protect reputation, they might hide the relationship, deny it publicly, or pressure Aphrodite to end it. Public exposure would intensify the reaction. If Aphrodite is already famous, the family would fear gossip, media scandal, religious criticism, and damage to her career. The central family conflict is loyalty versus desire. Aphrodite's love would be seen not just as romance, but as a threat to the mother-daughter bond and the family's social survival. Social stigma in the story is a constant force that controls how characters are judged, punished, and limited. Poverty carries moral stigma. Poor people are not only economically deprived, they are treated as cursed, inferior, dirty, or responsible for their own suffering. Caste and untouchability create inherited shame. Low-caste and outcast communities are portrayed as socially polluted, excluded from dignity, marriage, and basic human respect. Widowhood reduces a woman's social value. Rehana's status as a widow makes her vulnerable to judgment, desire, and suspicion. Society treats widowed women as used or less marriageable. Women's sexuality is heavily policed. A woman's reputation depends on chastity, modesty, obedience, and silence, while men face fewer consequences for exploitation or adultery. Love marriages are stigmatized. Relationships based on personal choice are viewed as threats to family honor, caste boundaries, religion, and parental authority. Interfaith and intercaste relationships are dangerous. The story repeatedly shows that crossing religious, caste, or community lines can lead to rejection, violence, or even honor killing. Working women face suspicion. Women who work outside the home, especially in rich households, hotels, or offices, are assumed to be sexually available or morally compromised. Migration to the Gulf is morally ambiguous. Gulf work offers survival and money, but women who travel alone are viewed with suspicion and exposed to exploitation. Beauty brings both privilege and stigma. Rehana's beauty gives her access to opportunity, but it also causes men and women to objectify, envy, accuse, or try to control her. Race and skin color intensify exclusion. Babakar's experience shows racial stigma against Black foreigners, especially in romance, marriage, and workplace dignity. Public scandal can destroy identity. Characters fear gossip, police reports, newspaper accusations, and family shame because reputation often matters more than truth. Overall, social stigma in the story functions like an invisible prison, shaping who may love, marry, work, travel, speak, or survive without being condemned. Quotations from the original manuscript about the Muslim terrorists' chase of the newly crowned Indian Miss World. The Mumbai police intercepted a phone conversation between India's enemy number one, Dawood Ibrahim, and some of his notorious terrorist associates in the Baikula locality. Dawood called for the assassination of Miss World and called in position snipers strategically placed at the Mumbai International Airport. He also mobilized teams to cordon out her residence at the bandstand in the most opulent neighborhood in Mumbai, in case the first attempt failed. Mumbai police knew that if Dawood Ibrahim wanted to kill the Prime Minister of India or the Police Commissioner of Mumbai, no one could stop him. Indians are more afraid of Dawood Ibrahim than they are of the devil and all his demons. Who is this Dawood Ibrahim? He is one of India's more accomplished terrorists. Muslim-born and bred in Bombay, he is known to be a natural-born killer. His name can terrify the bravest of police personalities and high-ranking officials. He is responsible for thousands of political and business assassinations in Mumbai and all of India. He murdered an uncountable number of police officers. His reign was not curbed when he went into voluntary exile in Dubai. The Dubai authorities refused to extradite him since he has committed no crimes on Dubai soil despite evidence to the contrary. From his haven in the biggest city in the United Arab Emirates, Dawood Ibrahim runs many terrorist groups all over India. His main headquarters are situated in the cosmopolitan city of Mumbai. His terrorists specialized in extorting money from politicians, businessmen, film stars, etc. They make a phone call to a wealthy businessman or a film star or an actress and ask him or her to pay them some crores of rupees or otherwise they will kill them. Sometimes, they kidnap his son or daughter and ask him to pay, or they will kill him or her. In some cases, the wives of those rich citizens had been kidnapped, raped, and brutally killed because their husbands refused to pay the huge ransom money. Political candidates and influential citizens usually use Dawood's terrorists to get rid of their rivals. Mumbai police believe that if anyone's name is added to Dawood's killing hit list, even God will not be able to spare the life of that person. It is a given that if Dawood Ibrahim has already decided to murder someone, the Mumbai Police Authority will not interfere, and every police officer will stay away from the path of the terrorists of that ruthless man. Every single police officer knows exactly the price to pay if he comes between Dawood's terrorists and their intended victims. The moment the Mumbai police knew that Miss World's name had been added to the hit list, it was considered a closed case. Therefore, as soon as Mumbai police caught wind of the assassination order to kill the new Miss World, they considered her dead and gone. For them, it is just a matter of time, and the entire world shall soon know that Miss World has been assassinated on her arrival at Mumbai Chhatrapati Shivaji International Airport by Dawood Ibrahim's terrorists. Nevertheless, one new female police officer took the risk and informed the authorities at the Mumbai International Airport about the assassination plot. She is one of those brave women who felt proud to have another Miss World from India. Following the information, the Mumbai International Airport in the Andheri neighborhood decided to divert the British small private jet to the Mumbai domestic airport in the Santa Cruz locality. The very same female police officer approached Miss World and her mother upon their arrival at the domestic airport and revealed to them the assassination plot of Dawood Ibrahim. The Muslim girl Aphrodite Khan has never heard of the name of Dawood Ibrahim before. But her Hindu mother Rani Krishna began to tremble involuntarily from the mere mention of his dreadful name. She knows that when Dawood Ibrahim's terrorists decide to kill someone, it is for sure to happen. Expecting to find trouble at their house in the Bandra neighborhood, she booked 2 rooms at a hotel near the domestic airport. After checking in, she left her daughter Aphrodite with some strict instructions to remain hidden in her room and to keep the door locked no matter what. The wise mother returned in less than an hour with 2 Islamic burqas. She asked her daughter to put on one as she had done one herself. She then checked out of the hotel, took her daughter, and left. In front of the hotel, she stopped a taxi and told the driver to take them to the Baroda city bus station. That day, around 1 million outrageous Muslim protesters gathered in front of the Mumbai International Airport waiting impatiently for Miss World to make an appearance so they could vent their wrath on her. Dawood Ibrahim has mobilized 15 gunmen as snipers throughout strategic vantage points at the international airport. Every one of his gunmen is a ruthless professional shooter not known to miss his target. The order to shoot and kill on sight Miss World has already been issued. No bullets were fired that day. Finally, the airport public system announced in the intercom and through the media that the British private jet ferrying the new Miss World had landed at the Mumbai military air base in the Juhu neighborhood. The authorities understood the volatility of the situation and hoped to defuse it by getting the large crowd to disperse. Long after Miss World had arrived at the domestic airport, many of the protesters suspected a ruse and continued to wait for the British plane of the blasphemous woman to land on Indian soil. Eventually, spying moles within the Mumbai Police Department confirmed the arrival of Miss World in a British private business jet at the domestic airport terminal and information about the brave female police officer who alerted the target to the assassination attempt. By the time the snipers arrived at the Santa Cruz domestic airport, their targets had long gone. They decided to regroup and beef up reconnaissance at the bandstand house of their 2 victims. At least she should die in the comfort of her own home. At the same time, the terrorists sent 20 of their number to deal with the female police officer who has dared to foil their flawless plot. It was the evening time when the courageous female officer completed her shift and returned to her neat apartment in the Goregaon locality. New to the police force and a single, young Hindu girl, she expected her apartment to be empty since she lived alone. Entering the apartment unarmed, having surrendered her sidearm after her shift was over, she found Dawood Ibrahim's terrorists waiting for her, all armed with AK-47 Kalashnikovs. 3 of them dragged her out by her legs from the huge apartment complex. By the time they reached the main entrance, a huge crowd of onlookers had gathered in morbid fascination. The large circle around them became even bigger when the terrorists forced all the frightened residents of the apartment complex, at the threat of death, to assemble in the courtyard. None of them can dare to use his cell phone to call in the cops. When and only when the apartment complex has been vacated by its residents, the female officer has begun to understand what is in store for her. The terrorists began to strip off her clothes piece by piece, at which time all the fight has been beaten out of her. When the Muslim terrorists stripped her fully naked without leaving on her body even her bra and underwear, they began to rape her in full view of her friends and neighbors. The crowd felt pity for the naked female police officer, but none of the residents could do anything. After 6 men have raped her, they took turns shooting her in her hands and legs, leaving her flailing on the ground naked and bleeding copiously. By the time they left, she was barely conscious and blood profusely running down the sidewalk in a brilliant cinnabar stream. Some of her female neighbors rushed to cover her with their dupattas and saris and give her some measure of dignity. The men made several emergency calls to the police to report the atrocity and arrange for medical aid. Around the same time, it is purported that a large cargo helicopter dropped a 1,000-pound bomb on the residence of the female film director, Mrs. Rani Krishna, in Bandra. Casualties are high, with 30 police officers and many domestic staff killed outright after their bodies were blown up in smithereens. Some of them are crushed by falling rubble on their bodies. The following morning, the city of Mumbai awoke to the breaking news that the Muslim Miss World Aphrodite Krishna Khan and her Hindu mother Rani Krishna had been assassinated by the ruthless terrorists of Dawood Ibrahim on the day of their homecoming. Shortly after, The autopsies conducted in the Nanavati Super Specialty Hospital on the victims evacuated from the blast site revealed that Miss World and her mother were not on the list of casualties. The Mumbai Police Authority has been forced to admit that Miss World and her entourage probably did not go home on the day of their return. Their investigations showed hotel bookings at the Intercontinental Hotel in Santa Cruz for just a few hours. There are no other leads to their location, and no eyewitness reports have come in. The police could only guess that they were on the run somewhere in Mumbai. In the meantime, Dawood Ibrahim has become extremely furious. A mere young Hindu policewoman has foiled him not once, but twice. It is now becoming a matter of saving face and honor. He cannot afford his men to think of him as impotent. He called in another one of his Muslim terrorist leaders in the Kurla neighborhood and enlisted his help. As usual, his phone calls were tapped, and the Mumbai police came to know about this new development. As before, no action is taken by the police authority. This time there was no leak, and everyone in the anti-terrorist department stayed clear of Dawood Ibrahim's way. When the first terrorist leader of Baikula fails to kill Miss World or discern her location, he knows he has to salvage the situation by giving his Lucifer boss overseas something to smile about. He dispatched 3 of his most reliable terrorists to the Mahatma Gandhi Homeless Children's Shelter when the site was closed. It is the noble charity project Miss World is building to house some of the thousands of Mumbai orphaned and homeless street children. All of the construction crew went home after sunset. The terrorists worked at night in relative peace, planting the 5 batches of high explosives that they had brought along. The night security guards are old and succumbed easily to the threats of the terrorists to kill them and all of their family members. The aged guards have been instructed by those ruthless thugs to stay silent and not call the police, and to stay away from the site the next day. The site has a crew complement of 80 male workers and 90 female workers. The female laborers come in every morning with their babies strapped to their backs all day. They remain in a whole day's work and go to their huts in the slum of Dharavi in the evening. Apart from the skilled and unskilled labor force, there are also 25 builders and 5 civil engineers working on Aphrodite Khan's noble project. It does not help that Aphrodite provides 2 free meals to every worker, and many of them stay around during the lunch hour. When work is in full swing, Dawood Ibrahim's terrorists remotely detonated all 5 blast charges that had been installed on the previous night. Sitting in a small white Maruti car parked across the street, the Muslim terrorists look like they are playing a video game on a big screen TV. At 10:30 in the morning, 5 huge blasts culminated as one rocked the building to its foundation, leaving the ruthless Muslim terrorists with broad smiles on their faces. There were no less than 200 workers inside the building at the time of the explosion. The air is filled with arms, legs, heads, and feet. More than 40 suckling babies have been torn apart from their mothers' grasps. The recovery medical crew found assorted body parts all over the rubble of the building. Very few workers have survived the cowardly terrorist attack. Those survivors have suffered major trauma and become handicapped for life. The bodies of all the 240 victims have been blown to bits and pieces. Not a single body is found intact or identifiable. Consequently, the hospital staff and government workers have gathered those scattered human limbs and cremated them into ashes in the same spot. Not a single victim has been buried in another graveyard. The noble project of the winner of the 3 honorable titles of Miss Mumbai, Miss India, and Miss World Aphrodite Krishna Khan has been turned into a mass grave. When his 2 terrorist groups failed to execute Miss World, much less locate her, Dawood Ibrahim increased the manpower of his search and destroy teams. Now he has recruited other 4 leaders and their many terrorists. He ordered each of the 6 teams' heads to leave no stone unturned in the search for the new Miss World, who dared to call the infallible Prophet Muhammad my foot, and she had threatened to spit on the Holy Quran. The 6 crime leaders and the hundreds of ruthless terrorists searched every hotel, every airport, every railway station, and every bus station in Mumbai. Even the other satellite towns of Maharashtra state, such as Pune and Aurangabad, did not escape the terrorists' meticulous scrutiny. A few of them went off as far as the tourist city of Goa. Even the informants, contacts, and associates have been put to task. The whole meticulous search finally got a lead when one particularly helpful police officer tipped off the Mumbai Mafia. He leaked information regarding Rani Krishna. Soon the terrorist leaders know all about Rani's sister in Baroda. The informer suspected that Miss World and her Hindu mother had fled out of Mumbai through a bus. They concluded that the Bollywood female director and her Muslim daughter are on the run and most probably hiding at the Rani sister's residence in Baroda city. At the very least, the sister is probably the first person who can know where the two women are hiding out. Needless to say, they capitalized on the one piece of information and the single clue they had. 11 of them immediately headed out to verify the lead. With any luck, they will find the Hindu mother and her Muslim daughter. With as much haste as humanly possible, they arrived in Baroda only to find out that the information was at least 3 days late. The 11 Muslim terrorists broke into Lakshmi's mansion at nightfall. The 2 German shepherd dogs have already been neutralized. Her 3 security guards have been knifed, and the house is all theirs. They entered Lakshmi's bedroom while she was still asleep. When they woke her up, she blinked at the sight of a room full of street thugs wielding big knives dripping with blood. It has not taken them long to tell her why they have come. At first, Lakshmi denied knowing where her sister and her niece were. When the terrorists began ripping out her fingernails with pliers, she admitted that the mother-daughter pair had already left after staying for 2 days and are now probably en route to New Delhi. Continuing their persuasive methods, the terrorists now not only knew where the 2 women were headed, but also where they were planning to stay in New Delhi and who with. Under torture, the frightened rich lady Lakshmi blurted out everything. She confessed how her sister is planning to flee India, where Rani and Aphrodite are planning to stay in the capital city, and how they intend to make their way to the United States of America. She also divulged her sister's private cell phone number. After being gang-raped by some of the men, they dispatched her to her maker with a sharp blade to the heart. On the way out, the terrorists, not wanting to waste their efforts, looted the house of jewelry and other valuables. They thoughtfully took Lakshmi's cell phone, hoping to use it as a tactical advantage. The following day, 3 of them returned to Mumbai to brief the other terrorist leaders. The other 8 wasted no time in making their way to New Delhi on the Rajdhani Express train. What the normal Indian trains cover in 24 to 36 hours, the fastest Indian train Rajdhani can do it in 12 hours. Dawood Ibrahim's Muslim terrorists are in a good mood. At this rate, now they will be able to make up for valuable lost time. The trail of their 2 female victims is no longer cold. It is now only a matter of time before they report the happy news to their boss Lucifer in Dubai. They will soon be the toast of the underworld, not to mention the adoration of the Muslim world. The Muslim terrorists arrived at Nizam al-Din station at 6 o'clock in the morning. From Old Delhi, the 8 terrorists took 2 taxis and told their drivers to take them to the YWCA in New Delhi. Their exuberant mood is soon going to evaporate. On their arrival at the Young Women Christian Association, they became furious when they were told that there were no Indian women by the names they mentioned. One of them puts a dagger to the female manager's throat, but she has nothing to tell them. She swore in the name of her Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, that she had never heard of Rani Krishna or Aphrodite Khan. The terrorists vetted the guest register, but the names they are looking for are not listed. Not entirely convinced, they searched every room and cited every girl in the face. As is their custom, every attractive female has been gang-raped. Any girl with valuables has been robbed of them promptly. Rani Krishna had truly told her late sister that they were planning to put themselves up at the YWCA. Meeting the 2 Malayali nuns was the only thing that prevented them from falling into the hands of India's most dreaded terrorists. The 2 nuns might as well have been angels. Rani and Aphrodite accepted an invitation from Annie and Nancy to stay at their place. The nuns' faith home has 3 other female residents, an elderly nun and 2 fellow nuns. The mother and the 4 nuns who are known as Christian sisters begin their day on bended knees for 2 hours, praying for the members of their church. Their daily task is to venture into twos to the homes of their flock and pray with them. Having gone through South Indian vernacular education, they also have the benefit of 12 years of English medium instruction. All 5 nuns were trained in Stuttgart, Germany, and hence they became multilingual and spoke Malayalam, English, and German fluently. The Hindu woman Rani Krishna related her story of how the Muslim girl Aphrodite Khan came to be her daughter. She has to explain how she is a Hindu and her daughter is a Muslim. This unlikely union of a Hindu mother and a Muslim daughter was what puzzled the 2 nuns when they were on the train. The Hindu mother Rani decided to be discreet and not reveal all the reasons for their need for seclusion or the reason they had left Mumbai so abruptly and come to New Delhi. She wisely did not mention anything about their brief stay with her sister Lakshmi in Baroda. The 5 nuns have always lived in a cloistered environment, away from the secular world. Much of what happened in traditional India is of no interest to them. None of them has any idea who the current Miss India or Miss World is. Their lives centered upon their church and their flock. Every day, they spend 8 hours praying for the welfare of others. The commonly used phrase in their vocabulary is, "Praise the Lord." Miss World and her mother are given a room in the nun's home. They are not required to attend daily prayers or group meetings, which are convened 4 times a day. Immediately after settling in, the mother and daughter made their way to the American embassy to apply for immigration visas. The incredibly long queues greeting their arrival at the embassy served to change Rani's mind. Asking discreetly made her realize that the lines move imperceptibly, and one has to brave the blazing sun or the chill of tropical rains without even getting to the window to receive the official application forms. The backlog for visa applications has extended the approval period to more than a year. Rani also does not like the idea of standing out in the open, in full view of terrorists. Her casual inquiries have led her to believe that approaching the Canadian embassy is a better idea. When they reached the Canadian embassy, they found even more people and longer lines. The normal waiting period is even longer. It may take between 18 months to 2 years to reach this promised land of hopes and dreams. There have to be other options. The Australian embassy is just as crowded, and the New Zealand embassy seem to have the same people in lines. For 3 days, Rani and her daughter ran in circles in New Delhi, without going anywhere and now, with no place to go. On their 4th day, in the capital city of India, a casual conversation between Rani with a nice lady led to one of the travel agencies in town. It is impressed with their visa application under the auspices of a commercial enterprise. This can significantly shorten their waiting time. Rani and her daughter have approached an agency run by a Sikh man. The larger-than-normal sign above his place of business announced, "Reach the promised land in no time flat." After the preliminaries, they are now looking at a fee of 500,000 rupees each, 3,000 Canadian dollars for landing immigrant visas, and 800 Canadian dollars for processing. The astute Singh sensed that his prospective clients were in a big hurry to leave, so he sealed the deal by claiming that he shortened the processing time of their Canadian visas to just under 6 months. To do that, he has to submit their applications to a Canadian embassy in one of the European cities of London, Paris, or Berlin. He added that it must be their responsibility to obtain travel visas for their interviews in the city of their choice. Noting their agreeable looks, he quickly advised that incidental costs of air tickets, food, and accommodations, of course, be extra. Therefore, quirky the name, Rani thought, reach the promised land in no time flat, may just give them the air tickets they need to exit out of India. The plan began to take form in her head. They can just travel to a European city as wealthy Indian female tourists and lay low for 6 months over there. Instead of paying 1 million rupees to the Sikh man and waiting 6 long months in a hostile city in India, they may as well hop over to Europe and apply for their immigration visas by themselves. Rani and Aphrodite left the travel agency without paying a single rupee. From there, they took a taxi and headed to the German embassy. Fortunately, Germany is not a popular emigration destination for Indians, and they managed to fill in the requisite forms and apply for their visiting visas. Since both their Indian passports have already documented their travels to London, Paris, and Zurich, among others, their tourist visas are affixed to their passports without further ado that very same day. In addition, Rani revealing to the German ambassador that her beautiful daughter is the current reigning Miss World facilitated the process of their applications and hastened the release of their visas. Aphrodite Khan happened to be dressed up in one of those fancy Western dresses, which made her appear to Mr. Ambassador as the most beautiful girl in the entire universe. So, he has no slight doubt about her mother's declaration. Their very next stop is the Air India office. By the time they paid and confirmed their first-class air tickets at 5:30 p.m., the mother and her daughter had less than 4 hours to take off and 1 hour to check in. The Malayali nuns' faith home is at least 2 hours travel away, the time they do not have. They decided to call from the Indira Gandhi International Airport and thank the nuns for their love and kindness, ending the phone call with grateful goodbyes. By this time, the nuns now knew why they were in such a hurry to fly off to Berlin. Rani decided to call her sister in Baroda. She wants to say goodbye to her and tell her about her change in plans. She tried the house phone and cell phone number several times, but could not get through. Rani had not called her sister since leaving her house 5 days ago. Guilt ate at her, and she decided to ask a favor from the Malayali nuns. Annie agreed to call Lakshmi the following day and inform her of the latest developments regarding the travels of her sister and niece. Below is a comparative, historically grounded framing that situates Aphrodite Khan as a witness figure alongside well-established historical witnesses, using patterns made explicit in the Indian myths world rather than treating her as a reformer or political actor. The comparison focuses on function, not ideology or institutional success. Situating Aphrodite Khan among historical witness figures. 1. What defines Situating Aphrodite Khan among historical witness figures. 1. What defines a witness in history? Across history, witness figures are not remembered for changing institutions directly, but for making harm undeniable. Their defining traits are lived exposure to systemic violence or injustice, speech or survival that preserves truth when systems prefer silence, personal cost borne without institutional protection. Aphrodite's trajectory aligns with this model. The story repeatedly emphasizes that her importance lies less in what she is allowed to do publicly and more in what her life, displacement, and marginalization reveal about the systems around her. 2. Aphrodite and Holocaust witnesses and Frank Primo Levi. Like Holocaust witnesses, Aphrodite does not design remedies. She documents moral failure through survival and testimony. Her story circulates after institutions have already failed her. The authority she holds is retrospective and ethical, not executive or political. Where Anne Frank's diary or Primo Levi's writing bears witness to a system that normalized cruelty, Aphrodite's public life bears witness to how modern global institutions celebrate courage symbolically while abandoning it materially once it becomes dangerous. Parallel, survival itself becomes evidence. 3. Aphrodite and legal testimony witnesses. In post-atrocity legal contexts, truth commissions, survivor testimony. Witnesses speak not to win, but to enter facts into historical memory. Their stories often exceed what courts can formally absorb. Aphrodite's experience mirrors this dynamic. As the text notes, she is heard briefly at the pageant, in limited legal or media contexts, but her lived reality repeatedly overflows procedural categories. Like legal witnesses, her role is not to achieve justice directly, but to prevent erasure. 4. Aphrodite versus reformers, clarifying the distinction. Where reformers, e.g., labor leaders, civil rights organizers, mobilize collective power, translate suffering into policy or organizational change, Aphrodite aligns with figures such as enslaved person narrators, refugee diarists, survivors of religious or state violence, whose impact lies in forcing moral confrontation without possessing leverage. Her witness role underscores a historical pattern. Systems often require witnesses to speak before reform is imaginable, but rarely protect them while they do so. 5. The durability of the witness role. The story explicitly frames Aphrodite's long-term public presence as symbolic survival rather than active participation, a hallmark of historical witnesses. She remains referenced, discussed, emblematic, even as her ability to operate openly is narrowed. This endurance without agency places her firmly in a lineage of witnesses whose lives disrupt complacency precisely because no redemption arc follows. Synthesis: Aphrodite's place in witness history. Aphrodite Khan belongs with historical witnesses whose significance lies not in reform achieved, but in truth preserved at personal cost. Like them, she stands as a moral record of what institutions reward briefly and then refuse to protect. One-sentence conclusion. Aphrodite Khan joins the lineage of historical witnesses whose lives do not reform systems directly, but permanently indict them by surviving what those systems fail to prevent. Below is a clear explanation of how Aphrodite Khan's witness role shapes the narrative's ethical message, grounded in the Indian myths world, focusing on what the witness role does ethically, how it determines what the story ultimately argues about truth, power, and responsibility rather than on plot recap. How Aphrodite's witness role shapes the narrative's ethical message. 1. Ethics shift from achievement to exposure. By situating Aphrodite primarily as a witness, the narrative rejects a conventional moral arc in which virtue leads to reform, justice, or institutional improvement. Instead, the ethical message becomes one of exposure rather than achievement. Aphrodite's life demonstrates that moral clarity can illuminate injustice without correcting it. The story asserts that recognizing harm is ethically prior to fixing it, and that recognition alone carries value, even when change does not follow. 2. Moral truth is shown to exceed institutional capacity. Aphrodite's witness role reveals a central ethical claim. Institutions can momentarily recognize truth, but cannot absorb it when it becomes destabilizing. Pageants, courts, media, and states are shown acknowledging her sincerity symbolically, then retreating once her visibility produces risk. The narrative's ethics, therefore, do not rest on institutional justice, but on the responsibility of the reader to grasp what institutions refuse to carry. 3. Responsibility is transferred to the observer. Because Aphrodite does not reform systems herself, the narrative pushes ethical responsibility outward. Her witness role places the moral burden on audiences, readers, and societies rather than on a heroic protagonist. The ethical message is not follow her and change the world, but rather, having seen this, you can no longer claim innocence or ignorance. Witnessing replaces instruction. 4. Survival becomes ethical evidence. The story frames Aphrodite's continued existence, under protection, constraint, and partial erasure, as a form of ethical evidence. She does not triumph, she endures. This endurance communicates a moral claim that systems capable of producing such lives cannot be redeemed by symbolic honors alone. The narrative's ethics are thus grounded in what survival costs, not in what success looks like. 5. Speech is recast as risk, not remedy. Through Aphrodite's witness role, the narrative insists that truth-telling is not inherently liberatory. Her speech at the pageant is rewarded in isolation, then punished in public life. The ethical message is deliberately unsettling. Speaking truth may clarify conscience, but it does not guarantee protection, improvement, or safety. Moral action is shown to be costly even when it is right. 6. The story rejects consoling ethics. Finally, by ending with Aphrodite as a witness rather than a reformer, the narrative refuses ethical consolation. There is no closing assurance that injustice is corrected or that suffering produces redemption. The ethical stance is stark. Recognition without repair is still necessary, and stories that pretend otherwise are complicit in erasure. Aphrodite's witness role enforces this refusal of comfort. Ethical synthesis. Aphrodite's witness role shapes the narrative into an ethical indictment rather than a moral success story. The story argues that truth can be known, spoken, and honored, and still abandoned. By making Aphrodite a witness rather than a reformer, the narrative locates ethics not in outcomes, but in the inescapable knowledge of what systems do once visibility becomes dangerous. One-sentence conclusion. Aphrodite's witness role transforms the narrative's ethical message from one of reformable injustice to one of unavoidable moral reckoning, insisting that seeing and surviving truth is itself an ethical demand placed on the world. Below is a mapped three-stage moral structure that shows how Aphrodite Khan's witness role organizes and delivers the narrative's ethical message. The stages are not abstract concepts imposed afterward. They correspond to distinct narrative phases repeatedly emphasized in the novel The Indian Miss World and related other books. The three-stage moral structure. Recognition, exposure, abandonment. Stage 1. Recognition, conditional moral affirmation. Narrative location. The London Beauty Contest, Final Q&A. Early institutional responses, judges, audience, symbolic honors. Ethical function. At this stage, Aphrodite's truth is recognized but only under controlled conditions. Institutions acknowledge her moral clarity when it aligns with their frameworks, stage, judges, applause, ceremony. Ethics appear to function properly. Sincerity is rewarded, courage is praised, and virtue is publicly affirmed. Key ethical claim: recognition is possible, but fragile. Institutions can acknowledge truth only when they control its context and consequences. Why this is not enough: recognition remains symbolic. It affirms Aphrodite's character, but does not commit institutions to protecting her once her truth leaves the ritualized space that made it safe. Stage 2. Exposure. Truth exceeds protection. Narrative location. Heathrow arrival. Media circulation. Public backlash. Heightened threats and hostility. Ethical function. This stage reveals the true cost of moral speech. Once Aphrodite's words and identity enter uncontrolled public space, recognition collapses into risk. Her body becomes the carrier of meaning. Her speech is no longer evaluated, but reacted to. Ethical reversal. What was praised as courage becomes treated as provocation. What was honored as sincerity becomes read as danger. Key ethical claim: truth that destabilizes power cannot be contained by the institutions that momentarily celebrated it. Here, Aphrodite's witness role becomes clear. She does not control the effects of truth, she endures them. Stage 3. Abandonment. Symbolic honor without protection. Narrative location. Reduced public roles. Protective custody. Sidelining by institutions. Exile-like conditions. Ethical function. In the final stage, institutions neither fully condemn nor fully support Aphrodite. Instead, they withdraw. Her title remains, her story circulates, but her public participation is curtailed. This is the most ethically decisive stage. Key ethical claim: modern systems often resolve moral crisis not by correction, but by distancing, preserving symbols while abandoning persons. Aphrodite's witness role solidifies here. She becomes living evidence of how recognition without responsibility produces abandonment. Survival replaces success. Endurance replaces reform. How the witness role unifies the structure. A reformer would attempt to interrupt this structure, turning recognition into reform. A witness moves through it and reveals it. Aphrodite's witness role: accepts recognition without trusting it, survives exposure without romanticizing it, endures abandonment without being erased. The ethical message is therefore not do the right thing and the system will change, but if you speak truth without power, the system may briefly applaud you, then expose you, then leave you to carry the cost alone. One sentence ethical synthesis. By moving Aphrodite through recognition, exposure, and abandonment, the narrative frames ethics not as a ladder to reform, but as a test of whether society will protect the truth it claims to admire. Here is a polished concluding paragraph that explicitly names the recognition, exposure, abandonment structure as the ethical core of the narrative, suitable for direct insertion into the commentary chapter. At its ethical core, the Indian Miss World is structured around a three-stage moral progression: recognition, exposure, and abandonment, that governs Aphrodite Khan's transformation from celebrated figure to enduring witness. The narrative first allows truth to be admired within controlled institutional spaces, then reveals how that same truth becomes dangerous once it escapes those protections, and finally exposes how systems resolve this danger not through reform but through withdrawal. By moving Aphrodite through this sequence, the story articulates a stark ethical claim. Modern institutions are capable of honoring moral courage symbolically, yet unwilling to assume responsibility for its consequences. The witness role that remains is not a failure of the protagonist, but an indictment of the structures around her, insisting that recognition without protection is itself a form of abandonment, and that survival, rather than success, becomes the final measure of ethical cost. Quotations from the original manuscript about the first visit of Ifrit Khan/Aphrodite Khan to the United States of America. The son of the late Indian woman Lakshmi Patel has been living in the USA for 3 years, having come from his native country of India on a student visa. Rahul Patel is accepted to the medical program at Harvard University and, in the process, has also come to love the American way of life. He has a white girlfriend. She is his classmate, and they share an apartment. They are common-law partners, but where he came from, they would be considered unlawful partners by society as well as the Indian law. Rahul promised to marry his white girlfriend after he received his medical degree. At least, that is what his girlfriend wanted to ethical costere. Therefore, he knows his Indian background will not allow him to go against the will of his Hindu mother. Rare is the Indian mother who may accept a white, promiscuous girl as her daughter-in-law. In the elaborate scheme of things, Indian boys must adhere to, and Rahul must heed his mother's wishes, and marry the right kind of Indian girl. This, of course, he has never discussed with his white girlfriend. To him, she is just a fling and a conjugal partner. His girlfriend, on the other hand, is taking the relationship seriously. Rahul had previously not agreed to the matchmaking marriage proposal of his mother Lakshmi and his auntie Rani. He reserved the right to see and talk to the girl in question. He had recently been informed by his mother that his auntie and her daughter are planning to come to the USA very soon and that he would have to decide before long. Much as he does not like being forced into deciding, he has already agreed in principle. Besides, if his mother's taste and her critical eyes are anything to go by, this Indian girl that has met with her favor must have already been carefully scrutinized and her beauty matchless. In his heart of hearts, he knows that he must accept his family's choice for his future Indian bride. Rahul's white girlfriend, Emily, is a naturalized American citizen born to German parents. Emilia Vagdvariestis spent her whole life in the continental United States. Her parents are Christians, but when she grew up, Emily became an atheist. She is 24-year-old, and her Indian boyfriend is 23 years, and they have been living together for over a year. So far, the common understanding is that they should both put marriage and children on hold until they finish medical school and are gainfully employed. For the time being, Emily lives off her student loans while Rahul is financed by his rich mother. Rahul played his part as a domestic partner well, to the point where Emily does not doubt in her mind this is the man that is going to be her future husband. In his case, apart from her warm body in his bed, he is just looking for a girlfriend to share the rent and expenses with him. For 15 months, the love affair plodded along without a hitch. One particular afternoon, a female visitor showed up in front of their apartment. She is a young immigrant in a black burqa, which left them both wondering as to her origin and her purpose in visiting. Emily suspected she is a Paki, but Rahul corrected her. He said she spoke fluent Hindi to the Pakistani cab driver when she arrived. They settled at the conclusion that she had come to the wrong address by mere chance. The Indian boy Rahul decided to find out and so talked to her in Hindi and asked her who she is and what she wanted. She told him that she came from Germany and she wanted to meet Mr. Rahul Patel from Baroda, India. Rahul is confused. A burqa-clad girl from Germany is looking for him by mentioning his full name. He shared his mother's disdain and hatred for Muslims, regardless of age, gender, race, and country of origin. He too held all Muslims responsible for murdering his father in a cold-blooded massacre at the Mumbai Taj Mahal Hotel. This burqa girl is not making it easy for him to be polite and civil. When she claimed that she had come from Germany to meet him personally, He looked at her with a big question mark on his face. He even looked at his girlfriend and sought her explanation. Emily lifted her hands and shoulders, looking equally baffled. Who gave you my name and address, and how did you come to know about me? I am a Hindu. I don't have any Muslims in my family. I don't have Muslim friends in India or even in America. Your mother, Lakshmi Patel, had given us your address in America and asked us to visit you. Who is us? You mean there are other people with you? I mean my mother and me. Your mother. Who is your mother and where is she? My mother was arrested by the German police just 3 days before we were supposed to fly here. Listen, girl. Maybe my mother has given both of you my name and address and asked you to visit me when you arrive in the States. However, let me make this noticeably clear to you. I do not want anything to do with Muslims. I do not want to know why your mother was arrested in Germany, and I don't want to know who you are or what your name is. I suggest that you go back to your Muslim relatives and don't ever come here again. I have no relatives. I don't know anyone in America. You mean to tell me that you have come directly from the airport to my apartment? Yes. Holy cow. What happened, darling? Asked Emily curiously when she heard the vehemence in her boyfriend's voice. This Muslim girl has said that she has come from Germany to the States to stay with me. That can't be possible. Who she is and where is her family? She said she has no relatives in the States and that her mother was arrested by the German police officers. Holy shit. Is she some kind of a Muslim terrorist? You never know. I don't care who she is, I just want her to go away. Why don't we just refer her to social services? She sounds somewhat ignorant and dumb. I do not think she knows what social service is anyway. I am going to tell her to go wherever she wants. I just want her to get the hell out of here. I do not want to see her in her ugly, demeaning black burqa in front of our apartment again. I am incredibly angry with my mother. I have told her 100 times not to give my address to any fucking Indian coming to the States. Once she gave my address to a Hindu guy who came and stayed with me for 6 months without spending a single dollar to help pay rent or food. I had to kick him literally out on the streets to get rid of him. Worse, my Hindu mother knows how much I despise Muslims. I don't know why she would give my name and address to this fucking burqa girl. Okay, my dear boyfriend Rahul, let us just take her inside, and then we can call social services to deal with her. We are not running a halfway house or a soup kitchen. If social services say this is not within their jurisdiction, then we can just refer her to the Muslim community. There are plenty of mosques in town, we can drop her off at any of them. Yeah, that's a good idea. You know, I am just going to call my mother the moment we get rid of this stupid Masla girl. I am going to change my address and phone number, and she will just have to write and call me care of the university. After Rahul and Emily decided what to do with the unwanted female guest, they asked her to come inside. As they made their way across the threshold, the Pakistani cab driver honked and yelled at her in Hindi, asking her to pay her fare. She stared at him, wondering what all the commotion was about. Rahul noticed her indifference and approached the cabbie, asking him in Hindi what the trouble was. The cabbie told him that his fare was penniless and had not been paid by the female passenger that he had brought her from the airport. Rahul took a moment to speak with his girlfriend and then paid off the cab driver. Inside their apartment, the two lovers served a soda to their unwanted smelly girl who was in a burqa. They have not asked whether she had her lunch on the plane or whether she was hungry. After that, Emily brought the phone book and searched for the local social service office number. When she found the number, she asked Rahul to make the call and report the case of the intruding Muslim girl who came to his apartment. The social service office told Rahul that they can only take care of refugee immigrants who have been brought by the American government for resettlement in the USA. Those situations are dealt with at the airport, where their representatives will arrange for transfers to various refugee shelters or prearranged housing. A quick computer check told social services that the girl in question does not flag any lists on their computer, and she is not shown to be an alien resident. They ended the conversation by telling Rahul that they could do nothing for their Indian female guest. Rahul is incensed by the response of the representative and tells them that he is a student living on a limited budget, provided for by his widowed mother in India. When he failed to get any sort of positive response from social services, Rahul suggested that they just ask her to leave immediately and never return to their apartment. However, Emily intervened and pleaded with him to let her stay for a day or two until they could find some charitable Muslim community outreach program to take her in. Against his wish, Rahul agreed to keep the burqa girl in his apartment. He told his girlfriend that they should try to know more about their unwanted female visitor before they allowed her to stay in their apartment. He is scared that she might have been faking her situation and is suspicious she might have some kind of terrorist link. So, he tried to get to know more about her. She has already told them that her name is Amrita Khan. Then they asked her to tell them why her mother was arrested by the German police. She said that her mother is falsely accused by the police of killing her sister in India and robbing her of jewelry and other costly things. Her answer does not make any sense to them. Instead, it frightened them. They decided not to ask her any further questions. While Rahul has a problem with all Muslims in the world, his white girlfriend has an issue with all immigrants from the third world. The girl Emily believes that immigrants from Asia and Africa are backward, uncivilized, lack good manners, and are unhygienic people. She also believes that their clothes have a foul odor, and they eat smelly food too. For that reason, she convinced her boyfriend not to allow Amrita Khan to sleep in their apartment. Their apartment has 2 bedrooms and a living room. Nevertheless, Amrita Khan is forced to sleep in their small garage. It was during the summer season when Amrita came to stay with them. The unrelenting heat kept her awake for a long period, and the insects feasted on her flesh throughout the night. There is no fan in the garage. Even during her captivity in the mansions of her 2 evil captors, Amrita was never forced to sleep in a place made for keeping cars. There are 2 cars in the garage. Amrita had been given a blanket and a pillow and nothing else. She slept in a small corner in the hot garage. Worse than that, the unwanted burqa girl happens to be starving to death. She has some candies and cookies in her big bag, but she does not know where her hosts have stored her luggage. If the 2 lovers had asked Amrita to sleep inside their bathroom, that might have been more bearable than making her spend the night in their garage. Emily has a small pet dog. The small dog sleeps comfortably all alone in the 2nd bedroom. Worst of all, they had not given her anything to eat. The last meal Amrita ate was somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean between the European continent and the North American continent. Moreover, she is not offered the use of the shower or an opportunity to change her clothes and put on her nightie. She has not used the toilet since the time she came in. She does not even know where the washroom is located. However, the Indian Muslim girl Amrita Khan is a product of her upbringing. While she is genuinely a sweet and friendly girl, she has been taught to treat others with suspicion and is slow to trust. Her Hindu mother Rani Krishna had told her to travel incognito and hide her identity. She followed her mother's instructions to the letter and more. How is she to know she does not need to hide her identity from her male cousin, who is the son of her Hindu auntie Lakshmi? The Hindu mom Rani did not order her adorable, adopted Muslim daughter not to spend any money. Since leaving Germany, Amrita did not spend one single dollar. She has $65,000 in cash stacked inside her luggage. Besides that, she has over $100 million in her overseas bank account. In keeping with the spirit of her mother's instructions, Amrita Khan remained swathed in her black burqa and agreed to sleep in the garage. Sleep did not come easy on the hard, hot concrete floor, and the hunger pangs reminded her of her need to eat and drink. Holing up in oppressive burial clothes is more uncomfortable than the torment of the mosquitoes and other bloodsuckers. Her hosts have not thought of providing her with a mattress or a table fan. It was well past midnight before Amrita gave in to her physical discomforts and allowed her fatigue to pull her into an uneasy sleep. The heat of the following day and the hot sun rays forced Amrita to awaken from her deep sleep. She woke up with a terrible headache and a strong feeling of nausea. She wants to vomit, but her stomach has nothing to throw up. She is feeling feverish. She got up and wobbled her way into the apartment. She has not found anyone in the apartment. She lifted her voice and called out Rahul's name several times, but no one responded. She realized that her cousin and his wife had already left the house and gone to school. Amrita naturally assumed that a man and a woman living together under the same roof are either married or related by blood as a brother and his sister. Since her male cousin's girlfriend is a white girl, Amrita knows that she is not an Indian and hence she is not related to Rahul except through a matrimonial relationship. Her empty stomach forced her to look around the apartment in search of anything edible to quench the pangs of her hunger. She began her search in one of the rooms, starting with the dog's bedroom. The dog is not there because its female owner has taken it to its babysitter or dog sitter, or whatever the hell they called it. Amrita found some leftovers from the dog's breakfast and consumed them. She even took some drinkable tasty liquid from its vessel and drank it too. It was not enough to satisfy her thirst and hence she licked the vessel with her tongue and lips. She searched in the dog's room for more food and more juice to drink, but she did not find anything. She is so hungry that she can eat anything even if she finds crumbs of food in the garbage can. Therefore, she left the dog's bedroom and entered the bedroom of the two lovers. Luckily, in the lovers' room, she found a half-drunk can of beer and finished it. Then she looked around and found 2 glasses half filled with red liquid. She picked up one of them and began to drink it. The bitter taste forced her to stop halfway. Her thirst forced her to finish it. After that, she picked up the other cup and drank it too. After that, she saw a half bottle with red liquid in it. She lifted it and looked at it for a while. Not knowing what it was, she began to drink it. It had the same bitter taste, but she decided to finish it too. After that, the unwanted female guest left the lover's bedroom and went into the living room. Then she found a half-consumed sandwich in the garbage can and she devoured it too. Finally, she sat on the comfortable couch and began to stare blankly at the huge TV screen in front of her. The TV is switched off. She began to feel everything around her moving, severely affected by the alcohol she had just ingested. This time, she extended her long legs to the length of the sofa and laid her body to rest on the comfortable couch. The air-conditioned living room made her feel very sleepy. She wished that her cousin and his wife would have allowed her to sleep in the living room instead of the hot garage. The comfort of the big leather couch, the air-conditioned living room, and the alcohol she drank rid Amrita of her head and body ache she had sustained throughout the night along with the effects of the heat and the torture of insect bites. The dog food and the garbage sandwich she has gulped down are enough to satisfy her hunger. She is now fully satiated but inebriated. She began to sweat despite the chill of the well-air-conditioned apartment, giving in to the seductive comfort of her surroundings. She tossed off her burqa and stretched out in her salwar kameez. She tried to stay awake, but she could not. She soon fell asleep and immediately began to snore so loud that she could be heard by the neighbors. Meanwhile, Rahul and Emily, after finishing their classes, went to a nearby mosque and reported the case of the homeless Muslim girl who came to their apartment last evening and asked for help. Rahul informed the imam that he is Hindu and has no relationship with the Muslim girl. He also presented his girlfriend as born to a Roman Catholic family, but she does not believe in God. Consequently, he requested the imam to send some people from the mosque to his apartment to see about the homeless girl and provide shelter for her. The imam told him that the mosque was not a place for homeless women. He told him to advise the homeless Muslim girl to approach social services for help. Rahul said he had tried that, only to have social services tell him that they were unable to help. The imam said to him the mosque can do nothing in this case. He also told him that the mosque has no funds to provide help and shelter for Muslims with problems like this. Despite that, the imam admitted that the mosque occasionally offers temporary shelter for Muslim men who have no place to stay. But in no uncertain terms, a Muslim woman cannot be allowed to sleep inside the mosque no matter what her circumstances may be. Then the Hindu boyfriend and his atheist girlfriend wanted to know why the mosque discriminates between Muslim men and Muslim women. But the imam told them that it was none of their business and tried to kick them out of the sacred ground of his office. The mosque's imam is a Pakistani man and very unfriendly and mean. When the two lovers told him they did not like his unfriendly attitude, he said to them, "Then take your unwanted Indian burqa girl to sleep in either a Hindu temple or a Christian church." Then he threatened to call the cops on them if they did not leave. When the Islamic mosque refused to help and its imam kicked them out, The white girlfriend Emily agreed with her Indian boyfriend Rahul that it was high time to kick the Muslim burqa girl out of their apartment into the streets. She said that, if she refused to go, they should immediately call the cops on her. Rahul concurred, driven more by the fact that he simply does not wish to spend money keeping a Muslim girl as a parasite in their garage. As soon as the two lovers arrive at their apartment, they are surprised to find their unwanted female guest sleeping in their living room instead of their garage. She is lying on her back with her black burqa on the floor. She is in her salwar and kameez with her legs exposed bare to the knees. One of her legs is stretched out over the back of the couch, and the other is bent at the knee. Both lovers are struck by her marvelous beauty. They had not seen her face before that time. She appeared to Rahul like a princess in a fairy tale. He could not believe that a human being could be so beautiful. Staring at her, he is convinced that her face far outshone that of Aishwarya Rai of Bollywood, and her sexy body surpassed the body of the Indian former Miss World Priyanka Chopra. She is even more beautiful than the Egyptian Queen Cleopatra and the goddess Aphrodite of Greek mythology. They all would just have to be content with second place compared to this new vision of loveliness. He did not even remember he had seen a Miss World that was exceedingly lovely and sexy as this burqa-clad Muslim girl. The more time Rahul spent admiring the sleeping beauty laid out before him, the more sexually aroused he became. His white girlfriend Emily, on the other hand, began to see a threat and lost her temper. She rushed to the sleeping form of a young woman and dragged her off their couch. Amrita Khan fell off the couch with a thud and woke up thinking she was in the grip of a horrifying nightmare. As the face of the angry white girl slowly came into focus, she put two and two together. She stood up quickly and looked blankly at the angry American girl. She does not understand why she has been assaulted. Emily is screaming in her face and yelling at her in English. Amrita could not grasp a word of what the angry white girl was saying to her. It was Rahul who intervened and told her in Hindi that she should not be supposed to sleep in the living room. He said to her that the living room was not a place for sleeping. She said to him that she was sorry, but she was tired and sleepy and could not help it. It is abundantly clear that Rahul's attitude towards the burqa girl has changed after seeing her without her demeaning niqab. His hate for Muslims seemed to have been displaced by thoughts of her on his bed. It will simply not do to kick her out now. How can he chase this most sexually appealing young woman of his dreams out of his life? How can he strike up a relationship with her or anything if she is deported? Somehow, the incessant ranting of his American girlfriend began to pierce his reverie, and he realized that she was still going on about how the unwanted burqa girl is blackening their couch with her filthy body. Rahul tried to placate Emily by saying that Amrita had fallen asleep in the living room unintentionally and that she should not be so harsh on her. Emily refused to see his point of view and reiterated her demand that she be thrown out of their apartment right away. Rahul told her that it would be improper and unfair to kick such a young homeless Indian girl out on the streets when she has nowhere else to go and probably does not know the English language to survive on her own. The look on her Indian boyfriend's face and his change of heart is not lost to Emily. She guessed correctly that after he had seen the beautiful face and the exposed sexy body of the burqa girl, things may now change between them. Sensing no response from Rahul, she confronted him and delivered her ultimatum. You either throw this filthy, disgusting, packy female immigrant out of here, or I am going to leave for good. Rahul paused, and then acquiesced, begging his not to be satisfied with anything less angry girlfriend for a grace period of 24 hours so that he could make arrangements within the Indian community to house his incredibly beautiful female guest. Of course, his mind is working overtime on another plan altogether. Once Rahul has managed to get his girlfriend to calm down and allow Amrita to stay for another day in their apartment, he begins to push the limits to see how far he can go. He tried to convince his girlfriend to allow their female guest to sleep in the second bedroom occupied by her pet dog. Emily said that she would never allow anyone to take the place of her adorable doggy. She loves and values her lovely doggy too much to allow a dirty packy girl to take over his living quarters and makes it dirtier than a garbage container. When her Indian boyfriend felt uncomfortable about her racist words, she responded by saying that her dog may feel bad about being forced to sleep in the living room and give up his bedroom to an unwanted burqa girl. Her boyfriend tried another angle and asked that Amrita be allowed to sleep in the living room. Once again, his white girlfriend sternly blocked that suggestion by saying that the Paki girl may dirty up their couch. Emily is not worried about the couch as much as she is worried about making the burqa girl too comfortable. If she becomes comfortable, she may not want to leave. With neither one willing to give in, a long argument ensued which culminated in the decision to allow the unwanted Muslim girl to sleep in their kitchen. Then the Indian boyfriend convinced the American girlfriend to allow the extremely beautiful burqa girl to have dinner in the kitchenette. Emily grudgingly agreed, again worrying about making their temporary unwanted female guest too cozy. She agreed to serve the unwanted burqa girl some eggs on toast to eat and sleep on the solid floor of the kitchen. Emily cooked it with Rahul looking on and handed it over to her as if Amrita is a miserable outcast beggar. The American girlfriend Emily is now sure that her Indian boyfriend Rahul has a major crush on the Paki Muslim girl. Things began to change the moment he saw what she looked like under her demeaning black robe. She concluded that the burqa girl must have removed her ugly Islamic niqab to reveal her unmatchable beauty and sexy body to tempt her Hindu boyfriend. Before any further chemistry develops, she should have to put a stop to all this nonsense. After arriving at this conclusion, the white girl Emily has decided that her Indian boyfriend Rahul is not to be left alone with the dirty Paki temptress. They are now being observed discreetly. Rahul also thought that the Paki girl had removed her burqa and veil for his benefit. Of course, after she began to show such an overt interest in him, how could his white girlfriend agree to her staying in their apartment? He decided that the best way to work this problem out would be to buy some time for himself. He figured out he must smuggle the lovely Muslim girl from their apartment and keep her in a basement belonging to one of his Indian friends. His Indian friend had recently traveled to India and got married to an Indian bride and brought her back with him. The friend too used to have a white girlfriend before he ditched her to fulfill his duty as a faithful Indian son and stand by his parents' choice for him. Accordingly, Rahul decided to approach his Indian friend, telling him that he had found a nice Indian girl and decided to marry her. He planned to ask him to rent his basement to his new Indian girlfriend, and he will pay her rent. In the meantime, the white girlfriend Emily is also busy making plans. She is determined that the Paki girl and her boyfriend should remain separated forever. She already heard some stories from her American girlfriends that Indian boys are quite capable of having an interim girlfriend before being called back to India, only to return with an Indian bride in an arranged marriage. She does not want to be strung along after having become emotionally invested in a long-term relationship only to be dumped like a dump truck emptying its garbage. For that reason, she must not, from that night on, enjoy a restful night's sleep. She has to remain vigilant, watching her fiancé like a hawk, hoping her suspicions will bear just fruits. Every time Rahul went to the bathroom, she followed him and waited for him in the living room until he came out. Her excuse is that she too wanted to use the washroom. Many times, during the night, she visited the kitchen and checked on the Paki girl. She wanted to know whether the burqa girl was going to shed her ugly black cocoon and expose herself again to entice her future Indian husband. Strangely enough, she has always found the unwanted Muslima to be fully clothed in her black shell. The following morning, Emily feigned excessive menstrual pain and decided to stay home, as she could not sleep at all the previous night. She does not want to go to college because something in the back of her mind tells her that her Indian boyfriend may backtrack and try to sleep with the burqa girl. Rahul does not bother to compel Emily to go to the doctor or ask if he can get anything for her treatment from the pharmacy. He just said goodbyes and left. He is happy she did not come with him that day. Instead of going to his classes, he set about putting his secret plan into action. He headed directly to the Indian couple he had in mind and told them about the beautiful Indian girl who came to his apartment. He said that he wanted to break up with his white girlfriend and had decided to marry the lovely Indian girl who came by chance to his apartment. His excuse for ending his friendship with Emily His Hindu mother refused to allow him to marry a promiscuous American girl who agreed to sleep with him before marriage. The couple welcomed his decision and promised to keep the Indian girl in their basement and do everything they could to see that their marriage would soon take place. With Rahul out of the picture, Emily understood that she has truly little time to get the Paki girl out of her apartment permanently. She went to the burqa girl who was still sleeping on the floor of the kitchen and woke her up. Then she took hold of her hand and dragged her to the bathroom. She showed her the tub and the soap. That was done. She opened the shower and filled the tub with water. Amrita Khan understood that the white wife of her male cousin wanted her to take a bath. She has not had a bath for 3 days. She was afraid that if she used the bathroom and had a bath without someone giving her permission, her cousin's white wife may not like another strange girl to use her tub. For that reason, she waited for someone in the house to ask her to take a bath. So, she becomes glad when her cousin's wife asks her to use her tub so she can bathe herself and remove all the accumulated dirt from her body. After that, the cunning white girl Emily locked the unwanted burqa girl up inside the bathroom. She does not want the Paki girl to come out of the bathroom until she can carry out the next step of her secret plan. Then she went to the kitchen and began to search for something suspicious she may find in her small handbag and other luggage of the Paki girl. The first thing she discovered was Amrita Khan's passport with a different name from what she had told them. She read the name with great amazement, Aphrodite Krishna Khan. During her relationship with her Hindu boyfriend, Emily understands that those 3 names cannot be together in somebody's name, because Aphrodite is an English name, Krishna is a Hindu name, and Khan a Muslim name. She knows that neither a Hindu would use Khan, nor a Muslim would use Krishna. Her surprise mounted when she found the $65,000 in cash stashed in her belongings. She thought that a girl with such a huge amount of money would not agree to sleep one night on the grounds of their garage and another night on the solid floor of a kitchen unless she was a madwoman or a criminal. Moreover, she knew no rational human being would stay more than 24 hours without food when she had $65,000 in her bag. Emily could only come up with 3 possibilities. First, the money is counterfeit. Second, the burqa girl is involved in drug trafficking. And third, the Paki girl is going to use the money to finance some terrorist plot. After making her hasty conclusion, Emily picked up the phone, immediately dialed 911, and reported to the police the possible terrorist activities in her apartment. Amrita Khan had already been imprisoned inside the bathroom before the police came. She took her bath and tried to come out, but she found the door was locked from the outside. She knocked on the door and called in Hindi for someone to come and let her out. But no one responded to her call. She sat for more than 1 hour inside the bathroom after she finished her bath. When the door is finally unlocked, Amrita is frightened to death when she sees the face of the person standing in front of the doorway. She expected to see the white face of her cousin's wife. Instead, she saw the face of a black person who had a body and face of a man, but the chest of a woman. If it is not for her huge boobs, Amrita would have mistaken the female police officer for a man. She has been freed from her temporary prison into a more permanent dungeon. Amrita began to shake with fear and in her distraught state of mind thought that the huge black woman was a female burglar who had broken into the apartment and assaulted and murdered her cousin's wife and was about to attack and kill her too. Her fear intensified when she saw 3 policemen, 2 other policewomen, and 1 large dog, which she thought was a lion. So, instead of coming out, she retreated and began to cry out loud and call for help in Hindi. The huge policewoman went in after she took hold of her hand and dragged her out. When she was forcefully brought out, another cop placed 2 handcuffs on her hands. When they took her into the living room, Amrita saw her cousin's white wife sitting comfortably on one of the sofas. She talked to her in Hindi and begged her to tell those people who dragged her out of the bathroom and handcuffed her to free her hands because she had committed no crime. Emily ignored her tears and continued to watch the arrest of the burqa girl as if she were watching a horror movie about a dangerous Muslim terrorist. The American cops waited until Rahul returned to his apartment. During their wait, they took the statement of his American girlfriend. Emily made up a big story about the so-called Muslim female terrorist. She added many things to her statement that is not true at all. She said the girl had come to their apartment and stayed with them although they had not known her before. She said further that someone in India gave her the address of her foreign boyfriend and told her to go there and meet him. But Emily said that her Indian boyfriend is a Hindu and this lying girl is a Muslim. Although they told her to go, she refused to leave. They tried to send her to a mosque, but the imam was scared to take care of such an unknown and suspicious Muslim girl like this one. He was the one who advised them to hand her over to the police to deal with her. Additionally, Emily said the Muslim girl told them that her Muslim mother had been arrested in Berlin City on the day she was supposed to fly with her to America because she murdered her sister in India, stole her money and gold, and fled to Germany. She hired some Muslim terrorists to carry out the homicide of her only sister. When Rahul arrived at his apartment, he was terrified to see there were 6 police officers and a huge brute in his living room. He saw the lovely Amrita Khan kneeling on the floor while her hands were handcuffed behind her back. She is on bent knees and extremely petrified, as if she is praying to the devil to rescue her from her detainers. She is not wearing her ugly black burqa. She is in the same salwar and kameez that he saw her on the previous day while she was lying half-naked on the couch. Although her face is unveiled, she appears to him as a different girl. She looked so frightened. Then his eyes saw his white girlfriend. She appeared calm and happy, her face gleaming with satisfaction. Before he can ask Emily to tell him what is going on, one of the police officers asks him what relationship he has with the suspected Muslim girl. He said that he knows nothing about her except that someone in India gave her his address. He also said that he is trying to help her find a shelter to go to. The police explained to him why they decided to detain her for further investigation, to lie about her real name and the huge amount of money that had been found hidden in her bag. Rahul is shocked when he hears that the burqa girl is hiding $65,000 in her bags and that her real name is not Amrita Khan, but Aphrodite Krishna Khan. He also could not believe that those 3 names could be combined to form the name of an Indian person. Therefore, he doubted the innocence of the burqa girl, and in his heart, he thanked his gods that she is exposed at the right time and arrested before she could get him and his girlfriend in some serious trouble with American law. After talking to Rahul, the cops dragged Amrita Khan to their police car outside. By this time, tens of people gathered in front of the apartment to watch the arrest of the so-called dangerous Muslim female terrorist. Emily requested the cops to take the luggage of the burqa girl. She said she was scared the Muslim girl might have some explosive device inside her bags. Although the police officers knew that their dog had not sniffed such dangerous things still, they agreed to take the suspected Indian girl and her luggage to their detention. In the third world, the most dangerous place for a detainee is the interrogation room. If a beautiful young girl like Amrita Khan can survive the beatings, gang rape, and violent extraction of the so-called truth by ruthless police interrogators, she can survive any kind of torture and abuse after that. However, in the first world, the most fatal place for the suspect is inside the prison itself. In Western countries, inmates detest 3 types of suspects: those held for violence against women and children, criminal pedophiles, and terrorists. If it appears that the suspect is detained under the charges of domestic violence against women or child abuse, then he may be murdered by his jail inmates before the final date of his trial. Likewise, if the suspect is arrested under the charge of a terrorist plot, he or she may be strangled to death by one of his or her dorm inmates before coming to trial. To avoid premature judgment, such detainees are often placed in solitary confinement. Amrita Khan has been interrogated on the same day she is held in custody. The police used a female Hindi-speaking interpreter and questioned her on the charges and accusations of being a female terrorist or a female drug dealer, which Emily, the complainant, has lodged against her. Unfortunately, she is not able to give any justifiable answer to any of the questions she is asked. Her answers are vague and reveal that she is very childish and does not know what she is saying in many cases. Even an Indian girl who comes directly from a remote village in India to the States may talk better than her. For that reason, the police decided to detain her for further investigation. The investigation into her case led to official inquiries and requests from authorities in all cities she had previously lived in or visited for short periods, such as Mumbai, Asmara, Tehran, Zurich, London, Paris, Baroda, New Delhi, and Berlin. Through the Hindi female interpreter and the visas in her Indian passport, the American police came to know about the foreign and local cities the suspected Muslim girl had visited before arriving in the States. While the police are awaiting official reports from the FBI and overseas, Amrita is detained in a maximum security penitentiary. Most of the female detainees in that prison are dangerous female gangsters and notorious criminal women. Unfortunately, the police department in Cambridge has not kept the suspect Aphrodite Krishnakan in a separate cell, but kept her in a dormitory crowded with streetwise repeat female offenders of the worst types. There is not a single female detainee in her dorm that can speak any of the languages that Amrita Khan understands. She can speak English, but with a heavy Indian accent that made it difficult for her American guards and female inmates to understand. For that reason, she is treated with disdain and mockery. Some of the suspects hate her for her unmatchable beauty and others for her racial background. Her life became subject to danger after one of the guards inadvertently blurted out why she was being detained. When some of the gangsters found out the Indian girl was a Muslima and arrested because she was planning to carry out a deadly terrorist attack on the city, they vowed to murder her before the final day of her trial. A ruthless leader of one of the American women's gangs determined she should kill her by strangling her while she was asleep at night. The dangerous leader happened to be a huge woman with a muscular build. She is a white woman originally from Colombia, but her gang included black, Mexican, and white women. She decided to suffocate her with a pillow and just sit on her. Oddly enough, she felt good about being able to uphold justice in a criminal justice system from the inside. She claimed that it is her divine calling to administrate vigilante justice against a dangerous enemy of her beloved country, America. To make sure that no one can interfere to save the Muslim terrorist girl, the gang ringleader informed the dormitory inmates that no one should call the guards or try to stop her. The word is passed among the guards who are supposed to cover the night shift that she will kill their relatives on the outside if any one of them dared try and prevent her from killing the Indian terrorist. All the inmates in the dormitory lockup came to know the lovely Indian girl was going to be murdered during the night. Even so, none of the suspects and convicts dares to prevent a cold-blooded murderer of a suspected foreign girl. All the guards are made aware of the murder plot against the Indian girl. Likewise, none of them has the guts to do their job to protect the suspected victim. She should not remain innocent until proven guilty, but she must die before the investigation in her terrorist case has been finalized and brought before a judge to render his final verdict against her crime. The Muslim terrorist suspect, Aphrodite Krishnakan, is the only one in the penitentiary who does not know that she is going to die in the middle of that night. Miss World Aphrodite Khan's run for her life can be traced as a movement from public triumph into danger, secrecy, and survival. She begins as a celebrated beauty figure. After rising from poverty into fame, she becomes known not only for beauty, but as a symbol of Indian success, modern womanhood, and controversy. Fame makes her visible and vulnerable. Her public image attracts admiration, but also enemies, religious critics, moral guardians, jealous rivals, exploitative men, and people who want to control her story. Her identity becomes dangerous. As Miss India/Miss World, she is no longer just a private woman. She becomes a contested symbol, so attacks against her are framed as attacks on what she represents. Public scandal turns into personal threat. Rumors about her past, love life, sexuality, family ties, or defiance of tradition place her under social and possibly physical danger. She is forced into flight. Instead of enjoying fame freely, she must move carefully, hide from those who want to punish or possess her, and protect herself from public exposure or violence. Love complicates her escape. Her emotional attachments, especially to men who either love, desire, or claim authority over her, make flight harder because love can be refuge but also a trap. Her beauty becomes both shield and target. Beauty brought her power, but it also made her recognizable, pursued, objectified, and unsafe. America becomes a possible refuge. In contrast to India's social stigma and public moral judgment, America offers distance, reinvention, and greater personal freedom, though not complete peace. Her hardest struggle is self-definition. While running for her life, she is also running from the identities others impose on her: victim, temptress, celebrity, sinner, feminist symbol, national icon. The arc is survival through reinvention. Her life on the run shows that fame does not end vulnerability, it changes its form. Aphrodite survives by adapting, concealing, escaping, and trying to reclaim control over her own name and future. Ifit Khan's story can be compared with international female figures as a story of girlhood under pressure, where childhood is shaped by poverty, migration, and adult danger. Ifit Khan. International female figures. Key comparison. A 7-year-old poor Indian girl caring for siblings and grandparents. Malala Yousafzai. Both represent girls whose childhoods are shaped by social systems that limit safety, education, and freedom. Kept close by Rihanna because the slum is unsafe for girls. And Frank. Both are children whose innocence exists beside fear, confinement, and adult political/social violence. Pulled into her mother's migration plan to Saudi Arabia. Nadia Murad. Both stories highlight how women and girls become vulnerable when powerful systems treat them as movable, controllable bodies. Her safety becomes Rehana's main motivation. Migrant domestic workers' daughters globally. Ifit reflects children whose futures depend on mothers taking dangerous work abroad. She has little direct agency because adults make the decisions. Child refugees and displaced girls. Like many displaced girls, Ifit is carried by events rather than controlling them. Her name means chastity/purity, placing moral expectations on her early. Girls in conservative societies worldwide. Her identity is shaped by ideals of purity, modesty, and family honor before she is old enough to choose. In short, Ifit's story resembles those of international female figures who become symbols of endangered girlhood. Like Malala and Frank and many refugee or migrant girls, she is not powerful in herself, but her vulnerability exposes the larger injustice around her: poverty, gender danger, lost education, migration risk, and the burden placed on girls to protect themselves in unsafe worlds.